The 13 people in luxurious armor stared at Wang Xian with displeasure. Their faces gradually darkened, especially the middle-aged man on the left. He raised his eyebrows coldly. With their status, and strength, who wouldn't give them face in Donghai City? The kid in front of them actually told them to scram? No matter how good their tempers were, they still looked at this young man with dissatisfaction. Don't challenge my patience. Scram. When Wang Xian saw that more than 10 members of the mercenary group dared to surround him, a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Kid, you're really arrogant. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth curled up slightly. A playful look appeared on his face as he slowly walked toward Wang Xian. Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged man. His silver-white armor shone brightly under the sunlight. There was a black lie character on his chest. He raised his head slightly and looked at the middle-aged man. Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged man and smiled. He stood up with a smile on his face. What? I'm going to educate you. The middle-aged man chuckled. His body suddenly moved and transformed into numerous shadows. He attacked Wang Xian at a terrifying speed. Seeing this scene, a ferocious look flashed across Elder Zhao's eyes. He lowered his head slowly and his face gradually turned ferocious. With just you. Wang Xian saw the middle-aged man's figure and a mocking look appeared on his face. He moved his arm. Boom. Scorching flames instantly covered his arm. His entire arm turned into 2 to 3 meters in size. The middle-aged man's body was instantly grabbed by Wang Xian. The terrifying flames caused his expression to change drastically. This. The middle-aged man widened his eyes as he looked at the palm that was grabbing onto him. His eyes revealed a look of horror. The faces of the 12 middle-aged men behind him changed slightly. Stop. The green-armored old man who was standing at the front had a solemn expression. His body moved and appeared in front of Wang Xian in an instant. A terrifying aura came over. The terrifying pressure caused the expressions of everyone around to change drastically. Let go. The green-armored elder stared at Wang Xian coldly as he spoke in a deep voice. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the elder. He said coldly, "It seems like all of you want to die here." Ha! The green-armored elder's expression changed slightly as he stared at Wang Xian with a burning gaze. What an arrogant brat. He wants all of us to die here. Ha ha. Then let us see if you have the qualifications to speak to us like this. Another white-haired old man grunted angrily and came to the side of the green-armored old man. A strong murderous aura emanated from his body. The other 10 men also emitted a terrifying pressure and surrounded Wang Xian and the rest. You're courting death. You're really courting death. Kill this bastard brat. He spoke rudely and arrogantly. He's courting death. How dare he provoke a bunch of adults? Behind them, a group of people from the Chamber of Commerce and the mercenary group stared at Wang Xian and the rest coldly. Their eyes were filled with both shock and anger as they shouted loudly from behind. One of their hands grabbed onto the body of an expert. This strength was a little terrifying. The strength of this group of people is not lower than level 6 of the extraordinaire. For that brat to be able to capture one of them so easily, his strength is not weaker than level 7 of the extraordinaire. No wonder he was able to kill Deputy Captain Ling and the rest. Elder Xiao and Supervisor Du's expressions changed. However, since he dared to provoke this group of powerhouses, he is simply courting death. Such an ungrateful kid. Sir, teach them a good lesson. The two of them echoed as they spoke to the green-armored elder and the rest. A bunch of scoundrels. Not long ago, I let all of you off. This time, it won't be as simple as that. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the group of people who were shouting arrogantly behind him. His eyes revealed a cold expression. If we have anything to say, we can talk it out. When Father Zhou saw the situation, his forehead was filled with cold sweat. He hurriedly spoke loudly. However, everyone ignored him. A terrifying aura slowly condensed from Wang Xian's body. A murderous aura condensed as the strength and flames in his hands slowly rose. The face of the middle-aged man who was held by Wang Xian changed drastically. He felt that the other party could kill him at any time. Wait! At this moment, a panicked voice was heard. A figure hurriedly ran to the center of Wang Xian and the group of people in front of him. He looked at the group of the green-armored elder and his gaze landed on the only woman among them. The woman had short hair and exuded a vigorous aura. She held a short sword in her hand and looked valiant and valiant. Teacher by one, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Jean Lien quickly shouted at the woman. Ha! The woman holding the short sword was slightly stunned. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Jean Luen. Who are you? I'm a student of the East Ocean Academy. Teacher by one. I know you. Jean Lien said hurriedly and looked at Wang Xian. Wang Xian was slightly puzzled and the strength in his hand loosened a little. A student of the East Ocean Academy? Who is he to you? The old man in green armor asked Jean Luen with a sullen face. Jean Luen looked at the woman and then at Wang Xian. She said bitterly, Captain Wang Baiwen is a teacher of the Demon Hunters Academy. Ha! Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. A teacher of the Demon Hunters Academy? This was a little troublesome. He had not even enrolled in the academy yet and had already offended a teacher. It was not a good thing. Young lady, what are you trying to say? Baiwen looked at Jean Luen and asked with a frown. This? Teacher by one, Commander Wang is a new student of the Demon Hunters Academy. You are a teacher of the Demon Hunters Academy. We are all on the same side. Don't make such a fuss. Jean Luen said bitterly. However, when Baiwen heard Jean Luoyan's words, he widened his eyes and looked at Wang Xian in disbelief. Even the rest of them had a slight change in expression as they stared at Wang Xian in unison. It is even more unforgivable for a subordinate to offend his superior. What right does such a person have to enter the Demon Hunters Academy? However, Elder Zhao's anxious voice was heard from behind. He had created such a situation with great difficulty. Now that both parties were involved, how could he let them be so kind? Shut up. HMPH, all of you are not good people. Jean Lien heard Elder Zhao shout and shouted at him angrily. Cough, cough. I'm also a teacher of the Demon Hunters Academy. The middle-aged man who was caught by Wang Xian coughed with a flushed face and said in a low voice. Jean Lien was stunned. She turned her head around in astonishment. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth twitched. He looked at the instructor of the Demon Hunters Academy who was caught by him. I am the vice principal of the Demon Hunters Academy. At this moment, the voice of the green-armored old man was heard. He kept the long saber in his hand back into his interspatial ring. He sized up Wang Xian with a surprised and weird expression. I am the dean of the order department of the Demon Hunters Academy. The white-haired old man said in a deep voice with a twinkle in his eyes. Jean Luen, Zhou Henin, Father Zhou, and even Wang Xian and the rest were dumbfounded. They had already started a fight with the higher-ups of the academy before the start of the semester. The atmosphere was a little quiet. Even the people from the Chamber of Commerce and the mercenary group behind were dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? That young man was a new student of the Demon Hunter College, and this group of people were the higher-ups of the Demon Hunter College. They were in a standoff now? What the hell? Wang Xian did not expect this group of people to be the higher-ups of the Demon Hunter College. He thought that they were the mercenary group hired by the Ivy and Zhou Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, he didn't have a good impression of them. However, he didn't expect them to be the higher-ups of the Demon Hunter College. They hadn't even entered the college yet and were already fighting with the higher-ups of the college. How were they supposed to continue their studies? Wang Xian was a little embarrassed. He had sensed the strength of this group of people just now. The green-armored elder was at level 8, while the rest were at level 7 and level 6. The lowest level was level 6. However, with his strength and the strength of the strange demon, he wasn't afraid of them at all. That was why he didn't hold back at all. However, he didn't expect that. Teacher, I'm sorry. Wang Xian moved his palm slightly and placed the middle-aged man down. It was really a sin to accidentally torture a teacher. The expression on the middle-aged man's face was also very interesting. His body moved and he immediately came to the side of the green-armored old man. Are you really a new student of the Demon Hunter College? The green-armored old man asked in astonishment when he saw Wang Xian let go of the middle-aged man. Yes. Wang Xian moved his palm and a notice of admission for the Demon Hunter College appeared in his hand. Are you a new student? The white-haired old man beside him still found it unbelievable and couldn't help but ask. Yes. Wang Xian nodded his head. This time, the expressions of the group of people became even more interesting. A new student was able to pinch an elite instructor of the academy with one hand. His strength was at least at level 7 of the supernatural realm. Just now, they were still bewildered. Where did this monstrous young man come from? He actually possessed such terrifying strength. But never did they expect that, in the blink of an eye, he would become a new student of their academy. I never thought that our academy would actually have such a terrifying new student. It's really... The azure-armored old man didn't know what to say. To the Demon Hunter Academy, having a monstrous new student within the academy was definitely a joyous occasion. But the situation before their eyes... The young man's strength is very strong, and being young and frivolous is also a good thing, but you can't go too far, or else you might suffer a loss. The green-armored old man really wanted to say that young people shouldn't be too arrogant, but after thinking about it, he changed his words. Such a monstrous young man, wasn't it normal for him to be arrogant? Especially since he was a student of their Demon Hunter Academy. He should be confident and arrogant. Dean, there might be a misunderstanding between us. We were originally in the same caravan as them, but they threatened us, asking us to take out more resources. We had no choice but to leave their caravan. Jean Luyen said immediately. That's right, Director. Commander Wang and the rest were hired by us. We thought that you were in cahoots with them. That's why we were so rude to you when we met just now. Zhou Henin also walked out and said to the green-armored elder. Oh, I see. The green-armored elder pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's not be so hostile. I'm sorry, Director. It might really be a misunderstanding. Wang Xian nodded as well. With a move of his arm, a corpse was thrown from his interspatial ring to Supervisor Du and Elder Xiao. Pang! The deputy leader of the Spirit Beast mercenary group was sent by you guys to kill us, right? Wang Xian swept his cold gaze across the two of them. Hiss, it's Deputy Leader Ling's corpse. How could it be? Why would Deputy Leader Ling's corpse be with them? Could it be? Could it be that the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce and the Xiao Chamber of Commerce sent Vice Leader Ling to assassinate the Shou Chamber of Commerce? It must be. For the fierce beast corpse on the body of the Zhou Chamber of Commerce. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Elder Xiao and Supervisor Du's pupils couldn't help but shrink when they saw the corpse. The people of the Chamber of Commerce and the mercenary group behind all widened their eyes and discussed with gloomy faces. They finally understood that the reason why the Ivy and Xiao Chamber of Commerce didn't allow them to hijack the Zhou Chamber of Commerce was because they wanted to do it themselves and obtain the money. It wasn't a righteous act at all. Crafty. Really crafty. What? The people from the Spirit Beast mercenary group came to assassinate us. Father Zhou and the rest were also slightly stunned. Their faces revealed an embarrassed expression. They were trying to exterminate all of them. If it wasn't for Wang Xian, they would definitely be dead by now. The green-armored elder finally understood from the discussion of the people behind him. His face immediately darkened. They were being used. He didn't expect them to be used. They saved a bunch of people who shouldn't be saved. Wang Xian took a deep look at Supervisor Du and Elder Xiao. Then he swept his gaze across all the people from the Chamber of Commerce and the mercenary group. Vice Principal, dear teachers, we can be considered to have gotten to know each other without fighting. It was my student who was reckless just now. I can only take out some food to apologize. Following that, Wang Xian took out 3 ghost-faced crabs with a smile and said to them, Haha, good. I really didn't expect that our East Sea Demon Hunters Academy would produce such a monstrous new student. The green-armored elder laughed and waved his hand. Everyone walked over and said, This is a slap in the face. However, we are very happy to see such a prodigy enter our Demon Hunters Academy. Are the students nowadays so terrifying? The middle-aged man who was held by Wang Xian shook his head bitterly. That's right. He's already qualified to be a teacher in our academy. A few middle-aged elders beside him nodded their heads in agreement. A new student who possessed the strength of a violent teacher was so freakish that he was the only one in the Demon Hunters Academy. However, the appearance of such a student was also of great benefit to the entire academy. Come, come, teachers and principals. Let us cook for you. Hee hee. Father Zhou was excited when he saw this scene. He quickly prepared himself. Wang Xian invited them to sit down and started a conversation with them. The teachers and vice principals of the Demon Hunters Academy were extremely curious about Wang Xian. They kept asking him all sorts of questions. The vice principals even invited Wang Xian to join the East Ocean Demon Hunters Academy after he graduated. Not only that, they even offered him a lot of benefits when the school was about to start. The deputy dean even waved his hand and gave Wang Xian a house that was close to the Demon Hunters Academy. They wanted to recruit Wang Xian. Such a young and terrifying student, they naturally wanted to recruit him. After witnessing his strength, it could no longer be described as a genius. Now, with Wang Xian's strength, he could be considered as a powerhouse. A powerhouse that could intimidate an entire region. It was definitely worth it to befriend such a powerhouse with unlimited potential. The green-armored old man had the surname of Xia. He was the deputy dean of the Demon Hunter College, an expert at Transcendent Level 8. Jin Lian and Zhou Henin, who were at the side, widened their eyes when they heard the conversation between Dean Xia and Wang Xian. To a freshman who had yet to enroll in the Demon Hunter College, who wanted him to stay in the college after graduation, the college would gift him a house directly. He could even come to the college directly if he needed anything. Each of these conditions was something that all the students of the Demon Hunters Academy yearned for. Which student of the Demon Hunters Academy didn't wish to stay in the academy and enjoy an extremely high salary, social status, and background? However, the vice dean of the academy had promised these conditions to a new student. If others were to find out, they would definitely be envious. However, with Wang Xian's talent, strength, and potential, he was definitely qualified to enjoy these resources. At the side, everyone in the merchant caravan who saw this scene had shocked expressions on their faces. They stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Elder Xiao and Supervisor Du's expressions were even more embarrassed and desperate. They stood at the side nervously. Their expressions kept changing and they were filled with worry. Student Wang Xian, we still have an urgent mission to complete. We won't disturb you anymore. The Demon Hunters Academy will officially start its semester in 2 days. I'll bring you to meet the other higher-ups of our academy. Vice President Xia said to Wang Xian. All right, see you then. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. Then we'll take our leave first. Vice Principal Xia and the rest stood up and cupped their fists at Wang Xian. With this attitude, they didn't treat Wang Xian as a student of the Demon Hunters Academy. After all, Wang Xian was too strong. They didn't dare to raise their status. Especially the middle-aged instructor who was controlled by Wang Xian. His face was filled with bitterness. Being beaten up by a student, he was the first in the Demon Hunters Academy. Goodbye. Wang Xian smiled and waved his hand. Vice Principal Xia and the other 13 people moved and flew towards the back. When the members of the caravan saw them leaving, their expressions changed drastically. My lords, without you guys, how are we going to go back? An old man shouted at them in panic. However, Vice Principal Xia did not pay any attention to them. What should we do? In an instant, everyone was terrified. With their abilities, it was extremely difficult for them to cross the Wind Arrow Mountain. If it was like the last time, all of them would die here. Elder Xiao, Supervisor Du, please give us an explanation. At this moment, Wang Xian's voice rang out. Everyone looked at Wang Xian, who was sitting there and calmly tasting the ghost-faced crab meat. In the end, everyone's gaze was focused on the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce and the Xiao Family Chamber of Commerce. Elder Xiao and Supervisor Du's expressions changed drastically. They lowered their heads slowly and did not speak. Green Vine Chamber of Commerce, Xiao Family Chamber of Commerce, you guys are really cunning. You actually ordered the Spirit Beast mercenary group to assassinate the Zhou Family Chamber of Commerce. You want to murder them for money. Now, hurry up and compensate them. That's right. Elder Xiao, Supervisor Du, I didn't expect you guys to do such a thing. Leader Wang, what they did has nothing to do with us. We are willing to give you guys a sum of money. We hope that you guys can bring us along. We will use all the resources that the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce and the Shao Chamber of Commerce sent this time to make up for their mistakes. Leader Wang, please let us follow you guys. The people in charge of the Chamber of Commerce suddenly spoke up.
They looked at Old Xiao and Old Du in disgust as they tried to curry favor with Wang Xian.
You bunch of bastards. Upon hearing the words of the members of the Chamber of Commerce around them, Manager Du and Old Xiao glared at them angrily and shouted loudly. Manager Du, Old Xiao, you guys better shut up. If it wasn't for you guys, we would have been able to get to this stage. You guys are cunning and vicious. Humph. People like you guys should be thrown into the wilderness. That's right. A perfectly fine caravan almost killed all of us because of you.
The group of people in charge of the Chamber of Commerce said sharply.
You still dare to talk about me? Who was the one who said that we should kill the Zhou Chamber of Commerce and take them away? You'd better shut up. We aren't as despicable as you to send the Spirit Beast mercenary group to assassinate them. In the end, it was fortunate that Commander Wang was here. Otherwise, you bunch of scoundrels would have succeeded.
All of you. All of you.
Supervisor Du and Elder Zhao's bodies trembled as they argued with the people in charge of the Chamber of Commerce. Hee. Wang Xian, who was standing at the side, listened to their words coldly. Take out all the spirit stones and resources in your hands. I will bring all of you back to Donghai City. He spoke to all the chambers of commerce and the mercenary group indifferently. As soon as Wang Xian finished his words, everyone stopped shouting and looked at him one by one. Green Vine Chamber of Commerce and Shao Chamber of Commerce. Leave behind all the valuable items and leave on your own.
Wang Xian added indifferently. All right, I'll pay. My life is more important. We can earn more if we run out of spirit stones.
A middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Captain Wang, as long as you can bring us to Donghai City, we'll give you all our money. I'll give it to you too. The people in charge of the Chamber of Commerce agreed with an embarrassed expression.
They had been forced into a desperate situation. Their lives were more important than money. Come here.
A few people from the mercenary group looked at each other. They instantly walked to Supervisor Du and Elder Zhao's side and directly grabbed them. Come. Find all the valuable things on their bodies and send them to Commander Wang. You. What are you doing? I'm warning you. Our Ivy and Shao Chambers of Commerce will not let you off. Shut up.
A few mercenary groups tore their clothes and took their interspatial rings and all the valuable items.
Commander Wang, all the goods of the caravan are yours. Please take us back to East Sea City.
A few people in charge of the mercenary group and the Chamber of Commerce walked over and said with an awkward expression, Hee, all right?
Wang Xian smiled expressionlessly and looked at Father Zhou. I'll have to trouble President Zhou to come to Donghai City and help me sell all the goods. Also, if you guys want to seek revenge, you can look for me at the Demon Hunters Academy. My name is Wang Xian. Wang Xian stood up and said to everyone with an unpleasant expression, No.
Everyone said hurriedly.
They really didn't dare to. After learning that the 13 people were the higher-ups of the Demon Hunters Academy, they knew that this young man in front of them was definitely not someone they could provoke. To dare to be enemies with the Demon Hunters Academy was simply courting death. Wang Xian didn't bother with them. He was about to enter Donghai City anyway. The Dragon Assassin Organization was also about to enter Donghai City. It wouldn't be long before the Dragon Assassin Organization stirred up another storm of blood.
Get lost. Get out of our sight immediately and don't appear in our sight. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Wang Xian and the people from the Zhou Chamber of Commerce were walking at the front while everyone from the caravan followed behind.
A few people from the mercenary group spoke to Supervisor Du and Elder Xiao who had ashen faces. The people from the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce and the Shao Chamber of Commerce had despair written all over their faces. All their resources had been taken away, and now they were chased out of the caravan. How were they supposed to go back?
This was no different from sending themselves to their deaths.
Get lost.
A member of the mercenary group pushed Elder Xiao hard and pushed him to the ground.
Their mercenary group had suffered heavy losses on this trip. However, all of the reasons were because of the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce and the Shao Chamber of Commerce.
If it weren't for them, this mission would have been smooth. There wouldn't have been so many deaths and they wouldn't have to be on tenterhooks every day.
They would have been able to smoothly obtain a decent reward. Then, they would have to take out a sum of spirit stones when they arrived at the Eastern Sea with the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group. Therefore, when they learned of what the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce and the Shao Chamber of Commerce had done, everyone's faces were filled with anger. You will die a horrible death. Elder Shao fell on the rock, his eyes bloodshot as he growled. However, what responded to them was a cold gaze. Seeing the caravan quickly disappear from their sight, Supervisor Du and Elder Shao sat on the rock with despair on their faces, their eyes lifeless. Without protection, with their extraordinary second or third rank strength, their chances of survival were less than 10%. Commander Wang, all the goods in the caravan are worth about 13 million middle-grade spirit stones. This is their receipt. Take a look. When we arrive at Donghai City, I will sell all the goods to you, Commander Wang. Father Zhou counted all the goods and came to Wang Xian with a smile. He said respectfully, "Okay." Wang Xian nodded his head and smiled. Although the commission for this mission was only 50,000 spirit stones, the reward was not low. Excluding the one-time extraordinary 8th level formation, the reward was 17 to 8 million middle-grade spirit stones. It was not bad. The caravan traveled at a fast speed, with Ao Yao and the rest on guard. As long as they did not encounter any powerful demonic beasts of the insightful void tier, there was not much danger. After 2 days of turbulence, Wang Xian and the rest finally arrived in front of a huge city. The city wall was 100 meters tall and the huge black city gate was 70 to 80 meters tall. Rows of elite soldiers stood neatly on the city wall. The huge city was incomparably majestic and exuded an ancient aura. Compared to it, the Holy Sea town was on a completely different level. East Sea City had a population of over 10 million, and it was close to the ocean. The entire city had existed for over 3,000 years. East Sea City was one of Star Moon Kingdom's 10 great cities. Star Moon Kingdom had 10 great cities and 80 towns. East Sea City was one of them. It had the army of ocean cultivators of the East Sea, which guarded a region. The city lord and the commander of the army of ocean cultivators were both terrifying experts at the profound void realm. In Eastern Sea City, there were 3 major academies: Eastern Sea Academy, Ocean Academy, and Demon Hunter Academy. Compared to the first 2 academies, Demon Hunter Academy could be considered a civilian academy. This was because as long as one had the strength and ability, they wouldn't allow their sons and daughters to join the Demon Hunter Academy. The greatest future for the students of the Demon Hunter Academy was to stay in the Demon Hunter Academy and become instructors. The rest would usually join a mercenary group. If it was better, they would form a mercenary group. However, the members of the mercenary group lived on the edge of a knife and could die in the wild at any time. As the saying went, if you often walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. If you often do missions in the wild, who can guarantee that you will not encounter difficulties? Therefore, no parents were willing to let their children go to the Demon Hunter College. Moreover, the students of the Demon Hunters Academy had to go out on missions during their time in the academy. Every assessment required them to go out into the wild to complete the corresponding missions. The probability of death in the academy was very high. Could be seen from the assessment. This was also the origin of the name of the academy for commoners. To enter Donghai City, everyone had to pay a middle-grade spirit stone. This was a hard and fast rule. Wang Xian and the rest entered the city from the entrance that was at least 200 meters wide. They passed through the tunnel that was 20 to 30 meters thick. A huge and prosperous city appeared in Wang Xian's line of sight. The wide street was about 30 to 40 meters wide. The street was divided into human-shaped and horse-drawn carriages. Move, move, move. At this moment, a roar came from behind. Wang Xian turned around and saw more than a dozen members of the mercenary group riding on giant rhinoceroses. They were walking on the road of the carriage. The 3-meter rhinoceroses were emitting a powerful aura. These rhinoceroses had at least the strength of an extraordinary level 3. This made Wang Xian's eyes sparkle. It's up to Brother Beibing to hunt the red-tailed fish this time. Don't worry, leave it to me. As long as you do as I say, I guarantee that we will return with a full load. More than 20 people walked out of the city excitedly.
Wang Xian's eyes were filled with astonishment.
The one who was called the Bei Bing brothers was not a human. Instead, it was a demonic beast that carried a shell on its back and had 2 antennae. That's right, it was a demonic beast. It cooperated with humans to hunt and kill the ferocious beasts. Along the way, Wang Xian also learned a little about Donghai Town from Jin Luyan and Zhou Han.
This was a huge city. There were not only fierce beasts but also demonic beasts living in it.
Demonic beasts possessed intelligence. Not all demonic beasts were enemies with humans. Many demonic beasts joined forces with humans. After demonic beasts registered in a human city, they enjoyed the same treatment as humans.
They also had to abide by the rules of humans.
And because demonic beasts had their own talents and were generally stronger than humans, many mercenary groups also hoped to recruit a demonic beast member.
This resulted in a situation where the demonic beasts and humans coexisted. In fact, there was even a small demonic beast race living in Donghai City.
The humans provided them with safe accommodation and resources while they guarded Donghai City for the humans to solve some special problems. Commander Wang, I'll sell all the resources first. I'll let Han Han and Miss Jean bring you around Donghai City, Father Zhou said to Wang Xian with a smile. As for everyone in the caravan, they left as soon as they entered the city. It's all right. I'll look around by myself. Wang Xian shook his head.
It's all right, Commander Wang. We don't have much to do. Donghai City is very big. Do you know where the Demon Hunter Academy is?
Where is the Demon Hunter recruitment? Let us accompany you to get to know each other. Thank you for bringing us here safely.
Jin Luan said to Wang Xian with a smile on her face.
Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and nodded. All right then, thank you. You're welcome. We still want to get to know a powerhouse with unlimited potential like you, so that we can protect our little girl in the future. Jin Liuyan's face was full of smiles. Eastern Sea City was very big. It took 7 to 8 hours to travel around the entire Eastern Sea City by horse carriage. It would take at least a few days to walk around the entire Eastern Sea City. Eastern Sea City was divided into 5 regions, and each region was larger than Holy Sea Town.
Compared to Eastern Sea Academy and Ocean Academy, which were located in the most prosperous central region, Demon Hunter Academy belonged to the Eastern region, which was the closest region to the ocean.
As it was the closest region to the open ocean, the Eastern region was the region where most of the mercenary groups gathered. The Demon Hunter College nurtured members of the elite mercenary groups, so naturally, it was also built in this region.
Jin Luan and the rest naturally couldn't bring Wang Xian around the entire Eastern Sea City. They only brought him to the Eastern region. The Demon Hunter Association, the Demon Hunter College, and the most prosperous street in the Eastern region, the Demon Hunter Street. In the Demon Hunter Street, all kinds of shops were more than 10 times richer than in the Holy Sea Town. There were beast taming shops, demon beast specialty shops, communication shops, dueling ring, life and death ring, and so on.
This was an eye-opener for Wang Xian, who had entered the city for the first time.
There were 4 Demon Hunters Association in the Eastern District. The Eastern District was the largest one. One of the Demon Hunters Association was like a square. When one entered the Demon Hunters Association, it was not crowded even with tens of thousands of people.
Let's go. We know a relatively famous restaurant. Please try the delicacies in Donghai City. As Jin Luyan spoke, she brought Wang Xian to a small street. They strolled around with Jin Luyan and Zhou Henin for about 4 hours. The two of them brought him to various places, which really saved him a lot of time. If he were to familiarize himself with them, he would need at least 1 to 2 days.
Wang Xian strolled until evening before he parted ways with the 2 girls. After rejecting their invitation for the next day, he smiled and went straight to a restaurant.
This Jin Luyan seems to have a good impression of me. It seems like it's because I'm too outstanding.
Wang Xian smiled narcissistically.
Through their conversation, Wang Xian learned that Jin Luyan was quite famous in the East Ocean Academy. Her stunning beauty and outstanding talent made her an existence on the level of the goddess of the East Ocean Academy. However, Wang Xian didn't have much feelings towards Jin Luyan.
When he came to the room in the restaurant, Wang Xian took out an exquisite communication stone plate. Unlike the stone plate in Shanghai Town, this stone plate was more complicated and its function was much more powerful than the communication stone plate bought in Shanghai Town.
This communication stone plate is no different from the communication equipment on Earth. It's really magical. Wang Xian opened the communication stone plate and looked at the various information on it. He clicked his tongue slightly.
The ranking of the experts of Donghai City, the ranking of the young prodigies of Donghai City, the ranking of the hiring groups of Donghai City, and the ranking of the missions of Donghai City. The various information was not much different from the computers on Earth.
However, the Transcendence continent was able to achieve such a feat entirely by relying on formations. There were 4 Transcendence Level 9 formations, 10 Transcendence Level 8 formations, and more than 10 auxiliary formations protecting Donghai City. Only through the City Protection Formation could such a communication stone plate be produced. It was similar to the local area network on Earth. Wang Xian opened the window of the restaurant and looked at the city tower, which was about 400 to 500 meters tall. Ao Yao, is there any information from the Dragon Men?
Wang Xian looked at the magnificent city and asked.
Dragon King, Long Yi, and the rest have already arrived at the Tianqing Town, Shafeng Town, and the Ice Town. They will be able to spread the information about the Dragon Assassin organization very soon.
Ao Yao's voice sounded in the room. Yes, we will occupy the towns that are affiliated to Donghai City first. Then we will occupy this huge city.
Wang Xian stood in his room and looked up at this huge city. It wouldn't be long before he could look down on Donghai City. The Dragon Assassin organization was now famous in both Shanghai Town and Shaolin Town. The Dragon Assassin organization could be considered to be somewhat famous in the other 3 towns.
When the light and darkness of the Dragon Assassin organization covered the Tianqing Town and Shafeng Town as well as the Ice Town, it would be time for them to become famous in Donghai City.
As long as the light and darkness of the Dragon Spike could cover Donghai City, it wouldn't be long before it could cover the entire Star Moon Kingdom. In the next 2 days, depending on the level of the mission, you can send someone or go to the other 3 towns to complete the mission personally.
Wang Xian said to Ao Yao.
It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao nodded. The morning of the day after tomorrow is the start of the Demon Hunters Academy. From now on, we have to find a territory for the Dragon Palace as soon as possible. The most important thing for Wang Xian to do when he came to Donghai City was to find a territory for the Dragon Palace.
He wanted to completely transfer the Dragon Palace to the supernatural continent so that the strength of the Dragon Palace could develop faster.
The next morning, Wang Xian took a stroll around the Eastern District. Compared to usual days, the number of students in the 3 major colleges of Donghai City was much higher than usual. There were about 20,000 to 30,000 students in total in the 3 academies. There were about 10,000 students in the Demon Hunters Academy.
And there were about 1,000 new students this time.
Going to school. Is this to make up for the regret of not finishing university on Earth? On the 3rd day, Wang Xian walked out of the restaurant with a smile on his face. He was dressed in a handsome black outfit. In the middle of the black outfit was a 5-colored divine dragon. With a slight movement of his palm, he held a fiery red wooden sword in his hand. Wang Xian did not let Ao Jian and Ao Yao follow him. Ao Yao had already led a group of strange demons to Tianqing Town, Shafeng Town, and Ice Town. There, they were waiting for the dragon spikes to take over. Ao Jian was sent by Wang Xian to investigate all the information regarding Donghai City. Dressed in black and holding a red wooden sword, Wang Xian walked towards the Demon Hunters Academy. Walking on the street paved with green bricks, the surrounding demonic beasts, ferocious beasts, and humans were mixed together. It was filled with a strange atmosphere. The restaurant was not far from the Demon Hunters Academy. The entire Demon Hunters Academy occupied 10% of the Eastern District.
There was a huge square at the entrance of the Demon Hunters Academy. In the middle of the square were more than 30 sculptures that were more than 10 meters tall. Each of the people on the statues was filled with a disdainful aura.
They were the founders of the Demon Hunters Mercenary Association, the Demon Hunters Mercenary Association. There were more than 30 people, and each of them had at least the strength of the insightful Void Tier. Not far from the Demon Hunters Academy was the Demon Hunters Mercenary Association. At this moment, there were 2,000 to 3,000 people standing at the entrance of the Demon Hunters Academy. Some of them were new students who had come to report. At a glance, most of the new students were wearing armor and holding weapons in their hands. A faint murderous aura emanated from their bodies.
Those who were able to join the Demon Hunters Academy must have participated in battles in the wild. Those who had experienced battles would always have some murderous aura.
Among them, there were obviously more males than females.
Wuxia walked straight to the square in front of the Demon Hunters Academy and entered the back of the queue. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly and a confident expression appeared on his face.
"Get out of the way."
At this moment, a light voice was heard.
Wuxia turned around and saw a female student riding on a snow-white light tiger. She was walking over slowly. There was a badge pinned on her chest. The Amethyst Mercenary Group was the only all-female mercenary group in the Demon Hunters Academy. The woman riding the light tiger arrogantly swept her gaze across the group of new students in front of her. "Female students who have joined the Demon Hunter Academy. If you meet the requirements in the future, you can join our Amethyst Mercenary Group." The woman rode the light tiger to the front. The 3-meter-tall light tiger allowed the woman to look down on everyone as she spoke indifferently.
After she finished speaking, the woman drove into the academy expressionlessly.
"Wow, what a handsome senior. She's simply too cool. That light tiger looks so mighty. Is it possible to obtain a light tiger by joining the Amethyst Mercenary Group?"
The Amethyst Mercenary Group is one of the top 3 mercenary groups in the Demon Hunters Academy. It was established by a senior in the 8th grade. The Amethyst Mercenary Group only accepts female members. I heard that there are many beautiful women in there. There are quite a few transcendent level 6 experts. It's a 3-star gold mercenary group. The surrounding freshmen looked enviously at the senior who had entered the academy.
"Haha, another group of little brats have come." At this moment, another burly voice was heard. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads.
3 youths, each of them incomparably burly, carried a huge hammer on their shoulders and walked in like dragons and tigers.
"Not bad, not bad." The 3 of them looked at the group of new students and grinned. "We are members of the Berserker Mercenary Group, Berserker, ranked in the top 5 of the Demon Hunter Academy. We, Berserker, only accept powerful warriors. If you are interested, you can get to know us. Haha." The 3 of them quickly walked to the front of the group. The hammers in their hands landed heavily on their arms, making a loud noise. The faces of the freshmen in front of them were filled with shock and admiration.
After entering the Demon Hunter Academy, you can join the mercenary group established by Senior Sister. There are many benefits to joining. Some Senior Sister's strength is even stronger than ordinary instructors. If you join, you will be able to receive their guidance.
"I don't want to join. In the future, I want to build a powerful mercenary group myself." When the freshmen saw another senior in the academy promoting his mercenary group, they all whispered among themselves.
"Haha, it's our turn."
At this moment, another voice came from behind. Everyone turned around and saw 4 or 5 young men with fans in their hands walking forward. They were completely different from the 3 men from the Berserker Mercenary Group. They were dressed in luxurious brocade clothes and held folding fans in their hands. They looked more like a playboy. It's the Young Masters Mercenary Group. It's said that those who can join them must first have money, and second must have strength.
I heard that the Young Masters Mercenary Group's strength can be ranked in the top 10 in the Demon Hunters Academy. No one dares to provoke them. Sometimes having spirit stones is also a reflection of one's strength. To join them, one needs 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. This is 10 million.
The 5 young men walked over elegantly, causing the surrounding freshmen to discuss and envy. "Hua Fenghua, come to the Young Masters Mercenary Group after you enter the academy." At this moment, the 5 young men suddenly walked straight to the seat beside Wuxia. "Get out of the way."
A voice rang out beside Wuxia.
They were all standing in neat rows. The one who spoke was a young man inside. The young man had long hair with a golden headband on his head. The headband was sparkling. He was holding a blue sword in his hand. When he saw the 5 young men walking over, he was all smiles as he walked straight out.
The few people inside quickly made a path for the young man.
When Wuxia saw the young man walking over, he was about to move his body backward. However, the young man seemed to have not seen him as he squeezed his way forward. He turned his body sideways and bumped right into Wuxia's side. He looked as though he was saying, "Get out of the way. I want to act cool." That's right, the young man wanted to act cool. In front of all the new students, the top 10 mercenary group of the Demon Hunters Academy had come to invite him personally. Naturally, he had to walk over. This kind of opportunity to catch the attention of all the new students was very rare.
When Wang Xian saw the golden hoop young man colliding with his body directly, he immediately stopped his retreating posture. His body didn't move at all.
Ha! The face of the young man who squeezed over changed slightly. He couldn't help but take a step back. His arrogant face, which had his head slightly raised, instantly became embarrassed. "Don't you have eyes?" The young man with the golden hoop stared at Wang Xian coldly and said expressionlessly, "Don't you know how to be polite? Why?
Did I stop you from acting cool?"
Wang Xian looked at the expression of the young man and smiled. He really didn't have a good impression of this kind of guy. "Get out of my way." When the young man with the golden hoop heard Wang Xian's words, his face immediately darkened and he growled coldly,
"Be nice."
Wang Xian stood there indifferently and didn't move. "Kid, are you courting death?" When the young man in golden hoop saw that everyone was looking at him, his expression changed as he stared at Wang Xian.
Damn it. This time, a few seniors from the young master's mercenary group came to look for him in front of all the new students so that he could gain some face and show off.
Now that he was blocked by a kid on his way to show off, he was naturally extremely furious.
Huh?
Fenghua, don't be rash.
The 5 young men in brocade saw the sudden conflict between Hua Fenghua and Wang Xian. They narrowed their eyes slightly and waved at him. They looked at Wang Xian with a teasing look on their faces.
"Kid, get out of my way." It was the same sentence as Hua Fenghua, but they were talking about the 5 of them now. The young man in embroidered clothes standing in the middle was even more outstanding. He gestured to the side. They were all smiling as they stared at Wang Xian indifferently.
The surrounding freshmen were slightly stunned when they saw this scene. Their faces were filled with astonishment.
"What's wrong with that kid?
Is he courting death?"
Fuck. He offended the young master's mercenary group? No way. Who doesn't know that offending the young master's mercenary group in the Demon Hunter Academy is simply courting death? It's already cold. If we apologize now, it's still not too late. When the surrounding freshmen saw this scene, their eyes widened. The reason why the young master's mercenary group was able to rank in the top 10 of the Demon Hunter Academy was not because of their strength, but because of their financial resources.
Although this world was a world of martial strength, money was still awesome.
If you had money, you could hire strong people, and if you had money, you could hire assassins.
The young master's mercenary group was definitely in existence that no one dared to provoke in the Demon Hunters Academy. Even the top 3 mercenary groups did not dare to provoke them.
This was completely a wealthy organization.
When the 5 of them heard the discussions around them, a faint smile appeared on their faces.
Even the freshmen who had yet to enroll in the academy had heard of their reputations. This made them even more arrogant. Hua Fenghua, who was at the side, snorted coldly. She crossed her arms and looked at Wang Xian coldly. Wang Xian looked at them and smiled disdainfully. "Move aside?
Are you going to give way to trash like you?" Boom. When Wang Xian finished his sentence, everyone around him was stunned for a moment before they burst into an uproar. "Move aside. Move aside for you bunch of trash?" He actually said such words to the 5 people from the young master's mercenary group.
Not to mention that the 5 of them were the famous young master's mercenary group in the Demon Hunters mercenary group. Even if they weren't, they were still senior students of the Demon Hunters Academy. You, a freshman, dared to say such words to a senior student. You are clearly courting death. Wang Xian's words stunned all the freshmen around him. All of them stared at him in astonishment. However, his words caused the faces of the 5 young men from the young master's mercenary group to darken instantly. Their faces were almost bleeding. Calling them trash? Furthermore, it was a freshman in front of all the freshmen. This was simply too embarrassing. If some people in the Demon Hunters Academy knew about this, wouldn't they mock them to death?
To be called trash by a freshman who had yet to enter the academy.
The young man with golden hoop was also looking at Wang Xian in astonishment. A mocking expression slowly appeared on his face.
Hee, very good. No one in the Demon Hunters Academy dares to speak to us like this, especially the freshmen. You are the first one.
A hint of viciousness flashed across the eyes of the young man in the middle of the five of them. He held the fan in his right hand and said, "Let me help you get out of the way." The fan in his right hand flashed with a green light as it smacked towards Wang Xian's body.
Trash.
Wang Xian saw their arrogant looks and a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. He moved his arm. In Wang Xian's opinion, a young man who was at Transcendent Level 3 could be easily crushed to death. He moved his right hand and did not release any attributes. He merely relied on his powerful strength to land heavily on the fan. Boom!
Crash. A terrifying force landed. The powerful force caused the fan in the young man's hand to collapse. Bang!
The powerful force landed on the young man's body, causing his expression to change drastically. He flew backward and landed heavily on the ground.
What?
Everyone's expression changed slightly as they looked at the young man who was lying on the ground in disbelief. This was a senior. However, a member of the young master's mercenary group was actually knocked down by a freshman. With such strength, you still want to show off? What a joke!
Wang Xian looked at the young man who was lying on the ground in disdain. You!
In an instant, the expressions of the five of them changed drastically. It was true that they were not strong. They were at level 3 extraordinary, but they were not too weak either. However, they did not expect to be knocked down by a young man.
This was a huge humiliation.
They were mocked by a freshman and now they were defeated. This made them lose all their face in front of the freshmen. That student's strength is so strong. This student's strength should be considered top-notch here, but the strength of the five of them seems to be a little weak.
This young master's mercenary group is at least one of the top 10 mercenary groups in our academy. How could their strength be?
When the surrounding freshmen saw this scene, their eyes widened and their faces were filled with shock as they discussed.
Hearing the discussions of the surrounding freshmen, the expressions of the 5 members of the young master's mercenary group became even more unsightly. Their strength was already considered relatively weak within the mercenary group. However, being defeated by a freshman was still extremely humiliating.
A
freshman actually defeated Liang Chuan of the young master's mercenary group. His strength isn't bad, but that freshman is in big trouble.
It's not just trouble. I reckon he will drop out of school soon, or else he will be played to death. His actions this time have embarrassed the entire young master's mercenary group.
That kid's strength is not bad, but he is showing off a little. Provoking young master's mercenary group is simply courting death. In a corner of the square in front of the Demon Hunters Academy, 40 to 50 people stood there.
They were members of some mercenary groups in the Demon Hunter College. According to their rules, they had to show their faces to the new students one by one.
It wasn't their turn yet. When they saw that Wang Xian had defeated Liang Chuan from the young master's mercenary group, they shook their heads in surprise. To be able to defeat Liang Chuan, they were definitely ranked among the new students. However, it was a pity that what he had done just now had completely offended the young master's mercenary group. The young master's mercenary group would definitely seek revenge and establish its prestige among the freshmen. Kid, just you wait. If there is a place for you in the demon hunting mercenary group in the future, our young master's mercenary group will have wasted our time.
Liang Chuan got up with an embarrassed expression. He stared at Wang Xian with a dark gaze and said fiercely,
Young master's mercenary group?
Hee. Trash. You guys better not embarrass yourselves here. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He glanced at them with disdain and ignored them. Good, very good. Let's just wait and see then. Liang Chuan's face revealed a hint of malevolence. He flung the fan in his hand angrily and walked straight ahead.
Shoo! Some students who were not too clear about the young master's mercenary group in the surroundings hissed, causing the 5 of them to look even more embarrassed.
Hee. Wang Xian smiled faintly and looked at Hua Fenghua who was beside him.
Hua Fenghua stood to the left of Wang Xian. Her expression kept changing as she said, just you wait.
After saying that, she immediately returned to her original position with a dejected expression. Wang Xian ignored her and stood there waiting. Brother, you have to be more careful in the future. If you offend the young master's mercenary group, you will be in big trouble in the future. At this moment, A young man in front took a step back and turned around to remind Wang Xian in a low voice. Yes, thank you for your reminder. Wang Xian nodded his head and didn't pay too much attention to it. Sigh.
The young man in front shook his head when he saw Wang Xian's appearance and didn't say anything else.
He was from Donghai City and had a better understanding of the young master's mercenary group. The young man behind him was going to be done for. Boom.
Boom. One by one, the students from the Demon Hunters Academy's mercenary group walked over to introduce themselves. Half an hour later, the gate of the Demon Hunters Academy opened with a loud bang.
20 middle-aged men walked over in unison. They were wearing uniform black armor with the word hunting written on their chests. A group of 20 people walked over like an army.
The hearts of the new students were slightly shaken. They stood up in a hurry and the sounds of their conversation quickly disappeared. Eh?
Wang Xian swept his gaze over and discovered two familiar figures. One was a middle-aged man whom he had grabbed with his palm, and the other was a white-haired old man. Wang Xian remembered that this white-bearded old man was the dean of the order department. He had the strength of a transcendent level 7.
Vice Dean Xia was not among them. I am one of the 4 vice presidents of the Demon Hunter Academy, Vice Dean Zhao. Now, all new students, take out your admission notices and enter the academy. The academy will randomly assign you 10 learning grounds.
Each learning ground will have 2 teachers to teach you. Before you enter the academy, worship the heroes of the Demon Hunter mercenary group. The old man wearing a black hat in the middle looked straight ahead and said indifferently.
More than 30 heroes of the Demon Hunters mercenary group were in the worship square.
Then, Vice Principal Zhao led them directly into the academy.
After entering the academy, there were huge trees on both sides of the road.
The trees were shaded, and each one was 100 meters tall. These trees were all planted when the Demon Hunters Academy of East Ocean City was founded, and they had a history of more than 2 years.
The ground of the Demon Hunter College was black, and the black soil was extremely hard.
Upon entering the Demon Hunter College, Wang Xian could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the Demon Hunter College was 2 to 3 times higher than the spiritual energy outside. After walking for 300 to 400 meters on the tree-lined road, statues appeared in front of him again.
He bowed once again.
Behind the statues were buildings. The black buildings were as thick and heavy as the ground.
Demon Hunter Academy Library.
Demon Hunter Academy Treasury.
Demon Hunter Academy Mission Office.
In front of them, 3 huge buildings were exceptionally eye-catching. These 3 buildings were 30 meters tall. In Eastern Sea City, they weren't very tall, but in Demon Hunter Academy, they were considered relatively tall buildings.
Only the city towers that were 400 to 500 meters tall in Demon Hunter College were taller than them. In front of them were many huge buildings. The names of the classes were written on the front of each building. There were 10,000 students in Demon Hunter College, and they were divided into 10 grades. In other words, they could stay in Demon Hunter College for 10 years. There was a learning field for every 100 students, and 2 instructors would teach them.
1 instructor to teach the knowledge category, and 1 instructor to teach the combat category. Both were very important to the students. The Demon Hunter Academy didn't have the teaching of arrays, alchemy, and refining, so the actual combat category was more. Sometimes, the instructor would take all the students in the class out to do missions. Hiss! That's the attribute tower in front. It's so magnificent. This is the foundation of the entire Demon Hunter College. The speed of cultivating and comprehending divine abilities in the attribute tower is more than 10 times faster than in the outside world. I heard that entering the attribute tower requires a lot of points. I only have a pitiful 30 points in my hands.
I only have 20.
After walking for more than half an hour, at the back of the college, there were 7 towers emitting various kinds of energy.
There were wind attribute training towers with green wind whistling and fiery red training towers with flames rising.
There were water attribute training towers with flowing water, and golden and dazzling metal attribute training towers. There were a total of 7 of them, but there were no light and dark attributes. Attribute towers, training towers. They can speed up the comprehension of supernatural powers and increase the speed of cultivation. Wang Xian looked at the attribute towers and revealed a look of surprise. This was the holy land of cultivation in the supernatural continent. It can increase by more than 10 times, similar to the current Dragon Palace. It's even worse than the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Field of the Dragon Palace also had the ability to speed up the improvement of supernatural powers. Overall, it might not be as good as the Dragon Palace. On each admission notice, there is a serial number from 0 to 9. Everyone, take a look.
Students whose serial number is 0, come to me.
Students from 1, come to me.
One instructor after another walked out and shouted at all the students. The group of new students walked to the corresponding instructor.
Wang Xian was number 3. He walked directly to instructor number 3. This was a female instructor, a middle-aged female instructor.
When he saw Wang Xian walking out, one of the 20 teachers who stood in a row smiled at Wang Xian and waved at him with a smile on his face. The middle-aged female teacher who was in charge of student number 3 looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. Some of the surrounding freshmen were also looking at Wang Xian, who was walking towards a teacher, in astonishment. Their minds were filled with thoughts.
Student Wang, from now on, I will be in charge of the actual combat teaching of your class. If you have any needs in the future, just let me know. Oh, right, if you want to enter the attribute tower to cultivate, I will give you a pass later. You can enter directly.
The middle-aged man said with a smile when he saw Wang Xian coming over.
There was a hint of awkwardness in his smile.
After they learned that Wang Xian was a new student of the Demon Hunter College, Vice President Xia decided to let the teachers present at the scene to be in charge of Wang Xian's class. Upon hearing this news, all the teachers smiled bitterly. What the fuck?
To be the teacher of this student? Are they qualified? Such a student can cripple you with one hand. How are you going to teach him? Everyone was unwilling. They had no choice but to draw lots to decide. In the end, Wang Xian, who was tragically held in one hand, was drawn. At that moment, his emotions were unusually complicated.
He was the only one present who had been beaten up by that evil young man. However, when he saw the gloating expressions of the other teachers, he could only grit his teeth and agree.
Now that he was facing such a student, he could only smile instead of being polite.
Thank you, Teacher Ma.
Wang Xian nodded with a smile.
Also, this is for you. It's the key to a house next to the academy. This is the reward given by the academy. Follow me to meet Dean Xia and the rest later.
The middle-aged man took out a key and said to Wang Xian again. Okay. Thank you, Teacher Ma. Wang Xian took the key and nodded. Let's go, Teacher Yuan. Bring the students to grade 1, class 3 first. Teacher Ma nodded and spoke to the middle-aged female teacher. Then, he gestured to the higher-ups of the academy who were not far away.
Wang Xian followed behind him and walked in the direction of the attribute tower.
They arrived at the back of the attribute tower. There was a residence there.
Each house had its own courtyard. The scenery inside was exceptionally beautiful. Moreover, as they were relatively close to the attribute tower, the spiritual energy here was more abundant than other places. Vice Principal Xia and a few elders were sitting there. When they saw Wang Xian, their eyes lit up.
Wang Xian walked over and started chatting with him with a smile. After agreeing to a few conditions of the vice principal and the rest, Wang Xian left after chatting for a few minutes. This young man is not simple. His temperament and calm expression are definitely not from an ordinary family. It is very likely that he is an elite disciple of one of those big families or even some sects. Seeing Wang Xian leave, an old man who was sitting in the courtyard said with a twinkle in his eyes,
"This is inevitable. For such a young man to possess such powerful strength, it is very likely that he is a disciple from a bloodline family who came out to gain experience." Vice Principal Xia, who was standing at the side, slowly shook the tea in his hand. "However, no matter what, we will only ask him to help our academy during the competition of the 3 academies."
Haha, that's right. We will not offend a youth with such a mysterious identity. We will just give him some benefits and not get too involved. The 2 elders beside him smiled and nodded. The academy did not belong to any organization. After students graduated, they would no longer have much to do with the academy. A talented and monstrous student would attract the academy's attention and give them some benefits. However, that was all. Wang Xian came out from the higher-ups of the Demon Hunters Academy with a faint smile on his face.
Dean Xia and the rest didn't tell him too much. They only hoped that he would be able to help when the Academy's honor was at stake in the future. Naturally, Wuxia agreed readily.
No matter what, the Demon Hunters Academy gave a genius like him a lot of convenience. For example, he had the freedom to attend classes. He could go whenever he wanted. He could cultivate freely in the Attribute Tower. There was also a house outside the school. It gave him a lot of freedom. Wuxia was very satisfied with this. He didn't interfere with his freedom and gave him a lot of convenience.
Let's go back to the learning field first.
The instructions from Wuxia Academy were directed to the learning field in the future. The learning field was divided into two categories: knowledge and combat. The knowledge category was the understanding of various ferocious beasts and demonic beasts. Understanding their weaknesses, habits, attacking methods, and so on were very important to every member of the mercenary group.
Grade 1, Class 3.
Wuxia looked at the sign in front of a huge building and walked in. When he arrived at the door, he realized that there were no teachers inside. More than 90 students were sitting inside. Each of them was holding a communication stone tray in their hands as they chatted excitedly. Wuxia swept his gaze across the entire learning field. It was about 2,000 to 3,000 square meters, and there were several arenas inside. At the front of the learning field were chairs with a group of freshmen sitting on them. Wuxia took a glance and walked straight inside. Pa! The noisy room suddenly quieted down. All the students looked at Wuxia in unison. Wuxia's expression didn't change. He went to the last seat and sat down. This is the communication stone plate issued by the school. It belongs to our Demon Hunters Academy. Teacher Yuan asked me to pass it to you. At this moment, a female student who was sitting in the middle walked over and handed him a communication stone plate.
Thank you. Wuxia nodded and took the stone plate. He revealed a curious expression on his face.
All right, everyone is here. The instructor asked us to choose the temporary leader of the class. Now, who is willing to compete for this position? After the girl handed the stone plate to Wuxia, she said to everyone, "Let me do it."
A young man stood up with a proud expression on his face. Duan Qingwen has the strength of an extraordinary stage 3. It is sufficient for him to be the leader of Class 3.
Ha! The rest of the students frowned slightly when they saw Duan Qingwen standing up and speaking proudly.
Duan Qingwen was a rather high-profile person. Many people in the class did not have a good first impression of him. However, his strength was very strong.
Students, do you have any objections? The corner of Duan Qingwen's mouth curled up slightly as he scanned his surroundings. Some of the students hesitated for a moment before looking at Wuxia's position.
Among the freshmen this year, Wuxia was known by everyone.
He defeated a senior of the Young Masters Mercenary Group without giving any face to the Young Masters Mercenary Group. Moreover, they had just received a piece of news on the communication stone plate. In the class, he was the only one who could match up to Duan Qingwen.
I'm not interested.
Wuxia raised his head and took a glance. Then, he lowered his head and opened the communication stone plate.
So cold and arrogant.
So cool. The surrounding students whispered when they saw Wuxia's cold expression. It's good that you're not interested. This student, you should think about how to get through this difficult situation first.
Duan Qingwen looked at Wuxia and grinned. Then he said in a slightly mocking tone, "Ha!"
Wuxia raised his eyebrows and looked at Duan Qingwen.
Fellow student, take a look at the school forum on the communication stone tablet. You are in trouble.
At this moment, a young man beside him whispered to Wuxia.
Oh! Wuxia looked at the communication stone tablet and opened the forum.
It was similar to the forum on the computer on Earth.
The 5 members of the Young Masters Mercenary Group were publicly humiliated by a newbie. One of them wanted to make a move but was defeated immediately. It's such a disgrace.
Awesome newbie. Today, the Young Masters Mercenary Group is really a disgrace. Haha. This is really interesting. They can't even defeat a newbie. The members of the Young Masters Mercenary Group are really useless.
The thread was all about the fight between Wuxia and the Young Masters Mercenary Group not long ago.
There was another thread in the middle of the thread.
A kid who thinks he has some ability dares to provoke our Young Masters Mercenary Group. In the future, beat the kid up in school and collect 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones directly from the young master's mercenary group. In the future, there will be no place for that kid in the Demon Hunters Academy. 2 lines of words. The person who posted the thread was a member of the young master's mercenary group. Upon seeing this thread, Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. A hint of coldness could be seen on his face. Haha, this kid is going to be in trouble. Beating him up for 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones is equivalent to killing 2 extraordinary 4th-grade ferocious beasts. A freshman dares to provoke the young master's mercenary group. I think it's better for him to apologize now. Otherwise, he will be beaten up every day in the future. Nouveau riche, the people in the young master's mercenary group are really nouveau riche. Speaking of a freshman, we senior students can only make a move after getting the kid's consent. Otherwise, it'll violate the school rules. The freshman can make a move, but this kid's strength isn't weak among the freshmen. He can be ranked in the top few. The entire post had several thousand replies. Most of them were gloating. Many students were gloating over the fact that the young master's mercenary group was humiliated by a new student. However, when they saw the young master's mercenary group taking out spirit stones to deal with Wang Xian, many of them rubbed their hands together. Beating up 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones was not a small amount. Many of them were rubbing their hands. Wang Xian looked at the information on the communication stone plate, and a cold expression appeared on his face. He then looked at the other information on the communication stone plate. There was a ranking of the Demon Hunter College's mercenary group, a ranking of the Demon Hunter College's strength, a ranking of the Demon Hunter College's points. There were 3 rankings, followed by the Demon Hunter College's mission. The Young Master's mercenary group was ranked 6th in the Demon Hunter College. The Gold 1-star mercenary group had 48 members. The founder's strength had reached extraordinary level 5. Golden 1-star, transcendent level 5? Wang Xian was a little disdainful as he continued to search for other information. All right, since no one has any objections, I shall be the leader of Class 3, the leader of Class 3. Let's introduce ourselves first. Duan Qingwen's voice sounded in the learning field. At this moment, another communication stone tablet from Wang Xian vibrated. All the resources have been sold. 17 million middle-grade spirit stones. Wang Xian looked at the message sent by Father Zhou and smiled. He stood up and walked out. What are you doing? It's not your turn to introduce yourself yet. Duan Qingwen's face darkened when he saw Wang Xian standing up and asked. I'm going out for a while. Wang Xian said plainly and walked out. Who gave you permission to go out? You. Fuck, you don't follow the rules. Looking at Wang Xian walking out of the learning field and ignoring his words, Duan Qingwen looked extremely embarrassed. In the Demon Hunter College, there was a team leader in each class. The team leader was the strongest person in the class and had a lot of authority. Similarly, as a team leader, there were many benefits. For example, it was easy to recruit members when establishing a mercenary group. Seeing that Wang Xianyu didn't even care about him, Duan Qingwen's expression was extremely ugly. Captain, don't bother about that fellow. He's probably preparing to hide. He offended the young master's mercenary group. He won't be able to stay in the Demon Hunter Academy for long. That's right. I bet that he will leave the Demon Hunter Academy within a week at most. This fellow is too arrogant. Now that the young master's mercenary group has already posted the news on the Academy's forum, this fellow is finished. A few young men in the class saw Duan Qingwen's ugly expression and quickly spoke up. HMH, let's ignore this fellow, Duan Qingwen said coldly with a gloomy face. Wang Xian walked out of the learning field and headed straight out of the academy. He came to the Demon Hunters Academy mainly because he could obtain some missions and news that he couldn't obtain outside the academy. This would be very beneficial to the development of the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group. As for learning, there were some things that he could learn, but most of them were useless to him. Therefore, it was impossible for Wang Xian to stay in the academy all the time. Walking out of the academy, Wang Xian looked around. There were students from the Demon Hunters Academy who were holding weapons. Some of them were walking out of the academy, while others came back from the academy. Some of them were riding powerful ferocious beasts and were wearing armor. They looked extraordinary.
There were also more than a dozen people, both male and female. They were all senior students. Wang Xian quickened his pace and walked outside. When he reached the entrance of the academy, he saw Father Zhou waiting by the door. Commander Wang, all your resources have been sold. All the spirit stones are in the interspatial ring. Father Zhou also saw Wang Xian and walked over immediately. He said respectfully, "All right, thank you." Wang Xian nodded his head. No need, no need. Captain Wang, if you have time, I'll treat you to a meal." Father Zhou said politely. "No need. I still have some matters to attend to. Let's have a meal together sometime."
Wang Xian shook his head.
All right, all right." Father Zhou nodded his head hurriedly and waved his hand at Wang Xian.
Wang Xian nodded his head with a smile and took out the key given by Teacher Ma. He looked at the address on the key and said, "The distance is very close. Not bad, not bad."
Wang Xian looked at the street in front of him and walked along the wall of the Demon Hunters Academy towards the right. After walking for about 1,000 meters, Wang Xian entered an alley. There were many houses inside. The houses had their own courtyards and looked very luxurious. Houses that can be built near the Demon Hunters Academy are not cheap. This house is worth at least 10 million middle-grade spirit stones.
Wang Xian walked to a green wooden door. Looking at the door number in front of him, he opened the door directly.
A courtyard was at least 100 square meters.
It was a 3-story small building. He pushed the door open and entered. It was extremely luxurious inside. Wang Xian looked around with a satisfied expression. He took out his communication stone plate and called Ao Jian and the rest over. Looking at the time, it was already noon. Wang Xian walked out directly.
Not far away was the main street of the Eastern District. Wang Xian found a random restaurant and sat down.
After dinner, Ao Jian and the rest arrived. Wang Xian asked them to find a house to live in next to their house. After settling everything, Wang Xian walked into the Demon Hunters Academy.
That's the freshman who didn't give young master any face by hiring a gang. It's really him. He's really bold. He doesn't know how to hide. Where can he hide?
TSK, beating him up is equivalent to 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. If I can beat him up, I will beat him up more than a dozen times.
He's at least at Transcendent Level 3. He can be ranked in the top 10 among the freshmen. Just as he passed through the area under the shade of the trees, Wang Xian saw 3 to 4 young men pointing at him. Wang Xian looked over and raised his eyebrows slightly. He ignored them and continued walking inside. The Demon Hunter College was very big. Wang Xian quickened his pace. In the afternoon, the instructor asked us to familiarize ourselves with the Demon Hunter College. Everyone can take a look around. Hey, look, it's him. It's really him. A new student who just entered the academy has already become popular in our academy. TSK. I'm really envious.
What's there to be envious about? This kid is going to be unlucky soon. At this moment, 100 students walked out from a learning field beside them. A young man who was standing at the front spoke to the students. At this moment, the students who saw Wang Xian suddenly spoke in surprise.
The young man who was standing at the front was slightly taken aback. He looked at Wang Xian and narrowed his eyes slightly. Although it was only a day since the new students entered the academy, more than half of the students of the Demon Hunters Academy knew about Wang Xian's reputation. This was especially so for the mission issued by the Young Masters mercenary group on the Communication Stone Forum. Not only will I get 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones if I defeat this guy, I will also gain a great reputation. The eyes of the young man who was standing at the front flickered. His body suddenly moved and appeared in front of Wang Xian in an instant. Ha! Wang Xian frowned slightly when he saw a young man suddenly blocking in front of him.
What is the captain doing?
Could it be? Is the captain going to beat him up? Haha! I support the captain. If we beat him up, not only will we get a reward of 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, we will also be able to make a name for ourselves in the first grade.
That's right, Class 8 is the strongest. Captain, teach him a lesson. When the students behind saw their captain making a move, they were excited and shouted loudly.
The young man smiled and looked at the students behind him. He raised his hand indifferently and said, "Wait for me to earn 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones." I'll treat everyone to a good meal. Haha, I support our leader. Beat him up.
Our leader's strength is definitely one of the best among our peers. He has a transcendent tier 3 weapon, a transcendent tier 3 armor, and a supporting weapon. Captain, he has also made our grade 1 class 3 famous.
At the back, a group of students surrounded him excitedly. Hee hee. Upon hearing the students' words, the young man raised his head slightly. The corner of his mouth curled up as he looked at Wang Xian, who was in front of him. Kid, your strength is not bad. Come, let's spar. There's no time. Move aside. Wang Xian looked at the young man's provocation. There was a hint of impatience in his eyes as he said directly, "Get out of the way. If you defeat me, then get out of the way. What's the matter?
You dare to fight with a senior and you don't dare to accept my challenge?
Are you scared? This is so boring. Why don't you let me beat you up and I'll let you leave?"
The young man said mockingly with a face full of strong confidence. Scram! A hint of impatience flashed past Wang Xian's eyes as he dashed forward. Hee hee, I want 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones.
The young man smiled when he saw Wang Xian making a move. He clenched his fist and dashed forward.
Boom! Wang Xian also stretched out his fist to meet the young man's attack. The powerful force collided violently.
In the Demon Hunter College, students of the same grade didn't have to enter the arena to spar. However, students of the higher grades had to enter the arena if they wanted to challenge students of the lower grades.
This was also to ensure the safety of the students of the lower grades. At the same time, students of the Demon Hunter College couldn't endanger the other party's life when sparring. Wang Xian didn't show any mercy when facing the young man who provoked him. A powerful force landed directly on his arm. Boom!
Ah! A miserable scream was heard. The young man's body flew backward and landed heavily on the ground. His arm was completely fractured.
How dare a trash like you block my way?
Wang Xian stared coldly at the young man who was lying on the ground and walked straight ahead. The young man was lying in front of him. Wang Xian didn't show any intention of moving. He stepped on the young man's face and walked over. A footprint was left on his face. It was clearly visible. This is so strong. Behind him, the students of Grade 1 Class 8 were dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Their captain was the strongest student in their class.
There were a total of 2 Level 3 extraordinary individuals in Class 8. However, the other Level 3 extraordinary individual was easily defeated by him.
However, this young man was actually able to defeat their captain in one move. Such strength? What's your name?
The captain of Class 8 who was lying on the ground saw Wang Xian stepping on his face. His expression changed drastically. He was the pride of Qiaolin Town. How could he be stepped on by someone? His expression changed drastically. He turned his head with an embarrassed expression and growled at Wang Xian.
Wang Xian. Wang Xian heard the voice coming from behind and said faintly.
Stepping on a person's face, one naturally had to leave their name behind.
You ambushed me. Just you wait. The young man saw the stunned and shocked gaze of his classmate. His expression changed again as he spoke in a low voice.
He provoked the other party first, but he ended up being stepped on and walked over.
His dignity as the leader had completely dissipated. He could only say that the other party had launched a sneak attack to reduce the loss of his dignity. Was it really a sneak attack? The situation in his heart. That arrogant young man was really awesome. Leader, so it was that kid who launched a sneak attack. How despicable and shameless. When the students heard his words, they quickly reacted and walked over to help him up. At the same time, they spoke furiously. So the person in the face-smacking young master's mercenary group is Wang Xian. He has some strength.
Some of the students from other classes and higher grades saw the scene just now. They mumbled and looked at the back view.
It's him.
It's really him. He's the young man in the school forum who has a bounty on his head from the young master's mercenary group. This guy is really unlucky.
Brother, do you want to beat that kid up? It's 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones.
10,000 middle-grade spirit stones is nothing. However, if I can beat this kid up, I can at least make a name for myself.
Before Wang Xian had walked 2,000 meters, 4 to 5 young men walked over from the opposite side and pointed at him. Their voices and actions were not concealed at all. As they pointed at him, they sized him up from head to toe.
When Wang Xian saw their actions and heard their conversation, his eyes were filled with impatience. He had already lost a lot of patience when he was provoked repeatedly the moment he entered the school. Wang Xian ignored the 5 people in front of him and walked straight towards the direction where he learned.
Let me test his strength.
The 5 of them stared at Wang Xian and lined up in a row.
A young man dressed in white walked in the middle with a black longsword in his hand.
They did not dodge and went straight for Wang Xian. Eh?
Interesting. Both parties were 2 meters apart. Seeing that Wang Xian had no intention of dodging, the young man in white curled the corner of his mouth slightly and raised the longsword in his hand slightly. Bang! When both parties were about to collide, the sword hilt in the young man's hand went straight for Wang Xian. Wang Xian did not dodge at all. His strong body was like a ferocious beast as he charged forward. Bang! Oh no!
When Wang Xian's body landed on the young man's body, the young man in white's face changed drastically. When his wrist touched the sword hilt, a large amount of blood instantly flowed out.
His body charged straight towards the back. Boom!
The powerful force caused him to fall heavily onto the ground. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted. Wang Xian continued walking forward expressionlessly.
What are you doing? Seeing Wang Xian walking straight over, the face of the young man in white changed drastically. He asked with some fear.
The 4 young men beside him were a little stunned. When they saw Wang Xian's expressionless face, they shouted immediately, "What are you trying to do?"
Wang Xian didn't want to do anything. He walked straight forward.
Coincidentally, the young man in white fell on the ground in front of him. Wang Xian stepped on him and continued walking forward without being alarmed. You.
The young man in white touched his face with his hand. His expression changed drastically. Just you wait. His expression changed again and again. Finally, he spat out 5 words from his teeth.
Wang Xian ignored him and walked towards the learning field of Class 3. On the way, all the new students who passed by looked at Wang Xian curiously and discussed in low voices the mission given by the young master's mercenary group. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Xian's strength was not weaker than a level 3 extraordinary, many people might have already come up to spar with Wang Xian.
Once he was beaten up, not only would he get 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, he would also be able to make a name for himself. Wang Xian looked at the gazes of the people around him and frowned slightly. Do you really think you are so easy to deal with?
For 10,000 spirit stones, he and that young master's mercenary group.
Wang Xian's eyes flickered. This young master's mercenary group. Sooner or later, he would have to teach them a lesson. When he arrived at Class 3's classroom, Wang Xian walked straight in. I didn't expect you to really dare to come. Just now. There were quite a few people who came to look for you and wanted to spar with you.
Seeing Wang Xian enter, Duan Qingwen raised his head and said gloatingly,
Shut your mouth. Wang Xian heard his words and looked over. He said coldly, You. Duan Qingwen stood up abruptly and stared at Wang Xian coldly. Captain, Teacher Yuan is here. Please calm down. A student looked outside and said to him hurriedly. Humph. Duan Qingwen snorted coldly and glared at Wang Xian before sitting down.
Wang Xian ignored him and walked to the last seat and sat down. Everyone, please come out. I will bring you around the academy this afternoon.
Teacher Yuan stood at the entrance of the class and said to everyone. Yes, teacher. The group of students walked out immediately. Wang Xian followed them out as well. We've wasted another afternoon. When they walked out, it was possible that Teacher Yuan was a woman, so she was more responsible. She brought them around the huge academy and introduced them one by one. There is a huge benefit to joining our Demon Hunter College. In the library of our Demon Hunter College, there is a database. In the database, you can see all the information about the students and instructors of the college doing missions around East Sea City. Some of the landforms and some things to take note of can be seen in the information. You should know that this is the accumulation of our Demon Hunter College over 1,000 years. In addition, you can also record the information in the library. Once the feedback results are correct, you will be rewarded with points. Teacher Yuan brought everyone from Class 3 to the Academy's library and introduced them. Wang Xian looked at the huge library. There were at least a few million books in it. This was the main reason why he came to the Demon Hunter College in the first place.
In the Demon Hunter College, one could obtain information that other mercenary groups could not. There were many valuable materials.
For the students of the Demon Hunter College, if one wanted to check the information here, they would need to exchange them with points. Following that, Teacher Yuan brought them to the treasure vault of the Demon Hunter College. The treasure vault of the Demon Hunter College contained many treasures. These treasures could be exchanged with a large number of points. Secondly, they could be exchanged with treasures. Wang Xian looked at a portion of the items closely and was extremely surprised. There were even fire spirit pearls of extraordinary level 5. The other types of armor and weapons were in a terrifying amount. According to Teacher Yuan's introduction, the library of the Demon Hunters Academy's treasure vault was extremely valuable in the entire Eastern Sea City.
Even the Eastern Sea Academy and the Ocean Academy could not compare to it. Many large mercenary groups in Eastern Sea City used their money to buy information about the Demon Hunters Academy.
Moreover, this information was sold at a very high price. There were also some information that wasn't for sale and could only be exchanged by the students of the Demon Hunters Academy.
After touring around with Teacher Yuan, Wang Xian felt that joining the Demon Hunters Academy was a wise choice.
Tomorrow, your teacher Ma will introduce some things to you and teach you practical combat. When the time comes, there will be a class-to-class competition. Come on time.
Around 5 in the afternoon, Teacher Yuan waved to everyone and said his final words.
Everyone nodded and left immediately.
The students of the Demon Hunters Academy had their own rooms. Each of them had a room. The room was not big, but it was pretty good.
Actual combat?
Wang Xian nodded his head slightly and walked straight to the back of the academy.
That's the guy who provoked the young master's mercenary group yesterday. This guy is doomed.
Of course. I asked around today and found out that the young master's mercenary group is very famous in the Demon Hunters Academy. There was once an extraordinary level 5 senior who was punished by the young master's mercenary group and apologized.
As he walked towards the Attribute Training Tower, he heard the discussions around him. There were even some people who were considering whether they should go over and spar with him. Wang Xian was also aware of the rules of sparring among the students in the Demon Hunters Academy. When he heard their conversation, he frowned slightly and revealed an unhappy expression.
He frowned slightly and ignored them. He went into the Attribute Training Tower, took out a token given to him by Dean Xia and entered the training room directly.
The training room was not big. It was only 3 to 4 square meters in size. There was a seat in the middle.
Wang Xian sat cross-legged in the fire attribute training tower and immediately began to absorb the dense fire attribute around him.
The speed of my cultivation is slightly slower than the Dragon Palace's, but it's not bad.
When waves of spiritual energy surged into his body, Wang Xian thought to himself. He immediately closed his eyes and focused on his cultivation.
The time for cultivation passed very quickly. When he opened his eyes, it was already the afternoon of the second day. When he arrived at Class 3's learning field, he realized that there was no one inside. Wang Xian thought for a moment and returned to his residence. Dragon King. Upon seeing Wang Xian, Ao Jian immediately walked over. Dragon King. The group of draconids will be back tomorrow morning.
Oh? The dragon spike has been taken care of?
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and walked over with a smile on his face.
Yes. According to Long Yi's report, all 3 towns have been dealt with.
Ao Jian replied. Yes. Wang Xian nodded. Dragon King. The next morning, the group of draconids rushed over.
Has everything been arranged?
Wang Xian asked them directly. Dragon King. Everything has been arranged. Lord Ao Yao and the rest are currently on an assassination mission. They should be back in 3 days. Long Yi nodded his head. In addition, the spies in Shaolin Town, Shanghai Town, and the other 3 towns will send us a message through the mother-child communication stone plate. Once there is a mission, we can receive it directly in Donghai City and have Lord Ao Yao and the rest carry out the mission in the 5 towns in front of them. With Donghai City as the main base, we will radiate the 5 towns in the vicinity. Wang Xian nodded slightly. The communication stone tablet of his mother and son did not have a distance limit. It was a long-distance communication device.
All right.
Currently, there are not many strange demons. When there are more in the future, it will be much more convenient.
Wang Xian knocked on the table gently. In the next few days, all of you will develop the spies in the East Sea City. Each district will develop 10 spies.
It's the Dragon King. The group of draconids nodded respectfully. Wang Xian stood up and said, "After Ao Yao and the rest arrive, we will start to complete the missions. We will work hard to raise the level of the mercenary group, earn spirit stones, and increase our strength. Let's go to the Demon Hunters Academy. It has been almost 3 days since the start of the semester, and we haven't even stayed for a day."
Wang Xian hesitated for a moment, smiled, and walked into the Demon Hunters Academy.
"Are you going to the arena to watch the competition of the new students? I heard that the strongest among the new students will be selected today."
"This is boring. They are all a bunch of rookies. The strongest one is only at level 3 of the supernatural realm."
"Aren't you at level 3 of the supernatural realm as well? Let's go and take a look. There might be some strong talents in this batch." Wang Xian entered the academy. Before he reached class 3, he heard the conversation between 2 young men beside him. Freshman competition?
He was stunned. No wonder there was no one in the learning field yesterday. It turns out that the freshman competition.
Wang Xian looked in the direction where the 2 young men went and followed behind them. There was a huge competition venue in the Demon Hunters Academy. Even if all the students were present, it would be able to fit all of them. When Wang Xian arrived at the entrance of the competition venue, he heard cheers coming from inside.
He walked in and what he saw was a slightly skinny young man standing on the stage. He raised both of his hands in excitement. Wang Xian walked in and realized that the instructor inside was walking out instead. "Is it over?"
Wang Xian was slightly surprised. Qin Shan's strength is simply too strong. He defeated Gao Meng within 10 moves. He is almost invincible among those at Transcendent Level 3. He is indeed very strong. He didn't even use his supernatural ability. How awesome! Around them, more than 1,000 new students looked at the young man in the ring with admiration. More than 1,000 new students, 2 days of competition. Qin Shan, with an invincible attitude among the new students, had obtained the achievement of first place among all the new students.
Even Gao Meng, who was second place, was far from him.
Facing the strongest young man of the same level, everyone had envious expressions on their faces. Some of the girls even excitedly shouted Qin Shan's name, wishing they could immediately marry him. There were very few girls in the Demon Hunters Academy, which made the others even more envious.
However, compared to envy, they admired Qin Shan's strength even more.
"I heard that Qin Shan lives in the East Sea City slums, North District. TSK. He's really powerful. Don't you know? Not only is Qin Shan powerful, his sister is also very powerful. Look over there, that's his sister, a captain of the Amethyst mercenary group. She has the strength of a transcendent tier 4.
I'm impressed. No wonder no one dares to provoke Qin Shan in the Demon Hunters Academy in the future.
I'm really envious. With such a powerful sister and her own strength, she might be able to become a powerful expert in the future." The surrounding discussions could be heard once again. At this moment, at a spot not far from the arena, 7 to 8 girls were standing there, attracting the attention of many people. In particular, on the chests of these 7 to 8 girls, there was a badge, the badge of the Amethyst Mercenary Group, an eye-catching gold symbol. The Amethyst Mercenary Group.
8 girls, each more beautiful than the other.
The girls who were able to enter the Amethyst Mercenary Group were not pretty. Their strength was not bad, and many of them were even class captains. The girl standing in the middle was dressed in black, giving off a special kind of energy.
Dressed in black, she also gave off a special kind of temptation. Many boys would glance at her from time to time.
Qin, your brother is even more powerful than you. He reached the peak of Transcendence Level 3 at such a young age, and he even received the title of first-grade leader. It's a pity that our Amethyst mercenary group doesn't recruit boys. Otherwise, we would definitely recruit him. A woman in red beside Qin said to her with a smile on her face. My younger brother has been working hard since he was young. He has suffered more than me. The reason he has the ability is all because of his hard work. Qin Qing said with a smile and a trace of pride on her face. That's because Brother Qinshan has good talent. It's useless to just work hard without talent. Another girl hurriedly added. That's right, that's right. Why don't we go to the East Wind Pavilion to celebrate later?
A male voice suddenly came from the side.
The young man was dressed in luxurious brocade clothes with a fan hanging on his waist and a badge hanging on his chest. Young Master's Mercenary Group. At this moment, he said to Qin Qing in a fawning manner. There's no need. Qin Qing heard the young man's words and frowned slightly. She directly rejected him. It's fine, Qin Qing. It won't cost much. Look at how skinny Qinshan is. I'll bring him to eat some good food to nourish himself.
The young man said again.
There's no need. I can give him whatever he wants. He can also obtain it through his own hard work. Qin Qing shook her head and smiled at her younger brother on the arena once again.
Wang Xian stood at the entrance and looked at the lively arena.
He was the strongest person in the first grade with the strength of a level 3 extraordinary.
In his opinion, it was like a bunch of noobs pecking at each other. He wasn't interested in it at all. He wasn't interested in the entire Demon Hunter College's competition, let alone the first grade competition.
He could definitely punch a kid one punch at a time. Huh?
It's him.
That's true. I heard his name is Wang Xian. Why didn't I see him during the competition these 2 days? Just as Wang Xian was about to leave, a student from the class was about to leave when he happened to see him standing at the door. The group of more than 100 people was slightly taken aback. Soon after, they started to discuss among themselves. Captain, do you want to spar with him?
If we beat him up, we can still get 10,000 middle-tier spirit stones. A female student said to the young man standing at the center. Let's forget about it this time. I was hit in the chest just now and I haven't recovered yet. I need to rest for a while. When I recover, I'll definitely spar with him.
The young man waved his hand and said with a smile.
Haha, the captain is the third strongest person in the first grade. It's easy to teach him a lesson.
The girl threw a flirtatious glance and said with a smile. Haha, of course. The young man laughed proudly. Wang Xian looked at them with a hint of coldness in his eyes. In the past 2 days, as long as he came to the academy, many people would come to provoke him. This made him a little annoyed. It's Wang Xian.
He hasn't been here for 2 days. I didn't expect this fellow to come now.
The hundreds of people suddenly stopped and looked outside. This attracted the attention of the people from Class 3. When they saw Wang Xian, they were astonished. They were very curious about this student who had skipped school for 3 days and caused such a big incident as soon as he entered the academy. Wang Xian, you even know to come to the academy. Are you afraid that the people from the young master's mercenary group would come to take revenge on you? Is that why you didn't dare to come over for the past 2 days?
Duan Qingwen said to Wang Xian mockingly. Who?
The student who provoked the young master's mercenary group?
It's really him. He offended the young man from the young master's mercenary group as soon as he entered the school.
Duan Qingwen's words instantly caused more people to look over. When they saw Wang Xian, they were astonished.
That guy?
Let me go and take a look. The young man who had been standing beside Qin Qing and the other girls heard the commotion. He raised his eyebrows and spoke to them before walking forward.
It's the young man who embarrassed young master's mercenary group. If it's interesting, let's go and take a look too.
A girl tugged at Qin Qing and the others' clothes and followed behind them. The group of people walked towards the door. Even Qin Shan, who was standing on the stage, looked towards Wang Xian. In an instant, everyone's attention was on him. Everyone looked curiously at the man of the moment among the new students. Wang Xian looked at everyone who was looking at him. He narrowed his eyes slightly and a hint of coldness flashed across his face.
It seemed that there were some matters that needed to be resolved. There were too many lice and they needed to be cleaned up. Hee, little friend, you were the one who didn't give face to our young master's mercenary group that day, right?
At this moment, a voice came from behind. The group of new students gathered at the front quickly made way for him. The young man in embroidered clothes from the young master's mercenary group walked in with a smile on his face. He stared at Wang Xian with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Wang Xian looked at the young man who walked over and narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze landed on the badge on his chest and a hint of coldness appeared on his face.
So he's from a useless mercenary group.
So it was someone from the useless mercenary group.
When Wang Xian's words rang out, the surrounding discussions quieted down. Everyone stared at Wang Xian with their mouths agape. Even the smile on the face of the young man from the young master's mercenary group froze.
If he didn't enter the academy before, he didn't know that the young master's mercenary group could still say that the freshmen were fearless and that those who didn't know were innocent. But now, he had already entered the academy, and in front of thousands of people, he directly said that the young master's mercenary group was a useless mercenary group. That was a blatant insult.
Everyone's gaze turned towards the young master's mercenary group's young man in embroidered clothes. They weren't the little white people of the past.
In 3 days, they had a detailed understanding of some of the mercenary groups in the Demon Hunters Academy. To dare to call them trash in front of the members of the young master's mercenary group, the result was,
the young man in embroidered clothes saw that all the new students were looking at him and his expression kept changing. If they couldn't teach this kid a painful lesson in the future, their young master's mercenary group would become a complete joke among the new students.
Pa pa pa. The young man in embroidered clothes slowly walked towards Wang Xian. As he stepped on the ground, he let out a crisp sound and revealed a cold expression. Kid, do you want to die? All right, I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, he swept his gaze across everyone behind him and shouted loudly, Today, as a member of the young master's mercenary group, I will issue a mission. Beat this kid up for 20,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. Cripple one arm for 50,000 middle-grade spiritual stones.
2 arms for 100,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. 4 limbs for 200,000 middle-grade spiritual stones.
Anyone who can complete the task can come directly to our young master's mercenary group to collect the spirit stones. You don't have to worry about our reputation. As the young man spoke, he slowly turned his head and stared at Wang Xian again. His gaze was cold as he said, Kid, I'm going to make sure that you can't stay in the Demon Hunters Academy anymore. In the future, the Demon Hunters Academy will be hell for you. What the fuck?
He gave you 20,000 middle-grade spirit stones after a beating and 50,000 for a crippled arm. This is way too rich.
Fuck.
If I crippled a limb of this kid, I would be able to buy more than a dozen elixirs. This guy is done for.
However, it shouldn't be too much of a problem if he is a little more careful. After all, if the seniors want to fight with him, they have to obtain his consent. Unless, there is someone among us freshmen who can cripple him. Cripple him? I reckon that there aren't many freshmen who can do so. This fellow is very strong. The surrounding students immediately went into an uproar. 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones was enough to purchase dozens of transcendent grade 2 pills. Even grade 3 pills were enough to purchase quite a few. Giving them 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones was enough to fully equip them. Many of the students were tempted. Some of the class leaders were even hesitating whether they should make a move or not.
Wang Xian looked at the young man in embroidered clothes. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Then he looked at the students around him who were eager to give it a try. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Why? Does someone want these spirit stones?
He glanced at everyone arrogantly and said coldly, Haha, of course I want them. 200,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. TSK. I don't have so many spiritual stones even if I complete some silver level 3 to 4 missions. 4 to 5 young men beside Wang Xian laughed out loud as soon as he finished his words. Others might not agree if you guys came to spar with this new student. 3 to 4 young men spoke to them after they finished their words. Sigh, what a pity. We can only stay here and watch the show.
They chatted and laughed as a hint of passion flashed in their eyes. They wanted to spar with Wang Xian and cripple his limbs as well.
However, due to the age restriction and the academy's rules, the other party could reject their challenge. If they were of the same level, they couldn't reject their challenge unless they admitted defeat.
I'll do it. Senior of the Young Masters Mercenary Group, I'm here to accept your mission. A young man walked out from the front of Class 5's group of students and said with a smile,
Let me do it. The leader of Class 5, the the strongest student of Class 5, walked out with a twinkle in his eyes. However, he had just taken 2 steps when another voice sounded. When this voice rang out, everyone was stunned.
The voice came from the arena.
Everyone looked over and revealed a look of astonishment. Qin Shan is actually going to make a move. He's going to cripple that kid. Qin Shan's family background isn't that good to begin with. These 200,000 spirit stones are still relatively precious to him.
If Qin Shan makes a move, that Wuxia is going to be finished.
This is going to be interesting. I didn't expect that the strongest first-grade student would want to deal with him. The surrounding students revealed a look of surprise. They looked at the strongest first-grade student who was standing proudly on the stage and then looked at Wang Xian below. A mocking expression appeared on their faces. Xiao Shan. Qin Qing saw that her younger brother was about to come out. She frowned slightly and shouted at Qin Shan. "It's all right, sister. If I don't cripple his limbs, others will cripple him too."
A confident smile appeared on Qin Shan's face. Haha, if younger brother Qin Shan wants to cripple that kid, I'll ask young master's mercenary group to give you 400,000 mid-grade spirit stones.
Seeing that Qin Shan was about to make a move, the young man in embroidered clothes in front of him had a thought and shouted loudly. He turned his head and smiled at Qin Qing in an attempt to curry favor. He directly raised the spirit stones to 400,000 spirit stones. Firstly, he could cripple that brat immediately. Secondly, he could curry favor with Qin Qing, killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
All right.
A fiery look flashed across Qin Shan's eyes as he stared at Wang Xian. He slowly extended his hand and hooked his finger. "Come on up. Let me see what kind of strength you have. You came to say that the young master's mercenary group is useless. If you don't have the strength, then you're out of luck." As Qin Shan spoke, he stared coldly at Wang Xian. "Come on up. You want to cripple my limbs?" Wang Xian looked at Qin Shan on the stage and asked coldly. "You can cripple it yourself,"
Qin Shan said calmly with a face full of confidence.
"Cool. As expected of the leader of all the students in our first grade. His boldness is awesome. Regardless of whether it's strength or temperament, Qin Shan is very powerful. Haha, with Qin Shan's strength, it should be easy for him to cripple that Wang Xian." When the surrounding people heard Qin Shan's reply, admiration appeared on their faces. Wang Xian sneered in his heart. He moved his body and flew directly to the arena. "You asked for it," he said faintly. "Hee."
Qin Shan smiled confidently and made a hand gesture. "Xiao Shan, be careful."
Qin Qing looked at Qin Shan on the stage and reminded him with a frown.
"Go, Qin Shan.
Go. Qin Shan, you're the best. Cripple him." Below, a group of girls were shouting and cheering without holding back. The corner of Qin Shan's mouth curled up slightly, and he said proudly, "I'll let you make the first move. I'll let you make the first move."
Qin Shan was wearing a pair of metal gloves and a black armor on his entire arm.
A faint flame rose from his arm as he stared at Wang Xian with a smile on his face. His body was a little thin and weak, but he looked full of explosive power. His handsome face had a tough temperament. Around the arena, a group of students were watching closely and cheering for Qin Shan. He was born in a poor family, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. With his own hard work, he had achieved the first rank of the new students in the Demon Hunter College. He was the best among all the students of the same level.
He could be said to be the model of the main character, the true son of heaven.
Wang Xian looked at Qin Shan and revealed a faint sneer. "Then I'll make my move first. Come on, hee."
Qin Shan smiled faintly.
He was definitely going to get 400,000 middle-grade spirit stones.
Boom.
At this moment, Wang Xian moved. He didn't use any attributes. His 5 fingers formed into a claw and grabbed towards Qin Shan. You're pretty fast." Qin Shan was astonished when he saw Wang Xian's attack. His face was solemn. Boom.
In an instant, his arm was emitting terrifying flames. The flames turned into a group of fiery red snakes that coiled around his arm.
"Come on." His eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he went straight for Wang Xian's claw. Boom. The fire snakes that were coiled around his arm charged forward. They opened their huge mouths and bit at Wang Xian's claw. Through the flames, Wang Xian could see the cold smile on Qin Shan's face. Left arm.
Wang Xian said indifferently as his claw suddenly accelerated.
Bang.
What?
Not good.
In an instant, Wang Xian's claw directly crushed the fire snake that was almost solid. He clenched his fist tightly, causing his expression to change drastically.
Crack, crack, crack. Wang Xian turned his palm and the sound of breaking was heard. Hiss. Qin Shan felt the breaking of his left arm and his expression changed drastically. His forehead was instantly filled with cold sweat. However, the tenacious him did not shout out as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Ah! His arm is broken. However, when the crowd below saw their first move, Qin Shan's arm was directly broken and deformed. The crowd of girls below cried out in surprise. Even some of the boys' pupils could not help but constrict as they sucked in a breath of cold air. Qin Qing's expression changed drastically as she placed both her hands on the edge of the arena. Her face was filled with worry.
Let go of me.
Qin Shan roared as he clenched his right hand tightly. His fist transformed into a ferocious tiger and smashed towards Wang Xian.
Snake-soaring tiger roar.
This move was a supernatural ability. Tiger like real tiger, red flame real tiger. You want to cripple my limbs? Wang Xian's expression did not change as he extended his right hand.
Boom. The terrifying roar of the flames was extinguished as Wang Xian grabbed his right hand. Crack,
crack,
crack.
Ah! His right arm was broken again. This time, Qin Shan couldn't help but scream out in pain.
When everyone around saw that Qin Shan's right arm was broken again, they were shocked.
How?
How is this possible? How can he be so strong?
A girl who was cheering loudly earlier had a look of shock on her face as she mumbled in a daze.
Stop!
Qin Qing's expression changed drastically as she shouted in a hurry. If people don't provoke me, I won't provoke them either. For limbs, then for limbs.
Qin Shan's face was filled with cold sweat as he looked at Wang Xian in horror.
Both of his arms were grabbed and completely crippled. His body was trembling slightly. Bang!
Wang Xian didn't stop. I won't attack unless you attack me.
Since you want my 4 limbs, I want your 4 limbs as well. Who cares who you are?
Good or bad?
You have to take responsibility for what you have done.
Ah!
Wang Xian stomped down and Qin Shan knelt heavily on the ground. His left leg was crippled.
Stop! This time Qin Qing, who was standing beside the arena, was completely flustered. Her body moved and she flew directly to the arena.
What? You want to make a move too? Wang Xian glanced at Qin Shan, who was half kneeling in front of him. He looked at Qin Qing, who was flying up, and asked coldly, My younger brother has admitted defeat. Let my younger brother go. Qin Qing's expression changed as she gritted her teeth and said, Hee hee. Why didn't you stop me just now? Wang Xian revealed a hint of mockery on his face as he moved his right leg. Bang! Boom! Ah! Qin Shan's pained cry was heard. Both of his legs knelt directly in front of Wang Xian as he let out a pained cry.
Wang Xian didn't even look at him. He looked at Qin Qing and said that he wanted to cripple my 4 limbs, so I crippled his 4 limbs. I have no enmity with him. Now it's very fair.
He smiled faintly and kicked Qin Shan to the ground. A trash like you still dares to ask for 400,000 spiritual stones?
Wang Xian looked at Qin Shan, who was covered in cold sweat, and mocked him faintly. Xiao Shan. Qin Qing's expression changed drastically. She quickly ran over and examined his 4 limbs. You.
How is this possible?
Qin Shan looked at Wang Xian in disbelief and felt his 4 limbs. His face was pale.
Sister, how are my 4 limbs? He asked in horror.
It's fine. As long as there are enough elixirs, it can be cured. Qin Qing's eyes were slightly red as she spoke. Following that, she turned her head in anger and stared at Wang Xian with a trembling body. You are so ruthless.
I repeat, he is the one who wanted to cripple my 4 limbs. If there is a next time, I can guarantee that he will be a dead person. Wang Xian frowned and said to her with a cold gaze. Qin Qing bit her lips and stared at Wang Xian. She turned her head with an embarrassed expression.
She also knew that it was her younger brother who wanted to cripple his limbs this time.
However, he is so powerful. How could he be so strong? Oh my god. He defeated Qin Shan in one move. He didn't even have the ability to resist.
This Qin Shan is the strongest student that was selected by the academy in the past 2 days. He is the leader of the first-grade students, but his 4 limbs were instantly crippled. He doesn't even have the strength to resist. The surrounding students had shocked expressions on their faces.
This was too fast. Their new student was instantly killed and his 4 limbs were easily crippled.
This made them feel that it was somewhat absurd and unbelievable.
Luckily I didn't make a move just now. His strength is at least at transcendent level rank 4. When the team leader of Class 5 saw Qin Shan's outcome, he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. This was too fierce. The first freshman had been instantly killed. If he were to go up, he would also be instantly killed. What powerful strength!
This strength.
Around the arena, when the senior students saw this scene, they were also dumbstruck. This strength seemed to be stronger than all of them. Within the Demon Hunter College, 10% of the students were at the peak of Transcendent Level 2, 60% were at Transcendent Level 3, 29% were at Transcendent Level 4, the remaining 80 to 90 were at Transcendent Level 5, and Transcendent Level 6 could be counted with one's bare hands.
Moreover, these Transcendent Level 6 students were all students of the highest age, and among them, a few of them possessed bloodlines.
Only a few monstrous geniuses would normally cultivate to rank 6 Transcendence. In the entire Star Moon Kingdom, the Demon Hunter Academy's rank 6 Transcendence would rank in the top 50. In the Demon Hunter Academy, having the strength of a Transcendent Level 4 was already considered pretty good. In the future, when he graduated, he would be fought over by the various mercenary groups.
After all, a Transcendent Level 4 expert around the age of 40 was still very young. In East Sea City, there were many people who were still at Transcendent Level 4 at the age of 100 to 200.
A Transcendent Level 4 at the age of 40 already had the possibility of becoming a top-notch powerhouse. Wang Xian had reached Transcendent Level 4 at his current age. He was definitely a monster. He was already stronger than 70% of the people in Transcendence Academy. Trash from the useless mercenary group. Don't let some trash come and cripple my limbs. If you have the strength, come up yourself. Wang Xian stood on the arena and ignored Qin Shan and Qin Qing. He pointed at the young man in embroidered clothes from the young master's mercenary group and mocked.
You. The young man in embroidered robe's face that was changing violently gradually turned gloomy. He stared at Wang Xian with an extremely embarrassed expression.
The strength that Wang Xian displayed just now had given him a huge shock. He saw that Wang Xian was actually pointing at him and asking him to come up. He was both angry and furious. He was a 6th grade student of the Demon Hunters Academy and a member of the famous Young Masters mercenary group in the academy. And now he was actually being mocked by a new student. Even if this new student's strength was somewhat monstrous. But this still made him incomparably furious.
Unforgivable.
Haha. Good. Let me come up. Challenge me? Very good. The youth in embroidered clothes was so angry that he laughed instead, and a savage expression appeared on his face.
His figure moved, directly jumping onto the arena. With a flick of his finger, a golden longsword appeared in his hand.
Following that, a set of armor appeared in front of him. The armor shone with a golden glow. One look and one could tell that it was extraordinary.
Wearing it, the young man in embroidered clothes stared at Wang Xian coldly, the longsword in his hand pointed straight at Wang Xian. Kid, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some strength. Today, I will let you know the price of offending our young master's mercenary group.
Hee.
Wang Xian smiled coldly. Are you going to cripple your limbs? It's good that you know.
The young man in embroidered clothes narrowed his eyes and said coldly.
Damn, Wang Xian actually challenged a senior of a higher grade. Furthermore, he is a member of the Young Masters mercenary group.
The equipment on this senior is at Transcendence Level 5. He is simply too rich. He is wearing a set of armor and weapons at Transcendence Level 5. This Wang Xian is courting death. With the weapons and armor on this senior, an ordinary Transcendent Level 4 powerhouse is no match for him. He is too arrogant. Does he think that he can defeat a transcendent level 4 senior just by killing Qin Shan in an instant? All the surrounding students were stunned when they saw Wang Xian challenging a transcendent level 4 senior. Especially when they saw the weapon and armor that the young senior in embroidered clothes took out. They were even more shocked.
This set of equipment was worth millions of middle-grade spirit stones.
Cripple him, cripple him.
Not far away from the arena, in the middle of Class 3 students, Duan Qingwen muttered softly with a pale face.
When Wang Xian made his move just now, he did give him a fright. When he recalled how he was displeased with him for the past 2 days and how he mocked him, he was even more alarmed.
If Wang Xian wanted to take revenge on him, he could easily toy with him to death.
Your young master's mercenary group is really annoying. Wang Xian looked at the young man in embroidered clothes. With a move of his palm, a red wooden sword appeared in his hand.
Oh?
Annoying? In the future, we will also be your nightmares. The young man in embroidered clothes gritted his teeth and raised his head slightly. He glanced at Qin Shan, who was lying on the ground, and Qin Qing, whose eyes were slightly red.
How dare you attack student Qin Shan with such force? Later on, I will make you pay back tenfold.
He raised his voice and said loudly, "Tenfold." Wang Xian sneered. He raised the long sword in his hand and attacked the young man in brocade instantly.
Today, I will teach you a good lesson.
Seeing Wang Xian attacking him directly, the young man in brocade shouted loudly.
The golden longsword emitted a golden glow. The sword was like the sharp beak of a bird as it went straight for Wang Xian.
Boom!
Wang Xian waved the red longsword in his hand. Flames instantly engulfed the arena within a radius of 1,000 meters.
Qin Qing's expression changed slightly. She hugged her younger brother's body and flew down immediately. They're fighting. This Wang Xian is so confident. He actually dares to fight against a senior who is at level 4 of the supernatural realm. No matter what, this Wang Xian is the strongest in our first grade. Even if he is the strongest, he will still be defeated by a senior who is at level 5 of the supernatural realm in front of him.
That's right. When the flames engulfed the entire arena, everyone was shocked as they started discussing.
Qin Qing and Qin Shan, who had come down, stared intently at the arena.
The golden light and flames blocked many people's vision.
Those present had basically not reached transcendent level 4, so they could not see the world that was enveloped by the flames and golden light clearly. However, very quickly, it could even be said that it happened in an instant. Screams of pain could be heard from the arena.
The screams were filled with fear as if they were facing the threat of death. What's going on? It's that senior's voice?
The expressions of everyone who heard this voice changed drastically. Boom! At this moment, the flames and golden light on the arena instantly disappeared, and a body flew heavily towards the bottom of the arena. And along with him were his arms. Both of his arms had been chopped off. Directly chopped off. In the transcendent continent, 2 severed arms could be recovered, but the amount of spirit stones needed to recover the medicinal pills was at least tens of millions of middle-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to recover.
Seeing the severed arms, everyone was stupefied.
"Ah! My arm, my arm!" The hair of the young man heavily fell to the ground, and his face was filled with fear. He shouted loudly, sounding extremely miserable. Everyone was stunned, and when they saw the miserable state of the young man, they couldn't help but retreat. This
gulp, hiss. Some people couldn't help but swallow their saliva, while some people sucked in a breath of cold air, and their bodies couldn't help but retreat. To cut off both of his arms directly, such a brutal action would result in a huge execution in the Demon Hunter College. Such an action had a high possibility of being expelled from the Demon Hunter College.
He was actually so brutal. So brutal. In the future, if anyone from your young master's mercenary group dares to bother me, I will cripple them and tell everyone in your young master's mercenary group. Also,
Wang Xian raised his head and swept his gaze across the surroundings. Everyone met his gaze and avoided his gaze. In the future, if you provoke me, you have to think about whether you can bear the consequences.
As he spoke, he smiled coldly and jumped off the stage.
Trash.
Seeing Qin Shan staring at him, Wang Xian said disdainfully and walked out. Qin Shan's face turned pale and Qin Qing clenched her fist tightly.
The entire arena was silent. Everyone stared blankly as the figure disappeared from their sight.
They looked at Qin Shan, who was lying on the ground, and then at the young man in embroidered clothes. Just now, Qin Shan had used his powerful strength to suppress everyone, becoming the #1 freshman and the strongest freshman. But now all 4 of his limbs were crippled. Just now, the noble and superior member of the young master's mercenary group, the genie senior, had his arms chopped off. He was even more miserable than Qin Shan. It was all because of that young man, that new student, Wang Xian.
How strong is he exactly?
A young man mumbled and couldn't help but swallow another mouthful of saliva.
This. Cold sweat kept dripping down Duan Qingwen's forehead. His eyes were filled with fear. A guy who dared to cut off the arms of a member of the young master's mercenary group, even a senior, was too brutal.
If he were to treat him like this, wouldn't he be finished? He couldn't take out spirit stones to restore his arms. Once his arms were cut off, his life would be over.
Now, he felt lucky that Wang Xian did not pay attention to him at that time. Otherwise, he could not imagine the consequences.
The expressions on the faces of the rest of the freshmen were also very interesting.
This was the king of the freshmen, the strongest among the freshmen. A senior at Transcendent Level 4 was cut off in less than 10 seconds. This was Transcendent Level 4.
In that case, his strength was at least at Transcendent Level 4.
As for whether he was stronger, they didn't know.
But even so, he was already very impressive. One had to know that among the first-grade freshmen, there were no more than 10 students who had reached Transcendent Level 3. As for Transcendent Level 4, it was something that the Demon Hunter College hadn't seen in 10 years. Such strength was already on a different level from them. Damn it. Our young master's mercenary group will not let you off. I, Lu Minghai, will not let you off. At this moment, a ferocious expression appeared on the face of the young man in brocade. An angry voice sounded around the arena. Qin Qing, that kid is too arrogant. He actually attacked so heavily. The girls from the Amethyst mercenary group hurriedly walked to Qin Qing's side. They looked at her brother's broken limbs and revealed an angry expression. Let's treat Xiao Shan first. Qin Qing's eyes were bloodshot as she carried Qin Shan and said with a sullen face,
HMPH, let's report this to teacher. That fellow's actions are so ruthless, he should be expelled.
That's right, a mere freshman is actually so arrogant. Does he really think that he's invincible in the Demon Hunters Academy? It's easy for our Amethyst mercenary group to deal with him.
A few girls beside her said with displeasure.
Let's go. We can't let this matter go so easily.
Qin Qing gritted her teeth and said with an embarrassed expression. The injuries on Qin Shan's body were not as simple as she said. If he wanted to be completely healed, he would need at least 1,000,000 middle-grade spirit stones.
After all, even though Wang Xian did not sever his limbs just now, the inside of his body had already been shattered.
1,000,000 middle-grade spirit stones was a terrifying amount of money in their house.
Where did this money come from? Qin Qing's expression was extremely ugly. There was only one way to borrow it from the leader.
However, if she were to repay the debt later. Just you wait. Lu Minghai's low voice came from the side. He walked out with a ferocious expression.
Qin Qing looked at him. There was some anger in her eyes as well as some helplessness.
If Lu Minghai didn't say that he would beat Wang Xian up and give him so many spirit stones, her younger brother wouldn't have made a move.
If it wasn't for her younger brother giving him 400,000 middle-grade spirit stones, he wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. Qin Qing left helplessly. After watching Qin Qing, Lu Minghai and the rest leave, the new students left slowly. The events that had happened here today would probably spread throughout the entire Demon Hunters Academy soon.
Just as they had said, the events that had happened in the arena for the new students quickly spread through the Demon Hunters Academy's internal communication stone plate. When everyone saw this news, they were all dumbfounded. Damn, it can't be true, right? Are the new students so fierce now?
He directly cut off Lu Minghai's arms. Is he that ferocious?
Is he openly provoking the young master's mercenary group again?
That young man is called Wang Xian. He openly threatened the young master's mercenary group not to provoke him. Otherwise, he would have his limbs crippled. This is the first person who dares to challenge the young master's mercenary group. Lu Minghai's arms were directly cut off. If he wants to recover, he would need at least 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. He is completely at odds with the young master's mercenary group. It's not just the young master's mercenary group. Qin Qing's younger brother was also crippled by Wang Xian. He even provoked the Amethyst mercenary group. I heard that Qin Qing's younger brother needs at least 10 million middle-grade spirit stones for his limbs to be healed. Qin Qing has quite a good relationship with the Amethyst mercenary group. There are probably many of her sisters who want to avenge her. This new student's strength is really terrifying. His talent can be ranked at the top in our Demon Hunter College. So what if he's terrifying?
Now that he has provoked young master's mercenary group and Amethyst mercenary group, that kid is probably finished.
Within the communication stone plate, a group of Demon Hunter Academy students were discussing what had happened today towards a new student who had offended the Demon Hunter Academy's two large mercenary groups. Everyone was somewhat dumbstruck.
No matter how powerful you were, if you directly provoked the Demon Hunter Academy's two powerful mercenary groups, you would be doomed in the future.
It was not impossible for you to die in the wild. What an arrogant kid. Very good, very good. It has been a long time since someone dared to provoke our young master's mercenary group. At this moment, in the west of the Demon Hunters Academy, there was an area.
This area was the base of the Academy's mercenary group.
Some of the top mercenary groups of the Academy would establish a headquarters here.
In a luxurious courtyard, there were tables, chairs, and benches placed all around. More than 10 young men sat on chairs one by one.
In the front seat, a young man was feeding a 2-meter-long black bird with fresh fierce beast meat. As he was feeding it, he said coldly, "Lu Haiming has gone to treat it. That kid has slapped our young master's mercenary group twice in a row. Those who don't know better will think that we are easy to bully." Beside them, a young man wearing a black hat leaned back on a chair and said slowly with his head held high, "Then we won't play with him. Find an opportunity to directly kill him." The young man feeding the black bird said faintly, "Get someone to monitor that kid. If he leaves the city or accepts any mission, report immediately." The group of young men in the courtyard said. They didn't have much of a reaction to what happened today. Dogs that bite don't bark.
They were a group of young masters with extraordinary families. They didn't just rely on spirit stones to make their young master's mercenary group become the 6th-ranked existence in the Demon Hunters Academy.
It was their own strength. After walking out of the arena, Wang Xian returned to his residence.
Wang Xian didn't care about crippling Lu Minghai and Qin Shan.
The two of them were courting death. Wang Xian had a limit to his patience. After being provoked one after another, he naturally wanted to make an example out of others. He warned the others that if they provoked him again, they should think about the consequences first. As for the young master's mercenary group's revenge, if they still dared to take revenge, they would do it. Wang Xian would not show any mercy. The next morning, Wang Xian did not go to class. Instead, he walked straight to the Demon Hunters Academy's mission office. The Demon Hunters Academy's mission office was where the students of the Demon Hunters Academy received their missions. This mission office was connected to the missions of the Mercenary Association outside the Academy.
However, there was a difference. There were special missions that could not be obtained from the hiring association within the mission office of the Demon Hunters Academy.
Sometimes, the Academy would issue large-scale missions as well as assessment missions. After completing the mission, not only would one be rewarded, one would also be able to obtain points. Points could be exchanged for information and treasures. The students of the Demon Hunters Academy would all receive missions from the mission office. That's Wang Xian.
It's him. The young man who chopped off Lu Minghai's arm is very strong.
What is a freshman doing here? Is he doing a mission?
There's no movement from the young master's mercenary group and the Amethyst mercenary group. Could they be secretly preparing to deal with him? The place where the Demon Hunters Academy received their missions was similar to the Construction and Employment Association.
There were many students around him. When he entered the hall, many of them recognized him immediately.
However, it was different from 2 days ago. Today, these students were only discussing and no one came up to provoke him.
His vicious methods had indeed made many people fearful.
Wang Xian walked straight ahead. On the screen in front, there were all kinds of missions scrolling.
Ao Yao and the rest would be back in 2 days. Therefore, he had to look for some missions in the next 2 days. He had to look for good missions and search for information. When the time came, he would start doing missions to increase his strength.
With a glance, he saw all kinds of missions. After the mission reward, there were also points reward. For a silver-level mission, the points would be at least 1,000.
For a gold-level mission, the points could reach up to 10,000.
And if one wanted to exchange for a transcendent level 5 weapon, they would need 1,000,000 points. Of course, if the points were insufficient, they could use spirit stones to make up for it.
Thunderstorm region, Dragon Wind region, Wind Arrow Mountain region, Forest region, Water region. Wang Xian looked at the mission screen. It was completely different from the Mercenary Association. The missions of the Demon Hunter College were actually divided into regions.
These 5 regions were the places near Donghai City where missions were conducted. They were also the regions where wild beasts were more concentrated.
Other than the lush forest region, the rest were in the ocean. Whichever region one was more familiar with would be chosen. This would greatly increase the success rate of the mission. In addition, when searching for information, one would also be able to choose the corresponding region better. Wang Xian looked at the missions in each region with a face full of curiosity. The lowest mission was silver grade and the highest was diamond grade. The highest mission was 5-star diamond grade.
Hunting the Dragon Phoenix Demonic Beast King in the Dragon Wind region. The Dragon Phoenix Demonic Beast King was a terrifying demon at the first level of the Void Interpretation realm. He would extract its essence and blood.
Let's go. Let's go. The special mission is about to start.
According to the investigation of the experts in the Academy, the Thunder Island in the Thunderstorm region has been lacking in lightning recently. We can enter it successfully and obtain the Thunder Fruit.
The Thunder Island is a land of treasures. It is covered by lightning all year round. There are many Thunder-type creatures and many treasures inside. However, according to the records, the danger of the Thunder Island is a little high. Those who are below Transcendent Level 4 will be courting death if they enter. The Academy has already issued the mission. Go, go. Go and accept the mission. Just as Wang Xian was investigating the mission, a series of boisterous voices suddenly came from behind.
Wang Xian turned his head around in puzzlement and saw students walking towards the mission announcement. He looked over in puzzlement and indeed there was a special mission at the side. The special mission represented the unique mission of the Demon Hunter College. Head to the Thunder Island to obtain the Thunder Fruit, 1-star gold mission.
1 extraordinary 5th grade Thunder Fruit. Reward 50,000 middle grade Spirit Stones and 1,000 points. Rank 6 extraordinary Thunder Fruit. Reward 400,000 middle grade Spirit Stones, 10,000 points. Rank 7 extraordinary Thunder Fruit. 3 million middle grade Spirit Stones, 100,000 points.
The reward for this mission is so high. On the market, a rank 5 extraordinary spiritual fruit is worth between 40,000 and 50,000 points. And this is without any points.
Wang Xian was intrigued. The Thunder Island was located in the middle of the ocean and was filled with aquatic creatures.
The lowest level of the beasts was level 3 transcendence. By devouring them, one could increase their dragon energy. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. He took out the badge of the mercenary group and immediately walked towards the place where he received the mission.
Qing Qing, you must go too. You should know that although your strength is not bad, it is still a little dangerous to go to the Thunder Island. Deputy Leader, I have to go this time. Don't worry, I won't become a burden to you guys. You guys don't have to help me either. Sai, you don't have to rush to repay the spirit stones you owe the team. You're only in the 3rd grade and your talent is very good. Now, you should focus on your training and accumulate experience. There's no need to take the risk. Deputy Leader, just let me go. Such opportunities are rare for me. At this moment, the voices of 2 girls came from behind. Wang Xian was slightly taken aback and turned around. There were 7 to 8 girls. Each of them looked valiant with weapons in their hands. The one who was in the middle of the conversation was a girl with short hair. This girl was slightly burly. Wang Xian knew the one who was talking to her. Qin Qing, the sister of Qin Shan whose limbs were crippled by him. All right. The slightly burly amethyst mercenary group looked at Qin Qing's pleas and nodded helplessly. I promise you, but you have to be careful. Thank you, Deputy Leader. Don't worry. Qin Qing revealed a smile on her face. When she turned her head around, she immediately saw Wang Xian, and her expression instantly darkened. It's you. Before Qin Qing could speak, a girl at the side recognized Wang Xian and sized him up coldly. So you're the one who crippled Qin Qing's younger brother's limbs. HMPH, your methods are so cruel. The other girls looked over and stared at Wang Xian coldly. The deputy leader of the Amethyst mercenary group also raised his eyebrows. Shut up. Wang Xian glanced at them and said coldly before turning around. You. Kid, who are you talking about? A girl glared at Wang Xian and questioned him loudly. Don't bother me. Wang Xian was a little impatient. After saying that, he passed the badge to the staff in front of him. Take the mission from the Thunder Island. All right. The female staff who was sitting inside looked at the badge in surprise. Then she looked outside and nodded. He asked us to leave you alone? To accept the mission from the Thunder Island. The mission from the Thunder Island. Did he also accept the mission from the Thunder Island? When the group of girls from the Amethyst mercenary group heard Wang Xian's words, their eyes sparkled as they stared at him. Wang Xian didn't pay attention to the gazes of the group of girls behind him. He took back his mercenary badge and turned around to leave. Hee, what a coincidence. We are going to the Thunder Island too. When the time comes, don't let us meet you. Otherwise, although I won't kill you, I will teach you a good lesson. That's right. You'd better pray that you won't meet us on the Thunder Island. A few girls glared at Wang Xian angrily when they saw him leaving with an expressionless face. When the time comes, I hope all of you can still say such things. Wang Xian paused for a moment and looked at them mockingly. Before long, I will defeat you and make you apologize to my younger brother. Qin Qing gritted her teeth and said firmly to Wang Xian. He smiled faintly and walked out directly. Earlier, he used his dark fire dragon eyes to check their good and evil points. All of them were considered good people, and Wang Xian couldn't be bothered to argue with them. HMH, kid, just you wait. What's there to be proud of? It'll be easy for us to take care of you. That's right, that's right. If our vice leader makes a move, he'll be able to beat you down easily. The group of girls from the Amethyst mercenary group behind them spoke with slight disdain when they saw Wang Xian leaving immediately. The burly girl who was standing in the middle smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Looks like that freshman Wang Xian really offended the Amethyst mercenary group. That's right. The Amethyst mercenary group is famous for their unity. It's just that I didn't expect that Wang Xian would actually accept the mission from the Thunder Island. Does he have the ability to do so? In the hall, the students of the Demon Hunters Academy who witnessed this scene were discussing curiously. That kid is leaving the city for a mission at this time. I think he's courting death. He's too stupid. In a corner, a young man suddenly whispered to his companions. Huh? What do you mean? His companions looked at him in surprise. Look, the Amethyst mercenary group clearly wanted to teach him a lesson just now. Besides the purple gold mercenary group, there's also the young master mercenary group. He looked around and his gaze fell on a skinny young man. Finally, he added, that kid has been targeted. He's probably going to die. Finished. The gazes of the youths froze and they fell silent. The Demon Hunter Academy was a very special academy. It didn't belong to Star Moon Kingdom, nor did it belong to any faction. It was only a place to nurture mercenary groups. In fact, the founder of the Demon Hunter Academy was a mercenary group. Other than being isolated and being taught by instructors, the Demon Hunter Academy was no different from a mercenary group in the outside world. If you died while you were in school, the Academy would not care about it. Even if the Academy knew who killed you in the wild, the Academy would not avenge you. That was because this was a place to train mercenary groups. That was the rule of the mercenary group world. Therefore, in the Demon Hunters Academy, it was not uncommon for people to kill each other for revenge. Some of them were even public. For example, the 100 Source Mercenary Group, who was ranked 9th, and the Black Wind Mercenary Group, who was ranked 12th, were mortal enemies. When these two mercenary groups met in the wild, they basically risked their lives and even found an opportunity to ambush each other.
In the battle between the two mercenary groups, dozens of people died.
This was something that was made public in the Academy, but the Demon Hunters Academy would not care about it.
As long as they followed the rules in the Academy, it would be fine. Other than the Academy, no one would ask if they were dead or alive.
Obviously, if that young man went to the Thunder Island for a mission at this time, the young master's mercenary group would definitely not let go of this good opportunity. Wang Xian came out from the mission office and walked straight to the library.
He was going to search for information about the Thunder Island to prepare for his trip to the Thunder Island in 2 days. I want to search for information. Wang Xian walked to the staff and asked him directly.
What information do you want to search for?
The staff asked him.
Information about the Thunder Island and the Thunderstorm region. Wang Xian replied directly. There are a lot of information about the Thunderstorm region. If you want to search freely, you need 500,000 points.
The staff said to Wang Xian directly. That much? How do you exchange points and spirit stones?
100 middle-grade spirit stones. 1 point. That's really expensive. Wang Xian took a deep breath and exchanged 10,000 points.
This method of buying points was rarely done. It was too expensive and was an unfair trade. However, this was the rule of the Demon Hunters Academy. Without points, one could not check the information.
10,000 points. Although one could not check the information of the entire Thunderstorm district, they could check the information of the vicinity of the Thunder Island. However, just as Wang Xian was checking the information, something happened at the position of the young master's mercenary group. Deputy Leader, are we really going to send the information to the Academy's forum? A young man from the young master's mercenary group frowned slightly and asked.
Yes, that kid provoked us so much. We must let everyone know the consequences of provoking us.
The young man holding the communication stone plate smiled faintly.
The Academy won't ask about it anyway. I also want to see if that kid is a coward. We have plenty of time.
A fat young man beside him said with a smile. Everyone laughed and chatted. 10 minutes later, a post from the Demon Hunters Academy caused a huge sensation. Wang Xian, let's meet on Thunder Island.
It was a very short line of words. The message that was posted showed Yun Hanhai.
Almost everyone in the Demon Hunters Academy knew the name Yun Hanhai. He was the deputy leader of the Young Master's mercenary group.
He was the young master of the Yun family, a famous bloodline family in Eastern Sea City.
The Yun family was a family with a level 9 extraordinary bloodline. They were members of the family and could successfully reach level 9 extraordinary after activating all their bloodlines.
Yun Hanhai's current strength had reached level 6 extraordinary. He was a top-notch expert in the Demon Hunter College. His words could represent the young master's mercenary group. This short line of words also meant that the young master's mercenary group would make a move against Wang Xian on the Thunder Island. This was a blatant threat and warning.
What the fuck? That freshman Wang Xian is going to the Thunder Island for a mission?
Haha, I saw a group of goddesses from the Purple Gold mercenary group at the mission office wanting to teach this Wang Xian a good lesson on the Thunder Island. I didn't expect the young master's mercenary group to make a move as well.
If the young master's mercenary group announced it directly, would Wang Xian still dare to go? A new student who just arrived should keep a low profile. Now he's doomed. Moreover, with his strength, he can go to the Thunder Island?
Can he complete the mission?
One by one, replies appeared below. When a new student provoked the young master's mercenary group, everyone knew that this new student was going to be unlucky.
Moreover, this time's misfortune was very likely to be death. Many people in the Demon Hunters Academy were discussing the grudge between Wang Xian and the young master's mercenary group and the Amethyst mercenary group,
especially the matter between Wang Xian and the young master's mercenary group. Many people had already felt that based on Wang Xian's previous actions, the young master's mercenary group would only stop after he died. The grudge between them had already reached a very deep level. Wang Xian didn't know what happened in the Academy's forum. If he knew, not only would he not be angry, he would even be looking forward to it.
It was more interesting to fight in the wild.
If they attacked him in the wild, he would be able to obtain a lot of things.
At the very least, the people he killed could become resources for the dragon pool.
Wang Xian was very welcoming of their revenge.
For the next day, Wang Xian spent the entire day in the library reading up on various information. Dragon King, we're back. 2 days later, when Wang Xian had just opened his eyes, Ao Yao's voice came from outside.
Wang Xian smiled. Call Ao Jian and the rest over.
It's the Dragon King. Soon, Ao Yao, Ao Jian, and the rest arrived at the courtyard. Dragon King, these are all the spiritual stones obtained from the 3 assassinations. A total of 89 million middle-grade spiritual stones. Ao Yao handed over the 2 interspatial rings.
Wang Xian took them and looked at the spiritual stones inside. A smile appeared on his face. Not bad. 89 million spiritual stones, together with the spiritual stones in his hands, amounted to more than 106 million. If he were to buy elixirs and exchange them for spirit stones, it would be equivalent to 70,000 to 80,000 dragon crystals.
However, it was still very far away from upgrading to 1 million dragon crystals.
Bring the badge of the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group and follow me, Wang Xian said to them directly. It's the Dragon King.
The group of members of the Dragon Palace nodded immediately and followed Wang Xian out of the city.
When Wang Xian walked out of the courtyard, he sensed a gaze.
Wang Xian swept his gaze across and looked at the thin and weak young man. A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth.
This thin and weak young man had been following him for a few days. He knew who had sent him here. On the road, Wang Xian and the rest got off the horse carriage and rushed out of the city. Donghai City was very big. It would take half an hour to walk out of the city. The speed of the horse carriage was much faster. Beside the carriage, there were many people riding on ferocious beasts. All kinds of ferocious beasts were traveling at a speed that was no slower than the carriage. Should I get a mount in the future? Wang Xian thought to himself. After about 10 minutes, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the city. In front of them, there was an endless wasteland. Within a radius of 10 kilometers outside the city, there were no ferocious beasts. Only in the ocean would there be ferocious beasts. In the area outside the city, there were many mercenary groups and chambers of commerce coming in and out. It was unusually lively.
After passing through the city wall, it was a completely different world. Inside the city, it was like a bustling city. Outside the city, it was like the end of the world.
This was the supernatural world.
Let's go.
Wang Xian did not hesitate at all. With a move of his body, he immediately flew towards the location of the ocean.
In the sky, there were at least a few thousand supernatural experts flying.
Wang Xian increased his speed and flew towards the thunderstorm area. The thunderstorm area was 80 kilometers away from Donghai City. It would take more than an hour to fly there.
Due to the radiation from Donghai City, there were not many flying ferocious beasts within a radius of tens of kilometers. Even if there were flying ferocious beasts, they would avoid them after seeing Wang Xian and the rest.
The thunderstorm area is ahead. Lower the altitude.
Wang Xian looked ahead. There were dark clouds in front of him and heavy rain was pouring down at some locations.
From time to time, lightning would pierce through the dark clouds as though it was tearing apart space.
The entire area was so vast that one could not see the end of it. The dark clouds made the ocean that was tens of thousands of meters deep look extremely deep as though it was an abyss. The sea and the sky were the same color and it was extremely depressing.
There were obviously fewer people flying around. As they walked deeper, they could see huge creatures emerging from the surface of the water from time to time. Most of these aquatic creatures were at transcendent level 4 and 5. In the ocean, these creatures were very difficult to deal with. Even if they were water elemental cultivators, it would take a lot of time to kill them. Wang Xian looked down with a strange look in his eyes. There aren't many ferocious beasts, he thought to himself as he looked into the distance. More than 10 kilometers away, there was an incomparably huge island standing in the middle of the ocean.
The tallest mountain on the island was pierced through the black clouds. The strangest thing was that there were dense bolts of lightning around the island. According to the information Wang Xian got from the information, it was because there was a metal on the island that could attract lightning.
The entire island was huge and there was a type of lightning tree on it.
In the past, no one dared to enter this island. The occasional lightning could cause the death of an extraordinary level 5 or 6 powerhouse.
Only those who were not afraid of death and were short of money dared to enter to search for the lightning fruit. The higher-ups of the Demon Hunters Academy received the news that the lightning here was much weaker than before. Hence, they gave out this mission.
Why are there still so many people there?
As they approached the Thunder Island, Wang Xian saw that there were more than 100 people gathered at the edge of the island. They are the students of the Demon Hunters Academy. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's go, let's go.
He moved his body and sped up towards the Thunder Island. Haha, 5 extraordinary level 6 thunderfish. Our luck is really good.
It took us 2 hours to exhaust them to death. It's really not easy. Wang Xian had just flown over when he saw the corpses of the 5 ferocious beasts on the ground. They had 4 legs, but their bodies were similar to fish. The scales on their bodies were like lightning. At this moment, the 5 thunderfish had already been killed and were lying on the ground. Everyone, distribute the meritorious service according to the merit.
A burly girl said to everyone around her. It's Deputy Leader Xiao.
We didn't manage to find the thunder fruit, but we managed to kill 5 thunderfish together. It's also a great harvest. Haha, it's our good luck. As the group spoke, they began to distribute the loot. Someone is here. It's him, the new Wang Xian.
A gold-level mercenary group, the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group?
When the people on the Thunder Island saw Wang Xian, the atmosphere changed instantly. When they saw them, all of them had shocked expressions on their faces.
This new Wang Xian was actually the leader of a gold-level mercenary group?
Everyone looked at the girls from the Amethyst mercenary group. At this moment, everyone from the Amethyst mercenary group also saw Wang Xian. Qin Qing stared at Wang Xian and frowned slightly.
HMPH, so it's an arrogant brat like you who is here. It's great that I can teach you a good lesson in the wilderness this time.
A girl from the Amethyst mercenary group raised her head slightly and flexed her wrist. She sized up Wang Xian and the rest. Wang Xian's gaze swept across them. There were 7 to 8 mercenary groups in total. Among them, the Amethyst mercenary group was the strongest. At the edge of the Thunder Island, a group of Demon Hunters Academy's mercenary group students stared at Wang Xian with a face full of curiosity and mockery. Some of them had been on the Thunder Island for a day, while others had been here for more than 10 hours. The students of Demon Hunters Academy would usually cooperate with each other in such special missions.
If someone was in danger, they could call for help through the communication stone plate.
2 hours ago, when one of them just arrived, he was unlucky enough to encounter 5 transcendent level 6 thunderfish. They immediately called for help. Very soon, many mercenary groups on the Thunder Island rushed over and killed the thunderfish. A transcendent level 6 thunderfish was worth 500,000 to 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 5 of them meant more than 3 million.
Although they had a larger number of people, they still managed to reap a lot of rewards.
However, what surprised them was that they actually bumped into this influential person on campus, the new student Wang Xian. In the Academy's forum, everyone had been discussing about Wang Xian for the past 2 days. Furthermore, they were bumped into by the members of the Amethyst mercenary group. Wang Xian looked at the members of the Amethyst mercenary group who had an unfriendly expression. He raised his eyebrows slightly and stared at them coldly.
Oh? Are you still not convinced?
Kid, I don't like you very much. The girl from the Amethyst mercenary group raised her eyebrows and walked slowly toward Wang Xian. A faint pressure was emitted from her body. The aura of an extraordinary level 5 was clearly displayed. Sister Qing, you don't have to do it. Let us do it. This kid has offended classmate Qin Qing. Let us help you teach him a lesson. Around them, the leader of a mercenary group walked out with a smile and said to the girl, "That's right, let us do it. Sister Qing, tell us how to teach this kid a lesson. Leave such a small matter to us."
The young men quickly said. Among the people present, the Amethyst mercenary group was the strongest. Furthermore, they were the ones who had to depend on them to kill the 5 beasts that were at extraordinary level 6. The rest of them naturally wanted to curry favor with them. One by one, the students walked out and looked at Wang Xian and the rest provocatively. They smiled and said,
"Sister Qing, forget it."
At this moment, Qin Qing, who was standing at the back, suddenly said,
"Huh?
Xiao Qing, how can we just forget it?
This kid hurt your younger brother.
The girl was slightly stunned. She pointed at Wang Xian and said to her in astonishment,
Forget it.
Qin shook her head with a complicated expression. It has already happened. Furthermore, Xiaoshan was the one who made the first move. So,
forget it. If one day, my strength becomes stronger, I will spar with him myself. This. Sister Qing saw that even Qin, the person involved, had said so. She raised her eyebrows and said, Forget it then. Since Xiao Qing has said so, I will let you off this time.
As she spoke, she raised her head slightly at Wang Xian. This is your well-known choice. Wang Xian saw their discussion and said indifferently this time, it's your luck.
As he spoke, he walked straight into the Thunder Island with a group of members of the Dragon Palace following behind him. You!
When Sister Qing saw Wang Xian saying this, she was stunned. An angry expression instantly appeared on her face. You really don't know what's good for you. It seems like you need to be taught a lesson. Fuck, you're too arrogant. Student Qing spared you once, yet you still dare to act pretentious. Sister Qing, as long as you say the word, we will fuck him immediately.
That's right, you're too arrogant. When the people around heard Wang Xian's words, they also shouted angrily. Student Qing was merciful enough to let you off. Yet you still dared to say such words. You're simply asking for a beating. Sister Qing glared at Wang Xian indignantly. She frowned slightly when she saw him flying into the room. Forget it. I won't argue with this little fellow. If he is so arrogant, he will be at a disadvantage sooner or later. Let me say this. The goddesses of the Amethyst mercenary group are too kind. If it were me, I would have crippled him long ago. That's right, everyone said in a fawning manner.
All right, distribute the thunderfish. I will take out the spiritual stones that are equivalent in value to the thunderfish.
The vice leader of the Amethyst mercenary group opened his mouth and ended their conversation. All right. Everyone hurriedly nodded their heads. According to their respective strengths, they obtained the corresponding spirit stones.
Another person is coming.
In less than 5 minutes, they saw another person flying towards them.
This time, there were about 20 people flying over.
It's Yun Han Hai, a group of Young Masters mercenary group.
The vice leader of Young Masters mercenary group is here personally? What are they trying to do? They brought quite a number of people as well as the experts outside the academy. Everyone looked over, their gazes sharp and their faces revealed astonishment.
A group of 20 people flew towards the Thunder Island. In the middle was a handsome young man with 3 special stripes on his face. Beside him were 5 young men and more than 10 middle-aged men.
These middle-aged men were not students of the Demon Hunters Academy but belonged to the Young Masters mercenary group. The Demon Hunters Academy students could establish a mercenary group to recruit members from outside the academy. The strength of recruiting members from outside the academy could not exceed the founder. The academy would conduct an investigation on the mercenary groups with members from outside the academy. Once it was discovered that an external force had used the identity of the Demon Hunters Academy's students to obtain benefits, they would be severely punished by the Demon Hunters Academy.
No one dared to exploit this loophole.
In the academy, the top 10 mercenary groups all had external members. Furthermore, they were all very powerful.
The external members of the Young Masters mercenary group were even more powerful. Beside Yun Han Hai, there were 2 experts at Transcendent level rank 6. The rest were all at Transcendent level rank 4 and rank 5. Deputy Leader Xiao. Yun Han Hai looked at the people on the island and looked at the deputy leader of the Amethyst mercenary group in the middle. He was all smiles.
Yes. Deputy Leader Xiao nodded his head faintly.
Did you see that freshman Wang Xian?
Yun Han Hai looked around and asked with a smile. Yes, I saw him. Deputy Leader Yun, that guy just went in.
When a student heard his words, he quickly pointed inside and said, Oh, thank you. Let's go and meet that freshman who dared to threaten us. Deputy Leader Xiao, goodbye.
Yun Han Hai looked inside and walked in with a smile. The experts from the Young Masters mercenary group actually rushed over.
Even Vice Captain Yun is here. It seems that Wang Xian won't be able to leave this place this time. He's definitely going to be killed by the Young Masters mercenary group. Otherwise, Vice Captain Yun wouldn't be here. I think that kid is courting death. He's too arrogant. He's done for now. The surrounding students watched Yun Hanhai and his group enter the Thunder Island and discussed in hushed voices. HMH, that kid is going to be unlucky. It's not just unlucky. With young masters' mercenary group's despicable and vicious nature, that freshman is going to die. A few girls from Amethyst mercenary group also said in hushed voices. The group of people watched the group of experts from the young masters' mercenary group enter. After packing up their things, they also walked towards the Thunder Island. The Thunder Fruits were their mission item this time around. If they could obtain a few Thunder Fruits, their trip here wouldn't have been in vain.
As for that new student, they could already predict the outcome.
Wang Xian entered the Thunder Island and sized up his surroundings with his bewitching gaze. The Thunder Island was a little dark. If it wasn't for the occasional lightning bolts falling from the sky, the surrounding area would be pitch black. Due to the thunderstorm and rainy weather, the island was filled with water all year round. The seawater under his feet reached his knees. Around him were black thunderstruck trees. The lightning trees were not very tall. Each of them was about 7 to 8 meters tall and more than 10 meters tall. Their branches and leaves were not very luxuriant. There are thunderfish running around on the lightning island. They are like lightning. Even the weakest one is at level 3 of transcendence. The thunder fruits grow on the thunder vines. Ordinary thunder fruits can reach level 5 of transcendence. There must be a thunderfish guarding each of the thunder fruits.
Wang Xian recalled the information he had read and scanned his surroundings.
The Thunder Island was very large, with a radius of 50 meters. Crackle! Crackle! At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck toward his position in the sky. Wang Xian leaped and avoided his previous position. Let's go and search for the ferocious beasts and thunder fruits.
The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he spoke to the members of the Dragon Palace around him.
It's the Dragon King. Everyone followed behind Wang Xian and flew forward rapidly.
Wang Xian, who was flying in the sky, scanned his surroundings with his dragon eyes of light and dark fire.
700 meters away, there are 2 thunderfish. One is at level 3 and one is at level 4 transcendence.
Wang Xian looked to his left and pointed with his arm. Just as he finished his words, the 2 golden swordfish moved and attacked the left in an instant.
11 golden swordfish at level 4 of the extraordinaire could definitely fight against a level 5 extraordinaire. The 2 ferocious beasts below level 5 of the extraordinaire were instantly killed by them. Their corpses were directly stored in the interspatial ring.
3 thunder beasts, 2 level 3 extraordinaires and 1 level 4 extraordinaire. Wang Xian continued to fly forward. He pointed with his arm and spoke again.
The 3 golden swordfish charged forward directly.
After entering the Thunder Island, which made everyone cautious, Wang Xian was like an emperor. He pointed with his arm and the warriors of the Dragon Palace charged forward instantly. One by one, the ferocious beasts were killed easily.
According to the information, the closer to the center, the more thunder beasts there will be, and the stronger they will be. There will even be thunderfish at level 7 or 8 of the supernatural realm on the mountain peak. As for whether there are existences at level 9 of the supernatural realm or even stronger, I don't know.
Wang Xian raised his head and looked towards the center. There was a huge mountain peak that went straight into the clouds.
This mountain peak was shrouded in lightning all year round. Thunderfish could only become stronger by absorbing lightning. The thunder fruit was also born from lightning. The location of the mountain peak was the most dangerous place on the Thunder Island. Head towards the center and break through the main peak.
Wang Xian moved his body and scanned his surroundings.
The light and dark fire dragon eyes could scan an area of about 1,500 meters in this environment. This distance was sufficient. There are 5 thunderfish in front. 2 are at transcendent level 3 and 3 are at transcendent level 4. Wang Xian said directly as he flew forward and swept his gaze forward. The golden swordfish started to move, and so did the strange demons that were hiding in the void.
By the time Wang Xian reached there, the 5 thunderfish had already been dealt with. As they continued to move forward, they encountered more and more thunderfish, and they became stronger and stronger. Soon, Wang Xian and the rest arrived at the center of the island at the foot of the huge mountain peak.
Thunder fruit.
Just as they arrived at the side of the mountain peak, Wang Xian saw a purplish-red vine lying on top of the mountain peak with a purplish-red fruit on it. The fruit was flickering with traces of lightning and looked extremely mystical. This is a fruit of level 5 transcendence. Only by obtaining the lightning fruit can I complete the mission. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile as his gaze swept across the surroundings of the lightning fruit. As expected, not far away from the lightning fruit, there were 2 lightning fishes of level 5 transcendence lying beside it. The lightning fishes had 4 limbs. Their scales were flickering with lightning and could release lightning attacks. The lightning of the thunder beast was extremely terrifying. Without sufficient countermeasures, it would be extremely miserable. Without needing Wang Xian to speak, Ao Jian, Ao Yao, and the rest attacked directly. In addition to the 21 odd demons of Ao Yao, their combat strength was at least at level 6 transcendence. Against 2 level 5 transcendence, they could be killed in an instant. Wang Xian grabbed the thunder fruit with his arm. Thunder fruit, level 5 of the supernatural realm. Extractable dragon energy, 25 dragon crystals. A level 5 of the supernatural realm thunder fruit is equivalent to a level 4 of the supernatural realm elixir. The amount that can be extracted is really small. Wang Xian waved his arm and placed the thunder fruit into his interspatial ring. He raised his head and looked at this huge mountain peak that was 5,000 to 6,000 meters tall. A smile appeared on his face. There should be quite a number of thunder fruits on this mountain peak. Wang Xian moved his body and flew straight up. He scanned his surroundings with his ocular skill. Crackle! 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 When he had just reached a height of 100 meters, a few hundred bolts of lightning came from the mountain peak. A large number of bolts of lightning enveloped Wang Xian and the rest. Eh? So many! Wang Xian revealed a look of surprise. Let's do it! He shouted softly and attacked the surrounding thunderfish. The density of the thunderfish on the mountain peak was beyond his imagination. Whoosh! 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 Wang Xian waved his arm. The dents would attribute instantly caused some of the thunderstruck trees on the mountain peak to elongate crazily as they attacked the thunderfish one by one. More than 10 extraordinary level 5 thunderfish were instantly bound by the thunderstruck trees. Wang Xian clenched his arm and the thunderstruck trees immediately strangled the thunderfish to death. Be careful, Wang Xian reminded Ao Jian and the rest. With his dragon eyes of light and dark fire, he realized that there were more than 100 thunderfish within 1,000 meters. The density of the thunderfish made Wang Xian feel a little troubled. However, with Ao Yao and the rest around, he did not cower. Ao Yao, who was at level 9 extraordinary, was fearless unless he encountered 2 or more thunderfish above level 9 extraordinary. There are 2 thunder fruits over there. Wang Xian easily killed more than 10 thunderfish. He looked up and flew towards the 2 thunder fruits. Crackle! Crackle! At this moment, a large area of lightning appeared around him and attacked him. On the dark mountain peak, the thunderfish that were flashing with lightning stared at him fiercely. The bottom and the top of the mountain peak are like 2 different worlds. The top of the mountain peak is too dangerous. Wang Xian moved his body and flames instantly covered his entire body. The lightning that covered an area of 1,000 meters flashed around him, causing one's scalp to turn numb. There's a battle happening on the central mountain peak. What's going on? Could someone have gone there? The main peak of the Thunder Island is the most dangerous place. Even a level 7 or 8 supernatural realm expert might die there. However, there are a lot of thunder fruits there. Let's not worry about thunder fruits. Let's find that kid first. After killing him, we can look for thunder fruits. Yun Hanhai and the others looked at the large area of lightning on the main peak of the Lightning Island, their hearts palpitating. The main peak of the Lightning Island was the most dangerous place on the Lightning Island. With their strength, they didn't dare to step onto the main peak's height of 500 meters. The entire main peak was the place with the highest density of lightning, and there were many thunderfish gathered there. Similarly, there would definitely be a lot of lightning fruits there, but they didn't dare to take the risk. Speed up a bit. Let's find that kid first. Yun Hanhai scanned the surroundings and said to the members of the Young Master's mercenary group, "It's young Master Yun." The group nodded and began to search the surroundings. Among the 20 of them, there were 3 transcendent level rank 6 experts, and they were very powerful. As long as they didn't enter the main peak, there wouldn't be too much danger. However, what they did not expect was that the person they were looking for was currently on the main peak.
Kill! Wang Xian and the rest had only flown 500 meters when they encountered dozens of extraordinary level 5 thunderfish. They were scattered around in groups. In the middle of them, there was a lightning fruit that was flashing with light.
Wang Xian moved his body and charged toward the dozens of thunderfish.
He used the Azure Dragon's energy to control the surrounding lightning trees and charged towards the thunderfish one by one.
Ao Jian and the rest were supporting him from behind. Once the thunderfish were trapped, they would charge forward immediately.
When faced with ferocious beasts of the same level and trapped, their metal longswords could penetrate the thunderfish's body and kill them in one strike.
Ao brought his subordinates and quickly harvested the thunderfish's corpses. 1, 2, 3, 4. The 4 thunder fruits were all at transcendent level 5, which made Wang Xian very satisfied.
The 4 thunder fruits were equivalent to more than 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Together with the corpses of the thunderfish, they instantly harvested more than 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Such a speed of harvesting was extremely terrifying. Not everyone could do what Wang Xian did. If it were a powerful mercenary group, even if they had great strength, they wouldn't be as freakish as him.
With the unique light and dark fire dragon eyes, it could increase the efficiency of Wang Xian and the rest by more than 10 times.
There are extraordinary level 6 thunderfish up there. Ao Jian, you guys clean up the battlefield at the back.
Wang Xian raised his head and looked up. There were already extraordinary level 6 thunderfish at a height of more than 1,000 meters above the mountain peak.
There were extraordinary level 6 thunderfish at a height of 1,000 meters. Wouldn't there be extraordinary level 8 or 9 thunderfish at the peak of 5 to 6,000 meters? Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at the thunderfish lying on the rocks. He stretched out his arm and pointed at more than a dozen directions. Then he waved his hand at the group of strange demons. A transcendent level 6 thunderfish was about to be taken seriously.
Crackle!
Crackle!
One by one, the strange demons concealed themselves in the void and appeared beside the thunderfish. Then they attacked with their sharp claws. The sharp claws penetrated the vital parts of the thunderfish and killed them in one strike.
With their piercing eyes, they had a high chance of assassinating creatures with stronger defenses.
However, the counterattacks of some of the thunderfish before they died still alarmed the surrounding thunderfish. Cuckoo! A strange cry came out from the mouths of some of the thunderfish. The lightning once again covered the entire area. Wang Xian smiled and moved his body to attack the remaining thunderfish.
The difference in strength between each level of transcendence was huge. Wang Xian's combat strength of level 7 transcendence in his human form could deal with dozens of ferocious beasts of level 6 transcendence. The thunderfish of level 6 transcendence did not pose any hindrance to him. 8 thunder fruits of level 6 transcendence. Wang Xian kept them and looked up again. He did not go to the other side of the mountain peak. He wanted to see how strong the strongest thunderfish at the peak of the main peak of the Thunder Island would be.
If they were not strong, after he finished them off, the entire Thunder Island would be unimpeded. He could easily kill all the thunderfish and obtain all the thunder fruits. He continued to kill his way up. In half an hour, he traveled a distance of 2,000 meters and killed more than 100 level 6 extraordinary thunderfish.
Level 7 extraordinary. There's a level 7 extraordinary. Could there be level 9 extraordinary thunderfish at the summit?
When he reached a height of more than 3,000 meters, Wang Xian looked ahead with a hint of wariness in his eyes. In his line of sight, 3 5 to 6 meter-sized thunderfish were lying on rocks one by one. On the rocks at this location, there were flashes of lightning. The long-term lightning strikes caused the rocks to be imbued with powerful lightning. In fact, 1,000 meters above them were thick black clouds. As for the situation above the black clouds, Wang Xian had no idea. Ao Yao, it's up to you now. Unless Wang Xian could easily kill a level 7 supernatural beast after transforming into a divine dragon, he would have to expend some energy in his human form.
Other than Ao Yao, there were 2 other strange demons who possessed the offensive power of a level 7 supernatural beast. However, this would waste too much time. Wang Xian directly ordered Ao Yao Yao to take action.
Dragon King, leave it to me. Wang Xian passed the location of the thunderfish to Ao Yao Yao. With Ao Yao Yao's strength, the thunderfish of transcendent level rank 7 were quickly killed.
For a ferocious beast of transcendent level rank 7. Even if Wang Xian were to devour it, he would be able to increase it by 700 to 800 dragon crystals. For thunder fruits, and they are of transcendent level rank 7. Wang Xian smiled. He flew over immediately and kept the thunder fruits. With Ao Yao taking action, his speed was no slower than before.
One by one, the thunderfish were killed. In just 10 minutes, Wang Xian had found more than 10 level 7 supernatural thunder fruits. Dragon King, do you want to continue?
After Ao Yao killed the last thunderfish around him, he looked up and asked Wang Xian. Wang Xian also raised his head and looked up.
Above them, there were thick black clouds. The crackling sound of thunder and lightning could be heard from behind the black clouds.
Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he looked up with his dragon eyes.
Eh? Up here. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and revealed a surprised expression.
Ao Yao, let's go up and take a look. The rest of you stay below. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and said to Ao Jian and the rest. It's the Dragon King.
Let's go, Ao Yao. The dark clouds are filled with lightning. Be careful.
Wang Xian said to Ao Yao and leaped into the dark clouds. Transform into a dragon. His body underwent a terrifying transformation. A 30-meter-long 5-colored divine dragon appeared directly in the dark clouds. Ao Yao leaped and followed beside Wang Xian. Crackle, crackle.
Walla. Crack, crack.
The thickness of the black clouds reached more than 30 meters. Wang Xian slowly poked his head out and the sound of dense thunderbolts could be heard from his surroundings. Thunderbolts. There were thunderbolts everywhere.
They covered an area of 4,000 to 5,000 meters.
The entire mountain peak was covered by the thunderbolts. That is. Wang Xian stuck his head out of the black cloud and stared at the top of the mountain peak.
There, a blue light was shining. What kind of treasure is that? Wang Xian revealed a surprised expression. The lightning at the peak of the mountain was not as violent as the ones around him.
Instead, it was filled with a kind of life force. This kind of special life force seemed to be nurtured by something.
Wang Xian's eyes lit up. His eyes sparkled as he stared at the location of the mountain peak with his gigantic dragon head.
The mountain peak that passed through the dark clouds was more than 1,000 meters long. On this 1,000-meter-long mountain peak, the rocks were no longer ordinary rocks. There was a blue glow on top of the mountain peak which contained the terrifying power of lightning.
On the mountain peak, there were 7 to 8 gigantic thunderfish. Each of them was about 10 meters in size.
Furthermore, the fins of these thunderfish were extremely huge and emitted a blue glow. These thunderfish had evolved into wings. This was especially so for the one closest to the peak. It had the largest body and was bathed in lightning as if it was hibernating. The entire space was extremely noisy due to the sound of thunder and lightning. Wang Xian's pupils contracted slightly. The 7 thunderfish that were 10 meters in size were existences of level 8 extraordinaire. As for the thunderfish that was close to the peak, its strength might not have reached level 9 extraordinaire, but it was still at the peak of level 8 extraordinaire. Even Wang Xian could not guarantee that he would be able to defeat it.
Good, good. There are no beasts at level 9 transcendence. Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. If a level 9 transcendence appeared, Ao Yao would be able to deal with it.
However, Wang Xian was not a match for this group of level 8 transcendence beasts. There were 7 level 8 transcendence thunder fruits. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. Other than the thunder fish at the peak of the mountain which did not have any thunder fruits, there was a huge thunder vine beside the other 7 thunder fish. A thunder fruit fell onto the thunder vine, shining brightly.
Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. I haven't fought with my full strength since I came to the Transcendence continent. Today, I can have a good fight.
Ao Yao, get ready. Wang Xian glanced at him. Ao Yao nodded her head and disappeared instantly. She flew toward the strongest leader of the thunderfish on the mountain peak. Buzz. 10 seconds later, the figure of the strange demon appeared directly behind the thunderfish. His sharp claws attacked the vital parts of the leader of the thunderfish.
Crackle.
Crackle.
However, the moment Ao Yao appeared, the lightning around him suddenly became violent. Bolts of lightning as thick as an arm attacked Ao Yao directly. Ao Yao's expression did not change at all when he saw this. His body flashed as lightning passed through his body. At the same time, his sharp claws pierced into the body of the lightning fish. The violent energy destroyed its body. Cuckoo! An angry roar was heard. The lightning fish that was attacked widened its eyes and opened its huge mouth. Terrifying lightning flashed in its mouth. Cuckoo! Cuckoo! It let out a miserable cry. Crackle, crackle. Lightning instantly covered its entire body. In an instant, it condensed into a long spear and attacked Ao Yao. Death struggle. Ao Yao moved. Black and white shadows flickered and appeared 100 meters away. His eyes revealed a confident expression. Cuckoo! The leader of the thunderfish twisted its body in pain, as if it was making a final struggle. Caca! Suddenly, it opened its mouth. It was at the peak of the mountain above it, the area that was covered in blue light. Blue-green lightning rays were attracted by it and entered its body directly. Cuckoo! Slowly, the leader of the thunderfish calmed down. At the spot where its wound was, flesh and blood slowly squirmed. Ao Yao's eyes revealed a serious expression. I actually failed. I actually failed to assassinate a thunderfish at the peak of extraordinary level 8. Wuxia revealed a look of surprise. His gaze looked at the blue area of 10 square meters at the peak of the mountain again. Cuckoo! 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 The sudden appearance of the attack woke up the rest of the thunderfish. Their eyes were suffused with blue light as they stared coldly at Ao Yao. Fight! Wuxia saw the situation and moved his body. He swayed his 30-meter-long body and attacked the thunderfish closest to him. Gold Crack Void. As soon as he came up, Wuxia did not hesitate and released his metal attribute divine ability. Countless golden rays condensed in the air at a height of 5,000 to 6,000 meters. They tore apart the black clouds and the lightning around them and attacked the extraordinary level 8 thunderfish. Cuckoo! The ferocious beast let out a low growl and opened its huge mouth. Crack! A bolt of lightning that was 3 to 4 meters thick descended from the sky. Rays of golden rays struck out. Under the lightning, the golden rays were extinguished immediately. Flame of the fire dragon. Wuxia's expression did not change. He opened his huge mouth and shot out flames that were 100 meters long. Cuckoo! The scales on the thunderfish's body were shimmering. The compressed power of lightning was emitted from the scales and formed a defense in front of him. Wuxia did not stop his speed at all. When the flame of the fire dragon landed on the scales of the thunderfish, it was blocked directly. However, the scales of the thunderfish dissipated immediately. Wuxia's figure had already rushed over. The dragon claws that were emitting golden light clawed at the thunderfish. Cuckoo! The thunderfish's eyes were extremely cold. When it saw that Wuxia was only 50 meters away from it, it didn't panic at all. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, the thunderfish scales on its body exploded and covered the sky and earth as they went towards Wuxia. Light and darkness. Wuxia's heart skipped a beat. Black and white rays of light flashed across his body. Buzz! The lightning fish scales passed through and Wuxia's dragon claws attacked. The lightning fish was obviously stunned for a moment. However, at this moment, the 4-meter-long dragon claws had already grabbed onto its body. Hiss! The terrifying divine dragon claws landed on it and directly grabbed into its body. Its huge body was flung forcefully. Boom! The terrifying divine dragon's strength caused it to land heavily on the mountain peak. A violent sound reverberated within a radius of a few thousand meters. A huge mountain rock rolled downwards. Roar! Wuxia let out a roar. The powerful supernatural power of light and darkness caught a torpedo fish off guard and caused it to be severely injured. He let out a loud roar and initiated the battle. Cuckoo! Die! As a divine dragon, Wuxia was able to sense the information transmitted by the aquatic creatures. Even if the intelligence of the ferocious beasts was not high, they were able to transmit vague information. Looking at the 2 thunderfish that were attacking him in an instant, Wuxia's eyes flickered. Buzz! Bang!
Ao Yao's body intercepted one of the thunderfish in an instant. His light-dark body stared at the other 6 thunderfish strangely. Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. With his strength, he could only deal with 1 thunderfish at most. The one just now was severely injured when he was caught off guard. The light-dark void divine ability could no longer be used for a short period of time. However, Wang Xian was still very knowledgeable when it came to dealing with one. Roar! He let out a wild roar once again and met with the thunderfish that was attacking him. Wang Xian was fighting 1-on-1 while Ao Yao was fighting 6-on-1. The thunderfish with huge wings were emitting blue lightning. They flapped their wings and looked extremely mystical. With a body size of 10 meters, bolts of lightning were falling around them in the sky. They were extremely powerful. In Wang Xian's opinion, the strength of these thunderfish was not very strong among those of the same level. However, in this place, on a peak of 5 to 6,000 meters and in an area filled with lightning, their strength could increase by at least 50%. Increasing their combat strength by 50% would allow their strength to reach the peak of extraordinary level 8.
Wang Xian's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness.
Roar! He opened his huge mouth. Dense flames gathered in his mouth as he attacked the thunderfish in front of him. Whoosh! However, the thunderfish moved its body slightly and easily dodged his attack. They were only a few hundred meters away from each other. How could they be dodged in an instant? What a fast speed! Wang Xian was astonished. He didn't expect the heavy and huge thunderfish to be so agile. Lightning was considered to be the best in terms of speed. Boom! The flames that Wang Xian spat out landed heavily on the mountain peak and dissipated immediately. The mountain peak here had been struck by lightning for an unknown number of years. The internal structure of the mountain peak had changed and was extremely tough. Crash!
At this moment, the attack of the thunderfish arrived. Bolts of lightning struck at him. Wang Xian's body shook. In an instant, earthen yellow shields appeared in front of him and blocked in front of him.
His body moved and he moved forward. His terrifying dragon claws attacked the thunderfish.
The thunderfish's physical body could not be compared to his divine dragon body at all. Even though Wang Xian's current cultivation was only at level 5 of the extraordinary realm. Roar! Seeing Wang Xian's attack, the thunderfish raised its head. The sky suddenly lit up and terrifying bolts of lightning attacked Wang Xian directly.
Kacha! The lightning descended directly. With a move of Wang Xian's tail, a water screen instantly appeared above him.
Roar, roar!
The thunderfish roared again and another huge bolt of lightning descended.
Boom!
Wang Xian's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly dodged to the side. However, the moment the first bolt of lightning struck him, his body stiffened and his movements slowed down. Hiss!
Wang Xian swayed his body as a painful look appeared in his eyes.
Crackle, crackle! At this moment, Wang Xian suddenly realized that the entire sky had turned violent. He was slightly stunned as he looked to the side.
He saw that the 6 thunderfish were emitting dense thunderbolts from their bodies. The thunderbolts in the sky also condensed together.
Crash! Wang Xian quickly regained his senses and saw that the thunderfish in front of him had used the momentum to release the thunderbolts at the same time.
The thunderbolts in the sky became even more violent. The dark sky was torn into a long line.
Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. He raised his head and said, "Water Hazard Explosion City."
Water Hazard Explosion City.
In an instant, a sea water that covered an area of 2,000 meters and was more than 10 meters thick met the thunderbolts in the sky.
Boom. However, the water crisis exploding city was unable to withstand the lightning in the sky. The dense lightning was like the might of the heavens. Wang Xian's body shook and his entire body turned yellowish-brown.
Boom, boom, boom. The dense lightning landed on his body and tore open numerous wounds. Fresh blood that was emitting light flowed out, causing Wang Xian's body to tremble violently.
Fuck, if we were to fight in this place, even a transcendent level 9 would have a high chance of dying at their hands. Unless it's a lightning attribute powerhouse.
Wang Xian's face was slightly distorted. From the corner of his eye, he saw Ao Yao dodging continuously in the air. With his powerful speed, he was still struck by lightning many times. Half of his white body was turning black. The 7 thunderfish were like half of a magician. They were floating in the air and releasing lightning non-stop, attacking their bodies. Light dark fire dragon eyes.
Wuxia growled in a low voice. 2 streams of flames from his eyes attacked the thunderfish directly.
The wood world has descended.
The moment the light dark fire dragon eyes were released, the wood world had descended.
Streams of trees condensed from the azure dragon's energy covered the thunderfish directly. The tree branches wrapped around the thunderfish.
The thunderfish's body glowed brightly as countless lightning bolts shot out from its body.
The thunder fruit landed on the trees, causing them to turn black.
However, the descent of the tree world still restricted the thunderfish's movements.
The dragon's eyes of light and dark fire landed on its body, causing its pupils to reveal a panicked expression.
"Coo, cuckoo!"
It shouted loudly. At the area covered by the flames, bolts of lightning fell onto it, trying to extinguish it. This is the time. Wuxia moved his body and attacked the thunderfish directly. When the thunderfish saw Wuxia approaching it, it flew rapidly into the sky. Get down! Wuxia swung his huge tail and threw it towards the thunderfish. Boom! A terrifying force landed on the 10-meter-sized torpedo fish, causing it to crash heavily into the mountain peak. Crack! 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 A rock on the mountain peak cracked open, and the 10-meter-sized rock rolled towards the bottom of the mountain peak.
Wuxia moved his body and rushed over again.
The 2-meter radius around his upper abdomen was burned by the endless wood flames. His body was also subjected to the terrifying flames. The torpedo fish could only hurriedly set up a lightning barrier in front of him.
However, Wuxia's 30-meter-long body crashed heavily into the lightning and was knocked away.
The lightning broke apart like glass.
Wuxia's 20-meter-long body landed heavily on the torpedo fish again.
Boom!
Boom!
Boom! Some of the rocks on the mountain peak cracked open and rolled down slowly. Boom! At this moment, the same terrifying sound of collision could be heard from the side. Wuxia turned around and saw 3 thunder beasts crashing into the mountain peak. A smile appeared on his face.
On the Aoyao's side, it was obviously not a big problem to deal with 6 thunder beasts.
Go to hell!
Wuxia saw the thunder beasts spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. 2 pairs of dragon claws charged towards them.
It was a fatal blow. Cuckoo! Seeing Wuxia's attack, the thunder beast's abdomen began to bulge. Boom!
A lightning pillar was sent straight for the attack.
A dying struggle.
Wuxia's eyes revealed a cold expression. His body moved and he quickly dodged to the side.
Whoosh! Huh? You still want to escape? Wuxia narrowed his eyes slightly and the flames in his mouth shot straight at him. Coo!
Coo!
The injured thunderfish did not feel it. Even when the flames landed on its body, it did not resist.
Its body flew swiftly to the lightning while the fish scales on its body flickered with light.
A blue-green lightning bolt landed on its body.
The endless wood flames on its abdomen were slowly extinguished.
Oh no! It's going to recover! Wuxia's expression changed slightly. Coo!
The sound of the thunderfish was heard. On the other side, 6 heavily injured thunderfish leaped up and flew up the mountain.
Pooh! However, it was not that easy to shake off Aoyao. Aoyao's black and white figure flashed and arrived on top of a thunderfish's head. His claws went straight into its head.
Boom! A violent explosion occurred on its head. The body of the thunderfish was instantly put into the Aoyao's interspatial ring.
Cuckoo! Seeing another thunderfish die, the leader of the thunderfish let out an angry roar. The remaining 6 thunderfish were all gathered on the peak of the mountain, surrounding the 10-meter-wide area that was emitting a blue-green light. The injuries on their bodies were slowly recovering under the glow. Aoyao came to Wuxia's side in an instant with a solemn expression.
Dragon King, I'll kill them. Take the treasure on the top of the mountain. Aoyao clearly realized that the treasure on the top of the mountain was extraordinary.
It was definitely not simple for it to be able to heal the injuries on its body quickly and was valued by the thunderfish.
All right, be careful.
Wuxia looked at Aoyao and nodded.
Aoyao had some injuries on his body, but it was not a big deal.
Kill! Aoyao growled in a low voice. His body moved and instantly attacked the 6 thunderfish.
When the group of thunderfish saw Aoyu disappear into the air, their faces were filled with fear.
Roar! The leader of the thunderfish let out a furious roar. He opened his huge mouth and his 5 to 6 meter long fish whiskers stood up. Crackle!
The other 5 thunderfish also raised their heads like the leader of the thunderfish, and their fish whiskers stood up. The thundersnakes covered an area of 1,000 meters, and there was no gap at all.
Aoyu's figure was instantly forced out. The light and darkness on his body slowly intertwined together, blocking the surrounding thundersnakes. His speed did not decrease as he attacked the 6 thunderfish.
Coo, cuckoo!
The 6 lightning fishes flapped their huge wings and attacked Aoyu with lightning wings. The lightning fishes standing around the mountain peak have become stronger. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he arrived at the foot of the mountain peak.
Wrath of the Earth. Wang Xian transformed into the Earth Dragon God. The rich Earth attribute energy was boiling in his body as he unleashed the Earth attribute divine ability for the first time.
Wrath of the Earth. Rumble.
At the top of the mountain peak, the diameter of the mountain peak was about 200 meters.
The mountain peak that was struck by lightning all year round was extremely sturdy. However, Wang Xian's strength was not to be trifled with. The huge Earth attribute divine ability landed directly on the mountain peak.
The entire mountain peak started to tremble violently as huge rocks started to fall downwards.
Boom!
Boom! Boom!
Wang Xian swung his huge tail and swung it towards the top of the mountain peak. Boom!
Boom! Boom!
Streaks of tears appeared on the mountain peak as even larger rocks began to roll downwards. At this moment, at the bottom of the mountain peak, the thunderfish on the mountain peak could clearly sense the terrifying battle coming from the top of the mountain despite the cover of the dark clouds. Now, more than 10-meter-sized rocks were rolling downwards, causing the thunderfish to show terrified expressions.
They hurriedly ran towards the bottom of the mountain peak, afraid that they would be attacked by those huge rocks.
The entire main peak of the Thunder Island was in chaos. Boom! Boom!
Boom!
It's cracked.
When Wang Xian struck for dozens of times consecutively, an excited expression appeared on his face.
Crash! In an instant, the rocks 300 meters below the mountain peak started to collapse and fell downwards.
When the group of thunderfish realized that the mountain peak had collapsed, their faces revealed a furious expression.
Wang Xian moved his body and looked towards the area on the mountain peak that was emitting a blue-green light.
The mountain peak was slowly falling downwards. His gaze was fixed on it.
Coo, 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 coo. When the leader of the thunderfish saw this situation, his eyes slowly turned blood red. He roared as the lightning in the bluish-green area seemed to be pulled. Boom!
Bolts of lightning struck towards Aoyu.
Aoyu's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly dodged. Roar! The peak of the mountain began to collapse downwards. The bluish-green area also fell downwards. Wang Xian's face was filled with joy. However, all of a sudden, he saw 5 pairs of eyes staring at him. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. Roar! Roar! Roar!
The faces of the 5 thunderfish were filled with fury. The terrifying lightning struck directly at him.
Not good. Wang Xian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly went into defense.
However, this time it was a full-force strike from the 5 extraordinary level 8 thunderfish. Bolts of lightning struck on his defense.
In just a second, the lightning penetrated through Wang Xian's defense and landed on his body. Ah! Wang Xian instantly felt as if his body was being torn apart. His face was filled with malevolence.
You're courting death.
At this moment, Aoyu's figure blocked in front of Wang Xian. She immediately restrained the group of thunderfish. Wang Xian felt as if his body was about to shatter.
The attacks of the 5 thunderfish caused him to be severely injured in an instant.
This time, his injuries were very serious.
What is this thing?
Wang Xian's gaze suddenly caught sight of the blue-green area hanging on the mountain peak beside him. In the middle of the area, a blue-green wooden stick was inserted into the mountain peak.
Under his gaze, the blue-green light disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Wang Xian endured the pain on his body. With a move of his dragon claws, he clawed at the wooden stick. The blue-green wooden stick was about 1.5 meters long. The light was completely restrained and it looked like an ordinary tree. So, coo, roar.
When they saw Wuxia snatching away their treasures, they instantly went into a frenzy. They didn't even bother with the Ao Yao's attack. Endless thunderbolts struck at Wuxia.
Oh no! Wuxia's expression changed drastically. He quickly moved towards the mountain peak. Boom, boom, boom. A large amount of lightning bolts landed on his body. He could not help but spit out a large mouthful of fresh blood as his body fell downwards. Ding! Lightning strike would detected. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Wuxia was slightly stunned. His body moved and he quickly transformed into his human form. The lightning struck wood in his hand emitted a faint glow. A terrifying life force entered his body and repaired his broken body. However, compared to the almost fatal injury in Wuxia's body, this life force could not allow him to recover immediately. He could not even sustain the strength to fly. His body fell heavily towards the bottom of the mountain peak.
At this moment, the commotion caused by the main peak of the Lightning Island had attracted the attention of the mercenary groups from the Demon Hunters Academy. They didn't see the battle on the main peak of Thunder Island, but the sound of the mountain peak rolling down did reverberate throughout Thunder Island. Some people hesitated for a moment before rushing over to the main peak.
As the strongest amethyst mercenary group on Thunder Island, they hesitated for a moment before rushing over. Vice Commander, what happened at the main peak of the Thunder Island? Did someone break into the main peak?
In the central area of the Thunder Island, the members of the Amethyst mercenary group cautiously approached the main peak. A female student couldn't help but ask.
Impossible. The main peak of the Thunder Island is extremely dangerous. Vice Commander Xiao shook his head. He looked at the huge mountain peak in front of him. Even many of our academy's higher-ups don't dare to step onto the main peak, especially the position above the black cloud. In East Sea City, even a profound void martial artist wouldn't dare to rashly charge through it. Is it that dangerous? The female student said with a face full of shock. The thunderstorm region is already very dangerous. The main peak of the Thunder Island is a dangerous place. Deputy Commander Xiao nodded slowly.
Peng, peng, peng. At this moment, a series of loud sounds suddenly came from the top of the mountain.
The sound was like a fierce beast running. What's the situation? The members of the Amethyst mercenary group were slightly stunned, and their faces revealed a grave expression.
Deputy Commander Xiao and the other two extraordinary rank 6 women who did not belong to the Demon Hunter Academy hurriedly looked towards the top of the mountain. Not good, there are thunderfish roaring from the main peak. Everyone be careful, retreat.
Vice Commander Xiao looked over. His pupils couldn't help but shrink as he loudly reminded. The group of Amethyst mercenary group girls held their weapons tightly as they slowly retreated.
However, the dozen or so frightened thunderfish on the main peak were extremely terrifying.
The group of girls hadn't retreated far when the group of thunderfish rushed down. Be careful, everyone be careful. Not good. There are at least 4 or 5 Transcendent Level 6 thunderfish. The rest are all Transcendent Level 5. When the members of the Amethyst mercenary group saw this situation, their expressions changed drastically.
Immediately use the communication stone plate to call for help. Deputy Commander Xiao hurriedly shouted, his face revealing an embarrassed expression.
More than a dozen thunderfish had come at once, especially those 5 thunderfish. With their strength, they were completely unable to deal with them. Back then, those 5 extraordinary rank 6 thunderfish were dealt with by more than 200 people at once.
Just their Amethyst mercenary group of 28 people was completely not a match for this group of thunderfish. In fact, they might even be killed by this group of thunderfish.
Coo, coo, coo. The group of thunderfish rushed down from the main peak. They looked at the members of the Amethyst mercenary group, their bodies revealing their ferocity. The dozen or so thunderfish stared at them coldly, completely treating them as food. The eyes of the 5 Transcendent Rank 6 beasts slowly swayed their fishtails.
Defense, we've already sent out the call for help. Soon, the members of the other mercenary groups will come over to help us.
Seeing the group of thunderfish staring at them, Vice Commander Xiao growled in a low voice. The girls of the Amethyst mercenary group had cold sweat on their foreheads. They gritted their teeth and clenched the weapons in their hands tightly. Crackle! However, something troublesome happened. The group of frightened thunderfish instantly launched an attack, attacking the Amethyst mercenary group. Fight!
Deputy Commander Xiao shouted and pulled out his long saber, directly slashing at a thunderfish.
1,000-meter-long saber light appeared in front of him. Deputy Commander Zhao's strength was not weaker than a male's. Kill!
The other girls had also been through countless trials and tribulations. Even if they encountered a fierce beast stronger than them, they did not panic at all.
Little Qing, be careful. A girl beside her reminded Qing. Among them, Qing's strength was the weakest. Facing this group of beasts with the lowest rank of transcendence, she didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Qing tightly gripped the long sword in her hand and nodded. Crackle, crackle.
Right at this moment, more than 10 thunderfish released their attacks at the same time.
Lightning instantly covered a radius of 1 kilometer.
The group of Amethyst mercenary group girls hurriedly put up their defenses. Qing also released a water screen on her body. However, although it blocked the attack of the thunderfish, the water screen was also destroyed.
This caused her expression to change slightly. One had to know that he was standing at the back, and her attack was the weakest.
It was not an exaggeration to say that if she were to defend against the lightning directly, she would definitely be electrocuted to death.
Kill! The 3 rank 6 transcendents of the Amethyst mercenary group shouted and charged forward.
A dozen rank 5 transcendents followed closely behind.
Coo 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 coo.
The group of thunderfish emitted lightning as they charged forward. They waved their fins and tails, releasing bolts of lightning snakes.
The bodies of the thunderfish weren't that strong, but compared to humans, they were several times stronger.
Their fish scales flickered with lightning, and not only could they unleash powerful attacks, they also had powerful defenses.
Surround and attack. The group of people leaped into the sky, and 28 girls surrounded and attacked 15 beasts.
Ah! However, at this moment, a female member of the Amethyst mercenary group let out a scream.
A female Transcendent Level 5 was swept by a Transcendent Level 6 thunderfish, and her body was heavily pushed back, spitting out blood. She was heavily injured with just 1 strike.
Everyone's expression changed. The gap was too big.
Restrain them. Restrain them. Deputy Commander Zhao's expression changed drastically as he shouted loudly. It's Commander! The girls from the Amethyst mercenary group felt a wave of fear in their hearts as they replied loudly.
Their expressions were extremely ugly as they unleashed all of their strength.
They were afraid that today they would... Bang! Qing and the 4 Transcendent Level 4 girls were restraining a Transcendent Level 5 thunderfish. She seized an opportunity and slashed the long sword in her hand heavily onto the thunderfish's body. However, what shocked him was that when the water energy condensed into a 100-meter-long water sword landed on the thunderfish's body, there wasn't the slightest injury. The thunderfish suddenly turned around and swept its gaze towards the 4 girls surrounding it. Its eyes revealed a disdainful expression. It moved its fish whiskers and a lightning whip instantly attacked her. The girl's expression changed drastically, and the long sword in her hand quickly waved. Bang, bang, bang. Tens of thousands of golden rays slashed at the lightning whip. However, they were still unable to block the lightning whip. Her expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly flew into the sky. Pa! However, the lightning whip suddenly accelerated and directly swung at the girl's body. Ah! The girl's body emitted a yellowish energy, but even so, she still let out a scream and landed heavily on the ground.
If it wasn't for the Transcendent Level 4 armor, she might have died.
Seeing the girl fall, Lei Yu moved and attacked the girl on the right. Qing saw her companion fall to the ground in an instant and saw Lei Yu attacking her. Her face instantly turned pale.
She did not have Transcendent Level 4 armor. Once she was attacked, she would definitely die.
Her body trembled slightly. Water sword, water explosion.
She gritted her teeth and immediately displayed her strongest ability.
Boom! However, the fish scales on the thunderfish's body instantly emitted a blue light and charged towards Qing without slowing down. It opened its huge mouth, revealing densely packed teeth. Clearly, it wanted to swallow Qing in one gulp. Qing, be careful.
Not good, little Qing, quickly dodge.
It's over. When the surrounding girls saw this scene, their faces were filled with terror.
Qing's face was also filled with despair. A transcendent level 5 thunderfish was not something she could contend against.
Father, mother, brother.
Her body trembled.
Pong! However, just as she thought that she was about to be swallowed into her stomach, something suddenly fell from the sky and directly smashed onto the head of the thunderfish. Bang! A loud sound was heard.
How did it feel to fall from a height of 5 to 6,000 meters?
Perhaps some people didn't know, but Wang Xian could fully experience it now.
At this moment, Wang Xian felt as though his entire body was crippled. His body was in extreme pain.
The attacks from the few thunderfish nearly killed him. Fortunately, he had the body of a divine dragon. Furthermore, the lightning wood in his hand had managed to heal Wang Xian's body with its immense vitality. That was why he didn't die.
However, even so, after he reverted to his human form, the Azure Dragon's energy had become stronger and covered the important parts of his body. The other parts of his body were filled with wounds.
All of them were torn apart by the lightning. They were densely packed and looked extremely terrifying. Compared to these external injuries, the internal injuries were also very serious. After being thrown, they were even more serious. However, fortunately, he felt as if he had landed on a soft spot. At this moment, the lightning fish was directly smashed on its head. It was a little stunned.
Qing, who was only 2 to 3 meters away from the lightning fish's huge mouth, was even more stunned.
She thought that she was going to be swallowed by the lightning fish in one gulp. However, she did not expect that a person would descend from the sky and directly smash onto the lightning fish's head. Xiao Qing, run! The few companions around were also a little stunned. However, they immediately reacted and shouted at Qing. Qing reacted and hurriedly retreated.
Cuckoo!
The thunderfish gradually regained consciousness and let out a low roar. Wang Xian also regained consciousness. When he heard this voice, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes.
It was all because of this damn thunderfish that nearly killed him. In the end, at this moment, the thunderfish beneath him moved. Wang Xian immediately realized that he seemed to have landed on a thunderfish.
Gritting his teeth, he moved the thunderstrike wood in his hand. The thunderstrike wood immediately lengthened and pierced into the head of the thunderfish in an instant. The thunderstrike wood, which was accompanied by lightning, caused the thunderfish's body to tremble. Then it laid on the ground without moving. He died from the impact. Qing and the other girls were completely stunned when they saw this scene.
Fuck, the thunderfish that they were attacking was actually killed by a person who fell from the sky.
Who is this?
Is he still alive?
One of the girls widened her eyes and couldn't help but ask.
Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He laid on the corpse of the thunderfish and looked to the side.
He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he was in the middle of a group of people fighting against the thunderfish.
His body trembled slightly as he used the thunderstruck wood to support his body. He struggled to stand up.
Cough, cough. He couldn't help but cough. Drops of blood flowed out from his mouth.
However, Qing and the other 3 girls who had been paying attention to Wang Xian were stunned when they saw him standing up.
That new student, it's actually him. They looked at Wang Xian, who was in an extremely miserable state, and were filled with astonishment.
That arrogant fellow actually descended from the sky and even smashed the thunderfish to death, saving Qing's life.
Quick, return to the formation. We are not a match for this group of ferocious beasts. Quickly hide in the formation to block them. At this moment, Deputy Commander Zhao's voice suddenly came from the side. At this moment, her face was in an extremely sorry state. There was a black scar on her arm. It was left behind by a thunderfish during the battle just now. The 3 of them were Transcendent Level Rank 6 experts, along with 5 Transcendent Level Rank 5 experts. They were able to pin down 5 Transcendent Level Rank 6 thunderfish. However, they only managed to hold on for 2 minutes. If the battle continued, they would definitely be annihilated.
Quick, get into the formation. The anxious voices of the members of the Amethyst mercenary group could be heard from the side. Qin Qing and the other girls took a glance at Wang Xian before they hurriedly fled towards the formation.
Get into the formation.
Perhaps it was Wang Xian who saved her life. Qin Qing turned around and shouted at Wang Xian while she was fleeing.
However, a transcendent level 5 girl who was flying over immediately brought her into the formation. Activate. Deputy Chief Xiao saw the group of members entering the formation and shouted hurriedly.
Buzz!
A water blue formation rose up and formed a protective barrier with a radius of 100 meters. It protected all of them inside. Bang! A rank 6 transcendent lightning fish that was chasing after them crashed heavily into the array formation. Boom!
The array formation trembled violently. Clearly, the highest level of the array formation was rank 6 transcendent.
Crackle, crackle. A lightning fish released powerful lightning strikes that landed on the array formation, causing it to tremble once again.
Pung ping ping.
The group of lightning fish saw that all of them were hiding within the array formation, so they flew over and gathered in front of them. A few thunderfish collided violently.
Injured members, take your pills immediately. The transcendent level 6 array formation won't be able to hold on for long. If the other students from the academy come over, we'll be in trouble. When Deputy Commander Xiao saw that some of the thunderfish were gathering in front of them and attacking nonstop, his expression was extremely solemn as he said in a low voice,
Sister Yuan and Sister Liang are injured. What should we do? Why aren't they here yet?
If they don't come,
we're completely no match for these ferocious beasts. I hope the array can hold on a little longer. The girls from the Amethyst mercenary group said in a flustered manner. Their faces were filled with worry. Deputy Commander, that new student is that new student. At this moment, Qin Qing and the 2 girls called out to Deputy Leader Xiao. They widened their eyes and pointed outside the array formation. Huh? What's going on? Deputy Leader Xiao frowned and looked at them. It's that new student. He suddenly fell from the sky. If he didn't hit the thunderfish, Xiao Qing might be in danger. One of the girls pointed outside and said with a strange and anxious expression.
Eh?
Deputy Captain Xiao was slightly taken aback. A look of astonishment appeared on her face as she looked in the direction they were pointing at. The members of the Amethyst mercenary group around also turned their heads.
In an instant, when they saw that extremely miserable figure, a look of astonishment appeared on their faces.
It's him, the new Wang Xian. That arrogant fellow. Why is he here?
What's going on? The wounds on his body are so serious. It feels like half of him is about to die. It's over. Lei, you found him. He's going to die soon. The female students of the Amethyst mercenary group, Wang Xian, widened their eyes and exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, the arrogant fellow in their hearts had wounds all over his body. He was holding a wooden stick in his hand. He was as miserable as he could be. He fell from the sky. He must have received some kind of attack and landed beside us.
A girl quickly said to Deputy Chief Xiao. This? Deputy Chief Xiao frowned. He looked at Wang Xian, who was standing there supporting his body as though he could fall at any moment. He shook his head slowly.
She looked at the group of thunderfish in front of her and said, he has been seen by the thunderfish. He is doomed.
The group of girls from the Amethyst mercenary group looked over. As expected, 2 thunderfish saw him and were crawling towards him slowly.
Wang Xian also saw 2 extraordinary level 5 thunderfish walking towards him. It was obvious that they wanted to eat him up. You were courting death.
He raised his head and his eyes were filled with calmness. Bang bang.
A violent collision sound was heard.
The water blue array trembled as if it could disappear at any time.
The members of the Amethyst mercenary group stood inside with pale faces, looking at the group of thunderfish in front of them in fear.
Some of the girls looked at the figure standing on the left in shock. The 2 thunderfish slowly walked towards him with a playful expression. It's over. It's over. That freshman is going to die. One of the girls from the Amethyst mercenary group said with a pale face. Ignore him for now, we're going to die soon. Crackle. H. The array is about to crack.
As the girls said this, a few rank 6 extraordinary thunderfish suddenly released lightning and attacked the array.
In an instant, all the girls turned their heads and stared nervously at the surrounding array formation. The water blue array formation rippled, and a small crack slowly appeared above it. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Amethyst mercenary group looked extremely embarrassed.
Later, I and the two captains will stop them. You guys run first. Vice Captain Xiao gritted his teeth, looked at the two women beside him, and said resolutely, "No, Vice Leader, let's fight together." "Yes, Vice Leader, we won't run. We want to fight together with you."
The Amethyst mercenary group's girls heard Vice Leader Zhao's words and bit their lips with reddened eyes.
"Stop talking. We will fight together if we can escape."
Vice Leader Xiao glanced at them and said sternly,
"We're the ones holding you back. If you want to escape, then you should be the ones escaping." A girl said with a choked voice. "Shut up and obey the order." Deputy Commander Xiao shouted coldly, tightly holding the long saber in his hand.
Bang, bang, bang.
At this moment, 3 transcendent level 5 thunderfish crashed heavily into the array formation.
The water blue formation shook violently, and the crack in the sky grew bigger and bigger. All the girls in the Amethyst mercenary group looked at the thunderfish in front of them. On the left, 2 level 5 extraordinary thunderfish were walking slowly towards Wang Xian. They were walking in a playful manner and staring at him with a cold gaze. Soon, they were 10 meters away from him.
COO, cuckoo. The 2 extraordinary level 5 thunderfish looked at each other and sped up abruptly. They pounced directly at Wang Xian. "You two are courting death." Wang Xian's entire body was in a mess. He looked extremely miserable.
However, it was still very easy for him to deal with some extraordinary level 5 ferocious beasts. He raised his head and looked at the 2 thunderfish pouncing at him expressionlessly. He slowly raised the lightning strike wood in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the distance between the 2 of them was only 1 meter, 2 blue-green spears shot out from the lightning strike wood in Wang Xian's hand. The spears easily penetrated the heads of the 2 thunderfish. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 thunderfish landed heavily on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, an even louder sound came from the side. Wang Xian raised his head and looked over. He saw more than 10 thunderfish attacking the formation at the same time. Crack, crack, crack. The formation surged violently and the cracks began to expand rapidly. Crack, crack.
Another thunderbolt that covered a radius of 1,000 meters landed on the formation. The formation trembled for a moment before it slowly disappeared.
Listen to my orders. I and the 2 captains will defend against them. You guys should escape quickly. The moment the formation was broken, Deputy Captain Xiao, who was standing at the front, and the 2 women beside him roared loudly. A 2,000-meter-long blade light. A ball of exploding flames. Sand fell from the sky. 3 powerful divine abilities attacked the dozen or so thunderfish. Coo-coo, coo-coo. However, the thunderfish seemed to have been prepared. The 3 rank 6 transcendence bodies lit up, and the scales formed by lightning met the 3 divine abilities. The rest of the thunderfish attacked them. Not good, run. When Deputy Commander Xiao saw this situation, a look of despair appeared on his face. He shouted at the girls behind him. Deputy Commander, we want to fight with you.
That's right, even if we die, we won't run.
Behind him, the girls from the mercenary group gritted their teeth and shouted with bloodshot eyes. Crackle.
Oh no! There was a sound of thunder and lightning. Deputy Commander Xiao raised his head and immediately raised the long saber in his hand.
You can't escape now if you want to. The thunder and lightning landed on the long saber and transmitted to his body, causing him to feel numb and spit out large chunks of black blood.
She said with a face full of despair.
Roar, roar. Deputy Commander Xiao fell heavily to the ground. The group of thunderfish let out excited roars and quickly attacked them. I'll fight it out with you.
The 2 rank 6 extraordinary women saw that Deputy Commander Xiao was injured and their faces were filled with determination as they faced the 5 rank 6 extraordinary thunderfish.
Bang, bang. However, in just an instant, the 2 of them were swept to the ground by the tail of the fish and were heavily injured. So, coo-coo.
When the group of thunderfish saw the 3 strongest of them fall to the ground, they let out an excited cry and stopped attacking.
They slowly walked forward as if they were looking at their prey. Vice Leader,
The group of Amethyst mercenary group girls behind them ran to their side with faces full of despair. Cough, cough, I hope that we can still be sisters in our next lives. Vice Leader Xiao looked at them and smiled bitterly with a pale face. Vice Leader, it's our fault. We're too weak and dragged you down. A girl cried out. We don't want to be born in the same year and month, but we want to die in the same year and month. We can still be sisters in the next life. The girls from the Amethyst mercenary group said sorrowfully. Around them, a group of thunderfish walked over slowly and were prepared to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. Wang Xian, who was standing at the side, watched quietly. When he saw his mercenary group in despair, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Sigh, how touching! Wang Xian was full of surprise at their performance in the midst of life and death. He hesitated for a moment and said softly. His sudden voice resonated in the surroundings, causing the girls in the Amethyst mercenary group to be completely stunned. Even the group of thunderfish turned their heads to see who was the one who wanted to die and interrupted their meal. Wang Xian. That freshman, he didn't die. What is he trying to do? If he didn't die, why isn't he running away? The group of girls from the Amethyst mercenary group looked over and revealed a shocked expression. A tearful little face stared at him with widened eyes. What a touching friendship! When Wang Xian saw them looking over, a faint smile appeared on his face. This made everyone in the Amethyst mercenary group a little dumbfounded. What was he trying to do? Cuckoo. Cuckoo. Palipala. A guy who appeared out of nowhere was showing off in front of them. It was obvious that the group of thunderfish would not let him get away with it. Thunder and lightning instantly attacked Wang Xian. Be careful. Xin couldn't help but remind Wang Xian loudly when she saw the thunderfish attacking him. Although this freshman had crippled her younger brother's limbs, he had saved her life just now. She couldn't help but remind him loudly. Wang Xian couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw a 1-meter-thick thunderbolt heading straight for him. He raised the thunderbolt wood in his hand and met the bolt of lightning. It's over. Seeing Wang Xian holding a wooden stick to meet the bolt of lightning released by an extraordinary level 6 thunderfish, some of the girls in the Amethyst mercenary group even closed their eyes. Fuck. My injuries are really serious. When the bolt of lightning entered the thunderbolt wood, Wang Xian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His injuries were too severe. He had to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood to receive an attack from an extraordinary level 6 ferocious beast. Moreover, this was under the circumstances where he had the thunderbolt wood as a natural treasure. If he didn't have it, this attack would take half of his life. He caught it. The female students of the Amethyst mercenary group widened their eyes when they saw that Wang Xian had actually caught this thunderbolt. This was an attack released by a transcendent level 6. He could actually receive it so easily. Even their deputy leader didn't dare to receive the attack from a transcendent level 6 thunderfish head-on. However, what shocked them even more was that the new student was actually walking slowly towards the group of thunderfish. Was he crazy? Roar. The group of thunderfish was enraged when they saw Wang Xian catching the lightning bolt and walking towards them. 2 extraordinary level 5 thunderfish moved and attacked him. You're courting death. Wang Xian looked at the group of thunderfish and the lightning wood in his hand fell heavily onto the ground. At this moment, numerous blue-green vines drilled out from the ground. The vines covered all the thunderfish within. The vines were like poisonous snakes as they pierced through the thunderfish one by one. Poo poo poo. Gugga gugga goo goo. The 2 thunderfish that were attacking him were pierced through by the vines and were killed instantly. The sound of the thunderfish being pierced and their screams could be heard from the back. Hiss. Wang Xian mobilized the energy in his body and blood flowed out from his mouth again. Bang bang bang. Everyone in the Amethyst mercenary group was stunned. This included Vice Leader Xiao and the 2 team leaders who were at Transcendent Level 6. What did they see? One move. He easily placed a wooden stick on the ground with his arm, and a large number of thunderfish were killed or injured. How could his strength be so terrifying? Coo coo. At this moment, a series of angry voices were heard. Everyone looked over hurriedly with an embarrassed expression on their faces. 3 level 6 extraordinary thunderfish were not hit in their vitals. When the 3 thunderfish saw that their comrades were killed and that there was a long wound on their body, their eyes turned red.
Coo-coo! The 3 level 6 extraordinary thunderfish roared loudly. Their voices reverberated within a radius of a few thousand meters. Their bodies were emitting blue lightning rays. This is really troublesome. Wang Xian's face turned a little black. He pointed at the thunderstruck wood with his hand. Whoosh! 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 Before the lightning was released, 3 wooden spears that were 10 meters long attacked them. On the wooden spears, the glow of lightning was flickering.
Wang Xian did not have the lightning attribute. Everything was due to the powerful effect of the thunderstruck wood.
Ft, ft, ft. The wooden spear was extremely terrifying. The members of the Amethyst mercenary group saw a shadow closely. Roar! 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 In less than a second, they heard the screams of the last 3 thunderfish. Everyone widened their eyes. Wang Xian staggered and almost fell to the ground. He quickly used the lightning wood to support himself. Some of the wounds on his body were bleeding.
When the members of the Amethyst mercenary group saw that Wang Xian almost fell to the ground, they were alarmed.
He is so strong. With such serious injuries on his body, he was actually able to kill a level 6 extraordinary thunderfish in 1 hit.
A female student mumbled as her eyes were filled with disbelief.
The rest of the female students were also in a daze.
The person in front of them was a freshman from the Demon Hunters Academy. Furthermore, he was an extremely arrogant freshman in their eyes. Furthermore, when he first came to the Thunder Island, a few girls were prepared to teach him a lesson.
Now that they saw this scene,
teach him a lesson? They finally knew that he had told them that this was their wise choice back then. If they had really wanted to teach him a lesson back then, they would have been killed instantly.
He was the one who saved us. His strength is at least at transcendent level 7. He isn't arrogant at all. With his strength, if he were to be arrogant. A girl mumbled. She looked at Wang Xian, who was heavily injured. Instead, a hint of admiration appeared in her eyes.
Thank you for saving us.
Deputy Captain Xiao endured the pain in her body and stood up slowly. She thanked Wang Xian. Her expression was complicated.
She was a little dazed when she saw a freshman who had killed more than a dozen ferocious beasts that almost killed them in an instant despite his serious injuries.
Wang Xian waved his hand and sat cross-legged on the ground. He placed the lightning strike wood on his leg and began to heal his injuries quickly. Thank you for saving us. The rest of the girls also spoke to Wang Xian respectfully with complicated expressions.
Some of the girls sized up Wang Xian and a hint of admiration gradually appeared in their eyes. He's so strong. It's unbelievable that a new student could be so strong. It's all thanks to him today.
Yeah, he saved us even when he was heavily injured. I'm touched. He's such a good man. I even mocked him not long ago. I'm really blind. I regret it so much. I'll apologize to him later.
Yeah, we even said that he was arrogant. With his strength, there's no need for him to be arrogant at all. He can be considered very low-key.
Look at him. Did you notice that he's very handsome? I don't know how he got injured so badly.
The group of girls looked at Wang Xian without concealing their eyes. Their faces were filled with regret, admiration, and admiration.
Qin Qing also looked at Wang Xian in a daze. She didn't expect that the person who crippled her younger brother's limbs was actually a terrifying powerhouse who was at least at transcendent level 7.
Recalling her younger brother's provocation back then, she smiled bitterly.
It was already good enough that she didn't kill her younger brother after offending such a situation. When he recovers, we have to thank him properly. Deputy Captain Tang whispered to the group of girls beside him. Everyone in the Amethyst mercenary group nodded and began to treat their wounds. Their eyes would occasionally look at Wang Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Deputy Leader Xiao, do you still need help if you encounter any danger?
At this moment, a voice was heard. Following that, they saw the group from the Young Master's mercenary group arriving.
A group of 20 people with 3 special lines on their faces walked in the center. Their voices rang out in the surroundings. One by one, they flew down from the sky and scanned their surroundings.
Deputy Commander Xiao, your luck is a little bad this time. You actually encountered so many powerful thunderfish. Yun Hanhai looked at Deputy Leader Xiao, who was treating his wounds, and asked in surprise.
Yes. When Deputy Leader Xiao saw them arriving, he swept his gaze across Wang Xian. Suddenly, he frowned and nodded his head slowly. We encountered some danger just now. We don't need your help now. You guys can go back to your work.
Thank you.
Deputy Leader Zhao's eyes flickered as he asked.
The group of girls from the Amethyst mercenary group looked at each other when they saw them. They glanced at Wang Xian, who was at the side, and thought to themselves, this is not good.
Yes, we have settled everything. Thank you, Deputy Leader Yun, for coming to help us. There's no need for that now. Let us recuperate for a while. You guys can go on with your work. Yes. Thank you, young master, for coming to help us.
A few girls hurriedly said to Yun Hanhai and the others, Vice Regiment Commander Xiao, what kind of danger have you encountered?
At this moment, another voice came from afar. Following that, more than 10 people rushed over from not far away. Vice Regiment Commander Xiao frowned slightly. It's fine. Sorry for disturbing everyone. You guys go back to your work. It's fine. The 10 or so youths who came shook their heads and looked at the young master's mercenary group at the side. They hurriedly said, Deputy Regiment Commander Yun, you're here too. Yun Hanhai nodded. I saw the Amethyst mercenary group calling for help, so I came. Oh right. Did you guys see that newborn kid? Yun Hanhai asked the group of mercenary group members. No. If we meet him, we will definitely tell Deputy Leader Yun. The leader of the group of mercenaries said hurriedly. Yun Hanhai nodded his head indifferently and said coldly, He's just a kid. He's hiding very well. The group of girls from the Amethyst mercenary group frowned when they heard Yun Hanhai's words. Their eyes would glance at Wang Xian from time to time.
At this moment, Wang Xian's entire body was in tatters. There were wounds all over his body. Therefore, he was not discovered for the time being. However, if one were to take a closer look, they would definitely realize that he was the person they were looking for.
Currently, although Wang Xian's strength was abnormally strong, he was severely injured. When he attacked just now, he almost fell down. He had already reached his limit. If he was discovered by the people in the young master's mercenary group at this moment, it would be troublesome.
All right.
Yun Hanhai nodded his head and looked at Deputy Chief Xiao. If the Amethyst mercenary group encounters that kid, please inform Deputy Chief Xiao. Sure. Deputy Chief Xiao nodded his head perfunctorily. That. Suddenly, one of the members of the mercenary group at the side looked at Wang Xian with a surprised expression. Isn't that the new Wang Xian? He pointed his finger over and asked with an astonished expression. Ha! The members of the young master's mercenary group and the people beside him were slightly stunned as they looked over with an astonished expression. Yun Hanhai squinted his eyes slightly as he looked at Wang Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. He didn't notice when he saw a few members of the Amethyst mercenary group who were severely injured and recovering while sitting cross-legged on the ground. Now it seemed like, Wang Xian.
Deputy Leader Xiao, you guys are a little unscrupulous. You are clearly here, yet you didn't tell us.
Yun Hanhai glanced at her and slowly waved at the person beside him. That's right, Deputy Leader Xiao. This kid has repeatedly embarrassed our young master's mercenary group. Moreover, we have already announced that we are going to deal with this kid. If we let him escape this time, our young master's mercenary group will be greatly embarrassed. A young man beside Yun Hanhai walked out and said to Deputy Leader Xiao with a smile on his face. Wow! As he said that, he pulled out the long sword in his hand and stared at Wang Xian coldly. A teasing look appeared on his face as he said, Hey kid! Wake up! Wang Xian sensed the people from the young master's mercenary group. He frowned slightly and ignored them.
Just as the Amethyst mercenary group had guessed, the 3 attacks earlier had drained all his strength. Now he had to recover.
In just a few minutes, he would be able to fight for about 10 seconds. Hee. Looks like your injuries are not light. TSK. I think there's no need for you to suffer so much. Let us send you to hell. When the young man saw that Wang Xian did not respond, he held his long sword and spoke mockingly as he walked over.
Stop. Qin Xing and the other 7 or 8 girls who were not injured stood up immediately and shouted at the young man. They moved and immediately came in front of them to block him.
Ha! The young man was slightly stunned. He turned around and looked at Yun Hanhai.
Deputy Commander Xiao, what's going on? You didn't tell us that that kid was with you just now, so why are you stopping us now?
Yun Hanhai's eyes flickered. Doesn't this kid have a grudge with you? Deputy Commander Yun. This friend just saved our lives, so we naturally have to protect him. Deputy Commander Zhao's face was slightly pale as he stood up and said to Yun Hanhai, Deputy Captain Xiao, what do you mean by this? Yun Hanhai's face turned cold slowly. You want to protect this kid? He saved our lives. Naturally, we have to protect our benefactor. Deputy Captain Xiao stared at Yun Hanhai expressionlessly.
Deputy Captain Xiao, you have to know that this kid is someone that our young master must kill. He must die. No one can stop him.
Yun Hanhai stared at her coldly and walked slowly towards Wang Xian.
The people beside him immediately followed behind.
He provoked our young master's mercenary group. No matter who he is, he must die.
A middle-aged powerhouse beside Yun Hanhai swept a cold glance at the members of the Amethyst mercenary group and said coldly,
Young master's mercenary group. Don't tell me you want to go against our Amethyst mercenary group. Vice Commander Xiao also walked over with an embarrassed expression and confronted them. You want to go against our young master's mercenary group because of a kid? Yun Hanhai's expression immediately darkened as he coldly said. Vice Commander Xiao and the others didn't say anything. However, they stood in front of him and said everything. He must die, Xiao Yuanyuan. All of you are already injured. You can't stop us. Yun Hanhai said with a cold face. We will protect him today. Don't even think about hurting him.
Deputy Commander Xiao pulled out the long saber in his hand and said with a determined face.
The girls of the Amethyst mercenary group also took out their weapons and stared at Yun Hanhai and the others angrily. Wang Xian was their savior. If Wang Xian didn't save them earlier, they would be dead by now.
As for their savior, they couldn't possibly watch the members of the young master's mercenary group kill him.
The group of girls from the Amethyst mercenary group stared at Yun Hanhai and the rest with hostility. They didn't show any signs of weakness. Yun Hanhai's face instantly darkened when he saw them pull out their weapons. You guys don't have a grudge against this kid, right?
Now, for his sake, you guys are actually going against us.
He clenched his fists tightly and said in a cold voice.
Give our Amethyst mercenary group some face. Deputy Commander Xiao said with a gloomy face. They also didn't want to become enemies with Young Master's mercenary group.
All the members of Young Master's mercenary group had extraordinary backgrounds. It was definitely not a wise choice to make an enemy out of them.
Even though they were the third-ranked mercenary group in the Demon Hunter College, they didn't dare to provoke them easily. I'll give you face, but this kid won't give us face. Yun Hanhai sneered. With a move of his arm, a long sword appeared in his hand. His gaze swept over Vice Commander Xiao and the others carrying a trace of killing intent. You are already injured. You are no match for us now. Don't force us into a corner.
Clang, clang, clang. Behind him, the group of Young Master's mercenary group members directly pulled out their weapons.
Especially those middle-aged men. Their bodies were filled with killing intent as they coldly stared at the Amethyst mercenary group members.
We will not take a step back, Vice Commander Xiao said with a resolute expression. Good, good. Yun Hanhai's expression changed slightly as he looked to the side. Lu Zisher, kill this brat for me. In the future, there will be benefits for all of you. Oh! The group of youths from the Zhanhai mercenary group who were standing at the side and watching the situation suddenly froze when they heard Yun Hanhai's words. The expression of the youth in the lead changed slightly. Vice Commander Yun, are we in or out? Yun Hanhai's sharp gaze looked over. That youth's leader revealed a hesitant expression.
You dare?
Zhanhai mercenary group, if you dare to make a move, you'll be making an enemy out of our Amethyst mercenary group. Vice Commander Xiao looked over and coldly said, I will take care of the financial mercenary group for you.
Yun Hanhai revealed a smile as he stared at Vice Commander Xiao and the others. As long as one of you dares to protect that brat, my young master's mercenary group will kill anyone. I, Yun Han Hai, will definitely do what I say.
Hearing his words, the faces of the Amethyst mercenary group instantly turned ugly. The young leader of the Zhanhai mercenary group had a drastic change of expression as he looked at his companions. All right, Vice Leader Yun, we will listen to your orders. In the end, the young man gritted his teeth and said loudly,
All right, don't worry. I will definitely reward all of you in the future.
Yun Hanhai revealed a smile and laughed out loud. Yes, it's Vice Captain Yun. The group of young men nodded with smiles on their faces. They looked at Wang Xian, who was behind the Amethyst mercenary group, with a hint of killing intent in their eyes. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending the young master's mercenary group and Vice Captain Yun and the rest. You're the one who's courting death. You can't blame anyone else. As they spoke, they slowly walked towards Wang Xian. The Amethyst mercenary group stared at them coldly.
However, they were not afraid. Although the Amethyst mercenary group was ranked higher than the young master's mercenary group, the young master's mercenary group was even more terrifying.
Between these two mercenary groups, they knew what to choose. All right. Just you wait and see. Zhanhai's mercenary group.
A girl stared at them angrily.
Whoever dares to stop Zhanhai's friends will be killed. Yun Hanhai glanced at the girl and ordered the people beside him.
Yes, Vice Leader.
A dozen middle-aged men nodded heavily. They held their weapons and glared at the members of the Amethyst mercenary group with killing intent. They had no doubt that these people would attack them. The members of the Amethyst mercenary group, who were already severely injured, were no match for them. This made the girls bite their lips tightly and stare at the Zhanhai mercenary group with murderous intent.
The young men of the Zhanhai mercenary group ignored them and walked towards Wang Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground with their weapons in hand.
Deputy Leader, what should we do? Qing looked worried when she saw them walking towards Wang Xian. She asked anxiously. Deputy Leader Xiao was also extremely embarrassed. His expression kept changing. Hee. A smile appeared on Yun Hanhai's face. He stood there arrogantly and said loudly, How dare you offend our young master's mercenary group? Forget about the purple crystal. Even if the Tiger Lion mercenary group wanted to protect him, they wouldn't be able to do so. Hurry up and make your move.
He snorted coldly, and the young men from the Zhanhai mercenary group quickened their pace.
The faces of the Amethyst mercenary group turned pale. They held their weapons tightly and were ready to make their move at any time. Phew! Get out of the way. At this moment, Wang Xian opened his eyes slowly and said to the group of girls from the Amethyst mercenary group in front of him, You're awake. All the girls turned their heads immediately. When they saw Wang Xian standing up, they were pleasantly surprised. Student Wang, the injuries on your body.
Qing walked over hurriedly and wanted to reach out to help him up. However, when she saw that Wang Xian had already stood up, she said helplessly,
It will take a few more days for you to recover. However, you can make your move now. While they were confronting each other, Wang Xian had already recovered a little of his energy. He smiled and said again, Get out of the way first. I'll kill them first.
The members of the Amethyst mercenary group felt a chill in their hearts. One by one, the girls quickly made way for them.
Kill us? Kid, are you out of your mind? When Yun Hanhai saw the members of the Amethyst mercenary group making way for them, he raised his head slightly and said with a smile on his face, The members of your young master's mercenary group are really courting death.
Wang Xian slowly picked up the lightning strike wood. There was a bluish-green glow on it as he gently placed it on the ground.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
What? If you dare to attack, kill him.
When the lightning strike would landed on the ground, numerous thorns that were accompanied by lightning instantly emerged from the ground and attacked the members of the young master's mercenary group.
When Yun Hanhai saw that Wang Xian still dared to attack, his eyes were filled with killing intent.
However, at this moment, a thorn pierced through the body of the middle-aged man who was a level 6 transcendent. This stunned Yun Hanhai instantly. The screams of the level 6 transcendent were just the beginning. Later on, the members of the young master's mercenary group were killed instantly without any strength to resist.
Yun Hanhai's face was filled with shock. His body trembled and the armor on his body emitted a blazing flame.
Everyone in the young master's mercenary group and the Zhanhai mercenary group were stunned. Bang, bang, bang.
An intense sound rang out as the terrifying thorns landed on Yun Hanhai's body, producing an ear-piercing sound.
However, compared to the attacks on his body, the surrounding sounds were even more terrifying.
The miserable cries caused Yun Hanhai's entire body to go numb.
The Zhanhai mercenary group at the side looked at this scene in a daze. Slaughter, it was a simple slaughter. Many thorns crawled out from the ground, attacking the young master's group. Other than Yun Hanhai, who had a Type 7 transcendent armor to defend against the thorns, the rest of the 19 were not so lucky. Even the 2 Type 6 experts were pierced through by the thorns. They couldn't put up any resistance at all. This made them feel exceptionally terrifying. They looked at the miserable-looking young man and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Their hearts were filled with fear. He was able to unleash terrifying attacks with such serious injuries. If he was at his peak, wouldn't he be able to insta-kill them even more easily? If Wang Xian's attack made the members of the Zhanhai mercenary group feel fearful. At this moment, Yun Hanhai's body began to tremble violently.
He was wearing the life-saving armor given to him by his father. It was a level 7 extraordinary flame armor. However, Yun Hanhai's body was trembling slightly as he felt the strength of the thorns landing on his body.
His body was emitting a scorching heat as though his entire body was wrapped in lava.
His eyes were trembling nonstop.
Bang, bang, bang. 5 seconds later, the screams came to an abrupt end. One by one, the corpses fell to the ground. How is this possible? How can he be so strong?
This is impossible. Yun Hanhai mumbled as he looked at Wang Xian, who was standing more than 10 meters away in disbelief.
Wang Xian looked at him as well. There was no emotion on his face. An armor of transcendent level 7. He is really rich. He smiled and slowly raised the lightning strike wood in his hand. Seeing that he was about to attack again, Yun Hanhai widened his eyes and was filled with panic.
No! Don't kill me. I'm in the wrong. Don't kill me.
Yun Hanhai pleaded with Wang Xian. Kneel down.
Wang Xian said to him indifferently. Yun Hanhai's expression changed drastically. Following that, he knelt on the ground with a thud. I beg you, please don't kill me. Our young master's mercenary group will never dare to provoke you again. Give me a chance. I'll give you spirit stones. I'll give you as many as you want. Yun Hanhai's eyes were slightly red as he cried at Wang Xian. He no longer had the arrogance from before. The amethyst mercenary group at the side looked at Yun Hanhai kneeling and begging for mercy with a complicated expression.
This was the deputy leader of the young master's mercenary group, the famous young master Yun in the Demon Hunters Academy. However, he was now kneeling down and begging for mercy in front of a new student. If the students in the Demon Hunters Academy were to know about this, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. The flaw is out. Wang Xian looked at Yun Hanhai kneeling on the ground. A smile appeared on his face as he moved the lightning strike wood in his hand. A thorn came out from the ground and pierced through Yun Hanhai's body in an instant.
As for where it came from, it was hard to describe. A broken chrysanthemum.
You!
Yun Hanhai widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. The girls from the Amethyst mercenary group and the young men from the Zhanhai mercenary group revealed a hint of fear in their eyes.
He had actually killed Yun Hanhai. This was the most outstanding disciple of the Yun family in Donghai City, the deputy leader of the young master's mercenary group. If the Yun family found out about this, how could they let him off? Phew! Wang Xian exhaled heavily and turned his head to look at the people of the Zhanhai mercenary group. The leader of the Zhanhai mercenary group and the young men trembled when they saw him looking over. Student
Wang, young master Wang, we
were forced just now. Please.
Leader.
Before he could finish his sentence, Ao Jian and the rest suddenly appeared. When they saw Wang Xian, they immediately flew over. The arrival of Ao Jian and the rest interrupted the conversation of the members of the Zhanhai mercenary group. With outsiders around, they all addressed Wang Xian as their leader.
Wang Xian looked at Ao Jian and sensed the group of strange monsters around them. A smile appeared on his face.
Kill them. He pointed at the members of the Zhanhai mercenary group and said calmly,
"It's the leader." Aogn and the rest nodded. Without any pause, they charged towards the members of the Zhanhai mercenary group.
"Leader Wang." The faces of the members of the Zhanhai mercenary group changed drastically. They shouted at Wang Xian with an embarrassed look on their faces as they hurriedly blocked the attacks of Aogn and the rest. However, their strength was at least at level 5 of the supernatural realm. Some of them were even at level 4 of the supernatural realm. They were no match for Aogn and the rest. Very soon, the screams of the members of the Zhanhai mercenary group could be heard. Wang Xian ignored them. If he wanted to kill them, he had to be prepared to be killed.
Even if they were students of the Demon Hunters Academy.
Wang Xian took a look at the members of the Amethyst mercenary group and sat cross-legged on the ground to continue recovering from his injuries.
The group of girls from the Amethyst mercenary group felt a chill down their spines when they saw the corpses on the ground.
The Young Masters mercenary group consisted of 20 people, while the Zhanhai mercenary group consisted of more than 10 people. All of them were elite students of the Demon Hunters Academy. However, they were killed by that freshman. The group of girls looked at each other, their eyes filled with complicated emotions.
If they had targeted him back then, would they have ended up like Young Master's mercenary group and Zhanhai's mercenary group?
But now, no matter what, he was their savior. "Gentlemen, please tell Commander Wang after he wakes up. We will definitely repay his kindness today. The Yun family is a famous family in Donghai City. Everyone in the Demon Hunters Academy knows that Yun Hanhai has come to Thunder Island to kill Commander Wang. Therefore, tell him to be careful. We will take our leave first."
The group of girls stood there and hesitated for a while. Then Deputy Commander Xiao said to Aogn and the rest who were standing around Wang Xian, "All right." Aogn nodded at her.
Deputy Chief Xiao waved his hand at the group of girls beside him. He came to a spot not far away and sat down to recuperate as well. The injuries this time are really serious.
After more than 10 hours, Wang Xian woke up. Looking at the wounds on his body that had already recovered, a smile appeared on his face.
Lightning Wood. First level Void Interpretation. A wood-attributed Void Interpretation item with the Lightning attribute. It contained a strong vitality. A treasure of the Void-Seeing level with Wood attribute can continue to grow and evolve on the ancestral tree. However, it is a good choice to use it as my weapon now. Wang Xian looked at the thunderstruck wood and stood up slowly. After more than 10 hours, Wang Xian's injuries had mostly recovered due to his strong recovery ability and the vitality in the thunderstruck wood.
"Ao Yao, have you killed all the thunderfish on the mountain peak?"
"Dragon King, we have killed all of them. We have obtained a total of 8 extraordinary level 8 thunderfish bodies and 7 extraordinary level 8 thunderfruits. We came back directly because we were worried about your safety, Dragon King."
"Ao," you said to Wang Xian.
Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at the main peak. "Let's go up and hunt the remaining thunderfish for the thunderfruits."
"It's the Dragon King." Ao Yao, Ao Jian, and the rest nodded their heads and followed Wang Xian towards the main peak.
This time, Wang Xian did not have any scruples. He activated the Light Dark Fire Dragon Eye technique and flew towards the main peak. All the creatures in the mountain peak were within his sight. Once he noticed them, he pointed with his arm and the group of strange demons attacked. The top-grade thunderfish on the main peak had been killed. It was no exaggeration to say that they were able to move unhindered across the entire Thunder Island.
The main peak had the most treasures on the Thunder Island. Although the thunder fruits were precious, Wang Xian managed to obtain 7 to 8 of them in just 10 minutes.
The main peak occupied an area of about 2,000 meters. Wang Xian and the rest used 5 hours to sweep through it.
All the thunderfish on it were killed by Wang Xian and the rest, and almost all the thunder fruits were obtained by them.
Bang! 5 hours later, Wang Xian landed below the main peak. He checked the rewards in his interspatial ring and was very satisfied. There were 8 thunderfish corpses of level 8 transcendence. There were 23 thunderfish corpses of level 7 transcendence.
There were 55 thunderfish corpses of level 6 transcendence.
In addition, there were 7 thunderfruits at transcendent level 8. There were 19 thunderfruits at transcendent level 7.
There were 28 thunderfruits at transcendent level 6.
There were 45 Thunderfish corpses at Transcendent Level 5. Other than that, there were also the corpses of the Young Master's mercenary group and the members of the Zhanhai mercenary group. In their interspatial rings, Wang Xian had obtained a total of more than 30 million spirit stones. The flame armor at Transcendent Level 7 from Yunhanhai was worth more than 20 million middle-grade spirit stones.
The harvest this time could increase Wang Xian by at least 300,000 dragon crystals. It was a huge harvest.
300,000 dragon crystals can increase all my subordinates to Transcendent Level 5. Wang Xian calculated in his heart. Ao Jian and the rest could be comparable to a Transcendent Level 6 when they were promoted to Transcendent Level 5.
When a group of strange demons were promoted to Level 5, they could be comparable to a Transcendent Level 7. 20 strange demons that were equivalent to Level 7 of the supernatural realm were considered the best in the East Sea City. Not to mention, there was also Ao Yao. Let's go back.
Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before making a decision.
Since he had obtained all the main treasures on the Thunder Island, Wang Xian did not plan to continue searching around. He moved his body and immediately flew out.
Ao Yao and the rest followed behind him. After flying out of the Thunder Island, the surrounding sky was extremely oppressive. Thick black clouds were in the sky. They did not fly far before a rainstorm started to fall from the sky.
Raindrops the size of a fist fell into the sea. It looked like the end of the world.
What a heavy rain!
Wang Xian looked at the rainstorm that was falling from the sky and raised his head to take a look. According to the records, it is the most dangerous when there is a thunderstorm. It is best not to fly in the sky. Wang Xian thought to himself. He increased his speed and flew forward.
Chirp, chirp. Is there a battle over there? At this moment, Wang Xian looked to his right and narrowed his eyes slightly. According to the records, ferocious beasts were the most active when there was a thunderstorm.
It's the cloud clams, a kind of ferocious beast that lives in the dark clouds. This group of people is in trouble. Wang Xian looked over and saw 4 to 5 figures falling into the sea. They were severely injured.
Brother, help! Help us! At this moment, a figure ran over in a panic and cried out for help in fear. Chirp, chirp.
A sharp sound rang out. It was a 3-meter-long creature with a very long neck. Its entire body was covered with black wings as it flew towards Wang Xian and the rest.
Their eyes were blood red and they were extremely bloodthirsty. A bunch of cloud clams with level 6 transcendence. If you can't handle them, you should run away quickly. The young man who was running towards them reminded them in horror. Level 6 transcendence.
Wang Xian looked over. This young man was kind enough to inform them in advance. The feathers on the cloud clams occupy 80% of their body. Their feathers are very precious and of high value.
Wang Xian had an idea. He gestured to Ao Jian and the rest and flew over immediately. Chirp! Chirp!
The young man was dodging the attacks of the 2 cloud clams. He didn't even have the strength to dodge the storm. He looked extremely pathetic.
When he saw Wang Xian and the rest flying towards him, he revealed an excited expression. Thank you for saving us, brother. Wang Xian took a glance at the young man and waved the lightning wood in his hand. A wooden spike instantly entered the body of the cloud toad. However, this wooden spike actually penetrated through the thick feathers. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. His eyes flickered with a demonic glow as he waved his arm again.
Chirp, chirp. 2 miserable cries rang out. A golden swordfish flew over and kept it into his interspatial ring.
Brother, thank you. Thank you, brother. The young man was stunned when he saw Wang Xian's attack. Then he said with a face full of gratitude, Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly and looked ahead. There were more than 10 young men who were entangled by the cloud clams.
Wang Xian moved his body and the lightning wood in his hand emitted a dazzling light.
The wooden thorns pierced through the clams one by one. A group of supernatural level 6 ferocious beasts fell into the sea one by one in an instant.
The golden swordfish who was prepared kept the dead bodies into his interspatial ring.
Spirit enchantment. Wang Xian felt a burst of energy from his body. The special energy from Fu Changshu entered the lightning wood directly and he waved his arm. This lightning strike would seem to have a life of its own as it attacked the last few cloud clams in the sky. Whoosh! 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 The void interpretation level lightning strike would instantly penetrated the vital parts of the cloud clams one by one. The dozen young men who were attacked by the cloud clams were stunned. A hint of shock could be seen in their eyes. "Thank you, Senior, for saving us. Thank you, Senior. Our Void Beast Demon Hunting Group is grateful for your kindness in saving us."
The group of young men came to their senses. They quickly bowed and said to Wang Xian.
Wang Xian glanced at them and ignored them. He looked at the black clouds in the sky with a smile in his eyes. "Let's go," he shouted softly and dashed into the clouds. "What? Senior, be careful. That's the cloud clam's lair."
This Senior is so young and his strength is so terrifying. He killed the cloud clam who was at Transcendent level 6 in one move. It's too terrifying. He must be at least at Transcendent level 8. Phew, our luck is really good. Let's go to the sea and check on Hey Hu and the rest. I hope they are all right. More than 10 young men were still in shock as they watched Wang Xian and the rest dash into the dark clouds.
The cloud clam was a fierce beast unique to the thunderstorm area. They lived in the black clouds. This kind of fierce beast was unusually rare. They would only come out of the black clouds when there was a rainstorm. The feathers on this kind of fierce beast were very precious in Eastern Sea City. The value of a cloud clam was comparable to 2 fierce beasts of the same level.
The reason was its feathers. This kind of black feather could allow people to swim freely under the sea, and it also had a powerful defense.
The equipment made by the cloud clam was very valuable in East Sea City. Once it appeared, it would be quickly snatched away. In the records of the thunderstorm area, the cloud clam was very rare. This time, the aerial beast mercenary group had to go through many investigations to find the location where the cloud clam was gathered. However, what they didn't expect was that the cloud clams in this nest were too strong. Wang Xian rushed into the dark clouds and discovered that there were more than 20 cloud clams inside. Among them, there were 3 of them who were at Transcendent level 7. Not bad again. Wang Xian was full of smiles as the group of strange demons started to move quickly. Wang Xian held the lightning strike wood in his hand and also attacked the cloud clams one by one.
Chirp, chirp, chirp.
Urgent cries came from the dark clouds. In less than 10 minutes, all the cloud clams were killed by them.
After storing them into his interspatial ring, Wang Xian searched the surroundings. After confirming that there were no cloud clams in the surroundings, he dared to return.
After more than an hour, Wang Xian and the rest returned to Donghai City. Looking at the mercenary groups and chambers of commerce that were coming and going in the surroundings, Wang Xian took out his communication stone plate and sent a message to Supervisor E of Donghai City's Phoenix Elixir and Weapons Workshop. Very soon, after receiving a reply, Wang Xian immediately walked towards the Fengxian Elixir and Weapons Workshop. In Donghai City, the Fengxian Elixir and Weapons Workshop had 4 shops. There was a shop next to the Demon Hunters Academy in the Eastern District. Wang Xian knew the location of Fengxian and walked straight into the shop.
The shop took up a total of 7 to 8 rooms and looked very luxurious. However, there wasn't a single customer in the shop.
"Captain Wang." When Wang Xian walked in, Supervisor E came up to him directly.
Under the astonished gaze of the waiters in the shop, he was led to the VIP area.
"Captain Wang, you've been here for a few days, right?
Is there anything we can help you with?"
Supervisor E poured a cup of tea for Wang Xian enthusiastically and asked with a smile. "Buy some elixirs." Wang Xian smiled and said directly, "Leader Wang, tell me how many elixirs you need. I'll get someone to prepare them immediately." Supervisor E looked at Wang Xian with anticipation. "Yes, 180 million middle-grade spirit stones." Wang Xian took out a few interspatial rings directly. 180 million spirit stones. This was the reward for the Dragon Spike assassination as well as the rewards he obtained in the past 2 days. Director E was stunned for a moment before a look of joy appeared on his face. Good. Leader Wang. I'll get someone to prepare it immediately."
"Oh right, Director E, do you accept the corpses of the ferocious beasts here?"
Wang Xian asked.
He had quite a number of the corpses of the ferocious beasts in his hands. These corpses were already dead, so devouring them would not be able to increase the dragon energy. The dragon pond in the dragon palace was too far away from this place, so he could only sell them temporarily.
The carcasses of ferocious beasts? Take them. If Leader Wang wants to sell them, We will purchase them at the market price.
Supervisor said directly. All right, take a look. Wang Xian took out more than 10 interspatial rings and said to her. Interspatial rings were still very precious on the Transcendence continent. A 10 cubic meter interspatial ring cost 1 million middle-grade spirit stones.
Many extraordinary experts had interspatial rings that were around 1 cubic meter.
However, these interspatial rings were all obtained from Earth. He had a total of more than 100. Among them, there were 7 or 8 interspatial rings that were 100 square meters in size.
It was more than enough to hold a group of fierce beast corpses. This.
Supervisor suddenly widened his eyes.
8 corpses of a level 8 supernatural realm killer. These were level 8 supernatural realm beasts. In Donghai City, there were no more than 5 mercenary groups that could hunt level 8 supernatural realm beasts. Cloud Toad. Her eyes sparkled. Leader Wang. The corpses of your beasts are worth 300 to 400 million middle-grade spirit stones.
Do you want them? Wang Xian asked. Yes, of course I want them.
Manager Yi quickly said. Leader Wang. Do you want to exchange them for medicinal pills?
All of them.
All right. The price we offer will definitely satisfy Leader Wang. Manager Yi said with excitement in his eyes.
A single transaction was worth 500 to 600 million middle-grade spirit stones. Even if it was a year's worth of transactions from the 4 shops in East Sea City, it would only be this amount.
Leader Wang, after a period of time, some of the higher-ups of our Fengxian Guild will come to the East Sea City. At that time, our Fengxian Guild will hold an auction. I wonder if Leader Wang is interested. Supervisor Yi called the shopkeeper over and instructed him to prepare the elixirs. Then he spoke to Wang Xian. We'll see when the time comes. Wang Xian thought for a moment and said, All right. I'll contact Captain Wang when the time comes. Supervisor Yi nodded his head. Under Supervisor Yi's enthusiasm, Wang Xian left the Phoenix Elixir and Weapons Workshop and headed straight for his residence.
Supervisor Yi's eyes sparkled as he watched Wang Xian's back.
To think that he was able to hunt and kill a ferocious beast of extraordinary 8th level. This Phoenix Immortal mercenary group is really mysterious and unpredictable. They are able to take out so many spirit stones every time. I really don't know how he got them. She muttered. Hey, what's wrong with Supervisor Yi? It's not easy for a customer to enter your shop to buy things. Are you very reluctant? Haha. Can you earn a few hundred spirit stones today? At this moment, a mocking voice came from the side.
Supervisor Yi looked over and saw the shopkeeper of the Life and Death Pill Workshop looking at him mockingly.
Humph. Supervisor Yi sneered and turned around to walk into the shop.
Hee, I heard that your Phoenix Immortal will hold a large-scale auction in a month's time. At that time, we in the Holy Item Forging Workshop will also hold one.
At this moment, the shopkeeper of the Life and Death Pill Workshop's voice sounded again. This caused Supervisor Yi to be stunned. His eyes revealed a grave expression as he walked into the shop uneasily.
Fengxian, you want to make an enemy out of our Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop?
You're courting death. Just wait and see. It won't be long before you close down. The shopkeeper of the Life and Death Pill Workshop muttered coldly. Wang Xian returned to his residence and immediately took out all the pills.
There were more than 500 million spirit stones worth of pills than he had expected. It could increase the strength of the group of Dragon Palace members by at least 400,000 dragon crystals.
The strength of the group of Dragon Palace members would be greatly enhanced. Wang Xian swallowed the pills one by one and began to increase the strength of the golden swordfish and the strange demon. 400,000 dragon crystals was a terrifying amount of energy. It was enough for them to undergo another huge improvement.
After Wang Xian had used up all the dragon crystals, the 11 golden swordfish had all reached Transcendence Level 5.
19 strange demons had also reached Transcendence Level 5 and 1 had reached Transcendence Level 6. In the next few days, Wang Xian made a trip to the Demon Hunter Academy. After he handed in a Level 5 Extraordinary Thunder Fruit as a mission, the 1-star gold grade mission was considered to be completed. As for the other Thunder Fruits, they were consumed by Wang Xian to upgrade the Level 6 Extraordinary Demon. It could also be considered to make up for the lack of Level 8 Extraordinary Combat Strength. After a period of improvement, Wang Xian, who had a fortune of billions, became poor again.
In the past few days, Wang Xian did not go to the academy after a day of lessons. With his strength, he would not be able to learn anything in there. 3 to 4 days passed in a row. In the past 2 days, there was a rather sensational news on the Demon Hunter Academy's forum.
Yun Hanhai has yet to return to Thunder Island with Young Master's mercenary group. Yun Hanhai and the members of Young Master's mercenary group are currently unable to contact any information. The 2 pieces of news started to spread 2 days ago, and at the beginning, not many people paid attention to it. Going out to do anything and not returning, it was normal for them to be unable to contact each other. However, 2 days had passed, and these 2 pieces of news gradually caused many people to guess. Some people even said that the members of the Young Master's mercenary group were currently asking the mercenary group that went to the Thunder Island for a mission if they had seen Yun Hanhai and the rest.
The moment this news was released, it caused many people to be shocked.
Yun Hanhai and the Young Master's mercenary group went to the Thunder Island to kill the new student, Wang Xian. I heard from Wang Xian's classmates that he has already returned. Why hasn't Yun Hanhai and the rest returned yet?
I saw the members of the Yun family heading to the Young Master's mercenary group yesterday. Could it be that something has really happened to Yun Hanhai?
Could this matter be related to Wang Xian?
Yun Hanhai and the rest went to kill Wang Xian. Now that Wang Xian is fine, they have disappeared.
Everyone in the Demon Hunters Academy was discussing in astonishment. However, following that, many people dismissed this idea.
With the strength of that freshman Wang Xian, even if Yun Hanhai were to stand there and let him fight, he wouldn't be able to kill him with the equipment on his body.
That's right. I heard that the Young Master's mercenary group sent 3 level 6 extraordinary experts and a group of level 5 extraordinary experts. It's impossible for this freshman to kill them.
When they went to the Thunder Island, all the experts from the Amethyst mercenary group were injured and returned. Could it be that the Young Master's mercenary group also met with misfortune? It's very possible. Even Deputy Leader Xiao was injured badly. I heard that they almost didn't make it back. Yun Hanhai and the rest might really have met with an accident.
The discussion in the Demon Hunters Academy's forum was ongoing. However, no one linked the death of the Young Master's mercenary group to Wang Xian. Phew. Looks like the death of Yun Hanhai and the rest won't make people think that it was Wang Xian who did it. At this moment, in the base of the Amethyst mercenary group of the Demon Hunters Academy, a group of core members of Amethyst were sitting in a room. Deputy Captain Xiao looked at the message on the forum and heaved a sigh of relief.
Even if the Young Master's mercenary group knows that it was Wang Xian who did it, they won't be able to do anything to him with his strength.
A girl said with a twinkle in her eyes. The Young Master's mercenary group might not be able to do anything, but the Yun family will not let him off. Wang Xian is very strong, but he is not a match for the Yun family. A female student beside him said. The rest of them nodded. When Deputy Leader Xiao and the rest came back to tell them about the incident, no one dared to believe it. A freshman killed a group of level 6 supernatural beasts and Yun Hanhai and the rest in an instant when he was severely injured. How strong could he be? He was at least at level 7 transcendent. There wasn't a single level 7 transcendent among the students of the Demon Hunter College. They couldn't believe what they heard. Their commander Feng Yun, one of the top 3 experts in the college, was still far from level 7 transcendent. Yuan, since he saved you, he is the benefactor of our Amethyst mercenary group. If we can help him, we will. Sitting in the center was a tall girl.
She was at least 1.9 meters tall and wore black armor. One could vaguely see her perfect figure. She had golden eyes, golden hair, and a wild aura around her. She was the leader of the Amethyst mercenary group Zhang Yitian, who had the bloodline of the winged demonic beast. She sat there and muttered to herself, "Invite him to the banquet tomorrow afternoon." "Oh, Leader Jean, invite him?" The other leaders mentioned that they wanted to talk about the mission in the Dragon Wind region. Xiao Yuanyu and said in surprise, "Leader, do you mean to bring him along?" "Yes, he is very strong. We Amethyst owe him a favor. Let's repay him," Zhang Yitian said with a frown. "All right."
Xiao Yuanyu nodded and looked to the side. "Qin Qing, go and send the invitation to Wang Xian."
"Me?" Qin was stunned and stood up.
"Yes, Wang Xian has saved you twice. It's better to build a closer relationship with such a strong person. You can go, Xiao Yuanyu and said to Qin Qing with a smile.
It's the vice leader. Qin Qing hesitated for a moment before nodding her head. In a house beside the Demon Hunters Academy, Wang Xian had rested for 4 to 5 days. He had completely recovered and was about to continue looking for missions to carry out when he saw Ao Jian attracting a girl from outside. He was stunned.
Oh? Is there something wrong? Wang Xian looked at Qin Qing and asked with some doubt.
Commander Wang, I'm here to give you an invitation card. Our commander asked me to give it to you. Qin Qing walked to Wang Xian's side helplessly and handed him an invitation card. He took it in surprise.
Our commander said that there will be a hiring mission for this banquet. If Commander Wang is interested, you can come and take a look. Qin Qing didn't dare to look at him. In the past, Wang Xian had crippled her brother's limbs. She had thought that when she became stronger, she would seek revenge for her brother. Now, she had no such thoughts at all.
All right.
Wang Xian took a look and nodded at her.
Also, I
apologize on behalf of my brother. He's young and reckless. Qin Qing lowered her head and apologized. It's all right. I didn't take it to heart. Wang Xian shook his head. I'll be leaving first then.
After Qin Qing finished speaking, she immediately ran out.
Wang Xian took a look and smiled faintly. This girl was really kind-hearted.
The banquet, the elite mercenary group banquet of the Demon Hunters Academy.
Wang Xian looked at the name of the invitation card and his eyes flickered. It's not a mission. To think that the Amethyst mercenary group would take it so seriously. Let's go and take a look.
He thought to himself and didn't plan to go out to look for missions. The next evening, Wang Xian walked out wearing simple clothes.
This time, the Demon Hunters Academy's elite mercenary group banquet could be said to be a gathering of the elite students of the Demon Hunters Academy. The banquet was held in a mountain villa behind the Demon Hunters Academy.
The mountain villa was called the Demon Hunters Mountain Villa. It was a large-scale gathering place.
Demon Hunter Villa.
Wang Xian stood in front of a luxurious door. He looked at the plaque in front of him and walked straight in.
Private gathering. Please show me your invitation card. When he reached the door, a young man stretched out his hand and said to him.
Wang Xian handed the invitation card over casually. With the young man's nod, he walked in.
There was only one path in the surroundings, so he wasn't afraid of taking the wrong path.
The entire villa was planted with spiritual herbs of the first level of transcendence. Taking a breath would make one feel refreshed.
The surrounding environment was very beautiful. Rockery and ponds were not inferior to those big villas and manors on Earth.
It was even more magical. The gathering of the Demon Hunters Academy is here.
Passing through a small path, a service staff member spoke to him at the intersection. Wang Xian walked for dozens of meters and saw a field. The field was open air and there were some tables and chairs placed on it. At this moment, there were already many people there.
At least 100 young men and women were sitting inside. A group of people were drinking and discussing something.
Wang Xian walked straight over and took a glance. He didn't see anyone from the Amethyst mercenary group. He found a random seat and took a sip of the wine on the table. Some of the students didn't recognize Wang Xian when they saw him entering. Wang Xian had only stayed in the academy for less than 2 days. There weren't many students who had seen him. I heard that the Yun family went to the young master's mercenary group again yesterday. Did they receive any news?
There is still no news from the 20 people in the young master's mercenary group. It seems like they are doomed. The young master's mercenary group suffered a great loss in this matter. Not only did they not kill Wang Xian, but they even lost their lives on the Thunder Island. I think that after such a thing happened, that kid named Wang Xian will die even more. The young master's mercenary group will not let him off. Even the Yun family will kill him to vent their anger.
Just as Wang Xian was sitting there and waiting, a group of more than 10 people walked over to him. They were chatting in low voices. This student, do you have anyone here? A young man took a look at Wang Xian and asked him.
No one. Wang Xian shook his head and sipped the wine in his cup. The good wine from the supernatural continent was slightly better. It could be 50 to 60 years old or even a few hundred years old. The taste was completely incomparable to those on Earth. Dear student, which mercenary group are you from? You look a little unfamiliar.
After a dozen of them sat down, a young man looked at Wang Xian and asked with a smile, "The Immortal Phoenix Mercenary Group." Wang Xian replied with a smile, "The Immortal Phoenix Mercenary Group? Why haven't I heard of it before?" A hint of doubt appeared in the young man's eyes. "Someone sent an invitation," Wang Xian said faintly. "Oh." The young man nodded and raised his head slightly. He smiled and said, "We are from the Tornado Mercenary Group." Wang Xian nodded. When the young man saw that Wang Xian didn't have the envious look that he had imagined, he turned his head away unhappily and ignored him. "Are the little guys from our Tornado Mercenary Group here yet?" "Yes, they are here. Those little guys are ecstatic when they heard that they could come to this gathering. I think they will be here soon." "Yeah, we should recruit 1 or 2 good seedlings this time and nurture them well." The people from the Tornado Mercenary Group were chatting beside them. Leader, deputy leader, seniors. In less than 5 minutes, 3 to 4 figures walked over. They had excited expressions on their faces as they walked over with a smile. "Take a seat." A young man nodded at them and pointed to a few seats beside them. "Yes, leader." The 4 young men responded immediately and walked towards the seats beside Wang Xian. However, when one of the young men pulled a chair and was about to sit down, he was stunned when he saw Wang Xian. "You? Why are you here?" Duan Qingwen widened his eyes and whispered with an embarrassed expression. Now that he was facing Wang Xian, he didn't dare to speak loudly, let alone mock him. "Ha! It's him." When the other young men heard Duan Qingwen's voice, they were stunned when they turned around. "Oh? What's wrong? Do you guys know each other?" The young man who spoke to Wang Xian earlier asked curiously. "Senior, he is Wang Xian from our class," Duan Qingwen said with an unpleasant expression. When he finished his sentence, the surroundings instantly turned silent. Everyone looked at Wang Xian in unison. Their expressions changed slightly. "Wang Xian, the freshman Wang Xian?" The young man who was sitting in the middle immediately stood up and asked in a deep voice. "Yes, leader, that's the one." Duan Qingwen nodded in slight astonishment. "How did you get in here?" The leader of the Tornado Mercenary Group kept changing his expression as he stared at Wang Xian with a dark expression. "Wang Xian, the new Wang Xian. How did this fellow get here?" "He even dared to invite him over?" This fellow not only offended the Amethyst Mercenary Group, but also the Young Master Mercenary Group. Now, Yun Hanhai and the others had disappeared because of this guy. He was someone that the Young Master's Mercenary Group wanted to destroy. Who would dare to invite him over? No one would dare. No one in the Demon Hunters Academy would dare. But now, this guy was sitting with them. If the others didn't know, they would think that it was their Tornado Mercenary Group who had brought him over. If this was seen by the Young Master's Mercenary Group, the Tornado Mercenary Group wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Of course, he walked in. Wang Xian saw the young man staring at him. He frowned and said faintly, "Walked in? I don't care how you came in. Stay away from us." The leader of the Tornado Mercenary Group stared at him with a dark expression. "Ha!" Duan Qingwen was slightly stunned when he saw the captain's reaction. Then, a gloating expression appeared in his eyes. "You want me to stay away from you guys?" "If I remember correctly, I was the one who came first." Wang Xian stared at the young man and said expressionlessly, "If I want you to leave, then leave immediately." "Why? Do you want us to ask you to leave?" The young man standing next to the captain of the Tornado Mercenary Group also realized the problem. He stared at Wang Xian and said with a frosty expression, "Wang Xian, I think you should stay away from us. How dare a person like you come here? You are really courting death." Duan Qingwen also spoke up. Now that he had joined the Tornado Mercenary Group and the captain had already asked Wang Xian to leave, he wanted to add insult to injury. If he could leave a good impression on the captain and the rest, why would he be afraid of Wang Xian? At the thought of this, he looked down from above. His eyes were filled with mockery. "Hee, I'd like to see how you guys are going to ask me to leave." Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold expression. He stared at them and sat there motionlessly. "Bang. I think you really don't want to take the easy way out. Kid, you've offended too many people. Get out of our place." "Bang. I think you're really asking for it. Kid, you've offended too many people. Get the hell out of here." With a loud bang, The leader of the Tornado mercenary group slammed his palm on the table. He stared at Wang Xian coldly and shouted loudly. The commotion here immediately aroused the curiosity of the other students. Everyone looked over curiously. Student Wang Xian, our regiment commander has already told you to scram. Why are you still sitting here? Duan Qingwen's lips curled up slightly. He looked at Duan Qingwen with a mocking expression as he spoke loudly.
Wang Xian? Which Wang Xian?
The new Wang Xian. No way. How did he come here? When the crowd heard Duan Qingwen's words, they were stunned.
Some of them walked over with curious expressions.
They had heard a lot about Wang Xian during this period of time, but they had never seen him in person. They wanted to see who was the person who dared to provoke the young master's mercenary group so recklessly. You want me to scram? What right do you have? A hint of killing intent flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. He stood up coldly and glanced at the people from the Tornado mercenary group. He paused on Duan Qingwen. You! Duan Qingwen felt a chill in his heart when he saw Wang Xian staring at him. Following that, he glared at Wang Xian furiously. Qualifications? Kid, I don't care how you managed to sneak in. Leave us now. Otherwise, our Tornado mercenary group will let you know what qualifications are. The leader of the Tornado mercenary group stared at Wang Xian with a threatening look.
They were not afraid of this new student. Even if this kid had severed the arms of an extraordinary level 4 powerhouse, his strength was extraordinary.
However, he was still far from being comparable to them.
Oh? Then I would like to see your qualifications. Wang Xian sneered as he stared at the members of the Tornado mercenary group.
This is the new student, Wang Xian? He's a little arrogant.
Yeah, he's really arrogant. He actually dared to challenge the Tornado mercenary group. The Tornado mercenary group is not weak at all.
He even dared to offend the young master's mercenary group, not to mention that he has gone crazy. In my opinion, he's courting death.
When the people around saw Wang Xian, they started to discuss among themselves. They didn't try to hide anything because they didn't put Wang Xian in their eyes.
What ability did a freshman have? Good. Arrogant fellow, I don't know how you survived until today. But let me tell you, don't let us meet you in the wild in the future. When Captain Tornado saw the people around him looking at him, he instantly felt dispirited. He glared at Wang Xian and said, Haha, this Wang Xian has angered Tornado and the rest again. He's totally courting death. Exactly.
I really wonder how he survived until today.
I wonder how this kid got in here? Who invited him so recklessly? Could it be that he came in by himself? When the surrounding students saw Wang Xian's appearance, they felt extremely arrogant. All of them shook their heads and said with smiles on their faces, So what if we met in the wild? At this moment, a girl suddenly came over. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Upon hearing the familiar voice, they quickly looked towards the entrance. About 20 girls walked over. The leader was a blonde beauty who was taller than most of the boys present.
Her figure and height made many of the boys feel ashamed.
The one who spoke was a burly girl beside her.
Captain Zhang, Deputy Captain Xiao. The captain of the Tornado mercenary group was stunned for a moment before he greeted Wang Xian with a smile.
If I were to meet this kid in the wild, I guarantee that he will regret coming to this world. HMH. What an arrogant and reckless fellow, the captain of the Tornado mercenary group said with a smile on his face. His gaze landed on Wang Xian and was filled with coldness. The faces of the girls in the Amethyst mercenary group darkened immediately when they heard his words, especially Vice Captain Xiao, who walked straight towards Captain Tornado with a frosty expression. Currently, Captain Tornado had yet to figure out the current situation. He only knew that Wang Xian had provoked the Amethyst mercenary group, but he didn't know what happened on the Thunder Island. When he saw Vice Captain Xiao walking over, he still had a smile on his face. Bam! However, his expression quickly turned stiff because Deputy Captain Zhao's fist landed heavily on his face.
He didn't show any mercy.
The body of the captain of the Tornado mercenary group flew backward heavily. A few of his teeth flew out. In the future, as long as the Amethyst mercenary group lets us see you in the wild, we will make you regret coming to this world.
Deputy Chief Xiao said to the Tornado mercenary group with a cold expression.
He was stunned. Everyone around him looked at this scene in astonishment. Why did Deputy Chief Xiao suddenly hit Chief Tornado and say such words? What's going on? Doesn't the Amethyst mercenary group have a feud with that Wang Xian? Why would they speak up for him? Deputy Chief Xiao, who had a stunned expression on his face, was stunned. Even Chief Tornado, who was knocked down on the ground, was stunned.
The members of the Tornado mercenary group looked on at a loss.
Student Wang, leave their Tornado mercenary group to us. We will definitely let them know the price for offending you.
Vice Captain Xiao glanced at the Tornado mercenary group coldly. He turned around and said to Wang Xian,
Student Wang Xian, thank you for the incident on the Thunder Island. Zhang Yitian walked over as well. He sized up Wang Xian curiously and said with a smile on his face, What exactly is going on? A young man mumbled in a low voice as he looked at Wang Xian in disbelief. The deputy captain of the Amethyst mercenary group took action personally to vent his anger for the new student. Captain Zhang Yitian walked over with a smile on his face again and spoke politely. Didn't this guy have a grudge against Amethyst?
Why now?
Wang Xian looked at the tall and beautiful lady who was walking over with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He nodded his head faintly. Zhang Yitian smiled and looked at the members of the Tornado mercenary group around him. The smile on his face disappeared and he shouted coldly, Scram! Scram! When they heard the captain of the Amethyst mercenary group telling them to scram, the members of the Tornado mercenary group trembled.
Leader Zhang, I'm sorry. Let's scram. We'll scram immediately.
The vice leader of Tornado said loudly and walked to the side with an extremely embarrassed expression.
The people around swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock.
Why did that freshman Wang Xian have such a good relationship with the Amethyst mercenary group? Peng peng! Duan Qingwen stood up with a trembling body. He staggered and bumped into the chair with a look of horror on his face.
He had joined the Tornado mercenary group and thought that he had a backer.
However, he didn't expect that he would actually be listed in the Amethyst mercenary group. Would he take revenge on him? Thinking of this, his body almost fell to the ground again. Compared to the Amethyst mercenary group, the Tornado mercenary group was on a completely different level.
In the future, he would be in deep trouble. What's going on?
The Amethyst mercenary group actually beat up the captain of Tornado for the sake of that freshman. I don't know. But now, it seems that Wang Xian has hooked up with the Amethyst mercenary group. Captain Zhang seemed to have mentioned that Wang Xian had helped them on the Thunder Island. Now that the Amethyst mercenary group is actually protecting Wang Xian, doesn't that mean that they are going to be enemies with the young master's mercenary group?
This is complicated. Who would have thought that the brat has such a good relationship with the Amethyst mercenary group?
I wonder what the young master's mercenary group will do. After sweeping a glance at everyone around him, Deputy Chief Xiao sat down. The group of people from the mercenary group immediately returned to their seats. They looked over from time to time and discussed in low voices.
With the Amethyst mercenary group around, they didn't dare to discuss loudly for fear of offending the Amethyst mercenary group.
Everyone looked at the Tornado mercenary group with a hint of sympathy in their eyes.
Who would have thought that the freshman would be protected by the Amethyst mercenary group in such a manner?
Ba ba! Beside them, the leader of the Tornado mercenary group who was lying on the ground spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He stood up with an embarrassed expression. He looked at Wang Xian who was chatting with Zhang Yi. His expression was as though he had eaten a dead rat. Leader, what should we do now?
A young man asked with fear in his eyes. Earlier on, Amethyst said that she would teach them a lesson in the wild. However, it was definitely not a joke.
If they met each other outside, they would definitely be in trouble. Even if there were 10 tornadoes, they would not be a match for one Amethyst.
Let's go.
The expression of the leader of the tornadoes kept changing. He gritted his teeth, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and walked out. Bang!
Are you courting death?
Watch out! Just as they reached the entrance, they almost bumped into a group of people.
A youth wearing a black hat coldly berated them.
Beside the youth wearing the hat was a youth with a somewhat demonic appearance. The youth's face was extremely fair.
His body also gave off an enchanting feeling. His pair of triangular eyes flickered with a vicious luster.
I'm sorry, Commander Snake. We were careless.
Commander Tornado's expression changed slightly when he saw the group of people in front of him. He hurriedly lowered his head and said,
That bewitching youth didn't say anything and directly walked inside. Commander Tornado's expression changed when he saw the group of people from his young master's mercenary group enter. His eyes flickered. Commander, let's go. A young man beside him whispered. Let's go back. Captain Tornado gritted his teeth and turned around.
Captain?
The members of the Tornado mercenary group looked at him in astonishment. Captain Tornado didn't take a deep breath. When he saw the young master's mercenary group enter and sit down, he walked straight over. In the banquet hall, when everyone saw the arrival of the young master's mercenary group, they also looked toward Wang Xian's position, intentionally or unintentionally. The Amethyst mercenary group is here. Xia Homing and the rest are not here yet. The group of young Master Wang Xian's mercenary group sat on the empty seats in the middle. The young man wearing a hat scanned the surroundings and said calmly, If we work together for the mission in the Dragon Wind region this time, there should be a lot of rewards. The devilish young man fiddled with the ring in his hand and said calmly, Captain Snake. At this moment, the captain of the Tornado mercenary group and a group of members walked over and greeted respectfully. The devilish young man took a sip of his wine and looked at them expressionlessly. Captain Snake, the new Wang Xian is over there. The captain of the Tornado mercenary group saw the devilish young man's expression and pointed to the side as he spoke. The devilish young man's eyes suddenly narrowed when he heard his words. A murderous and emotionless glint flashed across his eyes as he stood up immediately.
Wang Xian. He's here.
The rest of the young master's mercenary group raised their eyebrows and stood up with cold eyes. Captain Snake, that Wang Xian has a very good relationship with the Amethyst mercenary group. I was punched by Vice Captain Xiao just now. Captain Tornado said hurriedly.
Oh. The devilish young man revealed a surprised expression. He looked at the members of the Amethyst mercenary group. When his gaze landed on Wang Xian, he chuckled and walked over.
Captain Snake has gone over. It must be because of that Wang Xian. I wonder if there will be a conflict.
When the group of people saw the young master's mercenary group walking over, they looked over.
Wang Xian was chatting with the tall and beautiful lady beside him. He saw a group of people walking over with an unfriendly expression. When he saw the badges on their chests, Wang Xian understood. Leader, the people from the young master's mercenary group are here. Let's do it.
Zhang Yitian's expression didn't change. He looked at Wang Xian and said, Leader Wang, leave the matter to us later.
The Amethyst mercenary group knew Wang Xian's strength. He was an extraordinary level 7 powerhouse.
The young master's mercenary group was no match for him alone.
However, they also knew that if they were to fight to the death, Wang Xian was still no match for them. Their background was too strong. Wang Xian nodded with a smile and poured himself a glass of wine. Captain Zhang.
The group of people from the young master's mercenary group walked over. The devilish young man looked at Wang Xian and landed his gaze on Zhang Yitian. He shouted with a smile.
Captain Snake, let me introduce you. This is our friend from the Amethyst mercenary group, Wang Xian. Zhang Yitian nodded and directly expressed his relationship with Wang Xian. His meaning was self-evident.
I'm also here to check on this student Wang Xian. I wonder if he has 3 heads and 6 arms and dares to go against our young master's mercenary group.
The corner of the devilish young man's mouth curled up slightly as he stared at Wang Xian. Student Wang is a friend of our Amethyst mercenary group. If you have any grudges, please give me, Zhang Yitian, some face and let it go. Zhang Yitian stood up directly, picked up the wine cup on the seat, looked at him and said,
Captain Zhang, you should know that no one can live well after losing the face of our young master's mercenary group.
The devilish young man didn't move. He stared at Wang Xian with a faint smile on his face.
Upon hearing his words, Wang Xian smiled instead. He raised the wine glass in his hand and gestured at him before taking a sip with a smile.
Could it be that the young master's mercenary group doesn't even give him face?
Zhang Etienne looked at him and said without showing any signs of weakness.
The ranking of the Amethyst mercenary group in the academy was higher than that of the young master's mercenary group. In terms of background, Zhang Etienne was not afraid of the leader of the young master's mercenary group. Naturally, he would not show any signs of fear.
This is not a matter of not giving face to Leader Zhang. He must die.
The devilish young man said calmly. No one can stop him. Whoever dares to stop him is the enemy of our young master's mercenary group. It seems that the young master's mercenary group is going to become the enemy of our Amethyst mercenary group.
Zhang Etienne heard his words and stared at him expressionlessly as he said. They were tit for tat and didn't give in at all.
Hiss!
The atmosphere in the banquet turned heavy. The surrounding students took in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene.
The Amethyst mercenary group was actually willing to become enemies with young master's mercenary group for the sake of that freshman. When the devilish youth heard Zhang Etienne's words, the expression on his face changed slightly and sank. Yun Han Hai and a few members of my young master's mercenary group are still missing because of him. My young master's mercenary group will not let him off. Otherwise, others will think that we are easy to bully.
The devilish youth stared at Zhang Etienne and said in a deep voice, Yun Han Hai's whereabouts are still unknown. You can't blame others.
Zhang Etienne frowned slightly and said, This is your own matter. Don't blame others. I, Snake Mark, have promised Master Yun that no matter if Yun Han Hai is dead or alive, this kid will die. Snake Mark's body slowly emitted a faint killing intent, and his voice became cold. Zhang Etienne's expression slightly changed when he heard this.
Snake Mark picked up a glass of wine on the table. He slowly shook his head. Yun Han Hai is not only the vice leader of my young master's mercenary group, but also the most outstanding disciple of the Yun family. This matter is not something that you, Zhang Etienne, can stop.
Zhang Etienne's expression kept changing. The faces of the girls from the Amethyst mercenary group around him were also a little embarrassed. The Yun family was not something that their academy's mercenary group could compare to. That was a very powerful family in the entire Eastern Sea City. If they really vented their anger on Wang Xian because of the incident with Yun Han Hai, they would not be able to do anything about it. What happened at the banquet? I don't know. Why does it seem like the young master's mercenary group and the Amethyst mercenary group are in a standoff?
Could it be that Snake Mark is causing trouble?
At this moment, more than 30 people walked into the banquet. The young man in the middle looked ordinary. There was an inch-long scar on his face. The scar was very obvious. It was obvious that he had been injured not too long ago. The group of people walked over with curious expressions. Their gazes swept over and they smiled. Come, let's watch a show. The scar-faced youth crossed his arms and looked at them with curious expressions. When the surrounding students saw them arrive, their faces revealed respectful expressions.
Leader, senior, it's that senior, it's him.
Suddenly, the youth beside him hurriedly pulled the scar-faced youth's arm and said with an excited expression,
What senior?
The scar-faced youth glared at the youth beside him and slightly raised his head to glance at him. However, it was this glance that caused his expression to stiffen.
He couldn't help but widen his eyes and use his hand to wipe his face.
It's him, it's really him. The scarred youth muttered and couldn't help but touch the scar on his face. This was the scar left behind 5 days ago in the wilderness.
At that time, he and the members of the mercenary group were preparing to hunt the cloud clams, but they didn't expect that things would go beyond their expectations.
The entire aerial beast mercenary group had almost been wiped out.
If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of that young expert who wiped out the group of extraordinary rank 6 cloud clams with a wave of his arm, they would have died long ago.
What he didn't expect was to meet his savior and that senior here. However, this senior seemed to be.
His expression changed as his eyes flickered.
The group of young men around him also stared at Wang Xian with their eyes wide open. Even if it's not something that our financial mercenary group can stop, we still have to give it a try.
Zhang Etienne's face darkened as he spoke to Snake Mark.
All right. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Let me state my words here today. Whoever dares to protect this kid will be the enemy of my young master's mercenary group. Once they become enemies, I, Snake Mark, will make them pay a heavy price. Snake Mark pointed at Wang Xian and glared at Zhang Etienne with a face full of killing intent.
When the surrounding members saw that Snake Mark was completely enraged, they were terrified.
A furious Snake Mark was capable of doing anything. With the rich financial resources of the young master's mercenary group, he might hire assassins to attack directly in the city.
When the scarred young man saw Snake Mark pointing his finger at Wang Xian, his expression changed instantly as he stared at him gloomily.
Pay a heavy price?
I would like to see how you will pay a heavy price for becoming your enemy. The scarred youth pushed aside the bodies of the youths in front of him and walked straight inside.
Behind him, a group of members of the Void Beast mercenary group followed behind, their gazes fixed on the members of Young Master's mercenary group.
Oh?
What's going on? Fuck, the Void Beast mercenary group is here. What is Commander Xiahou Ming trying to do? When the surrounding people saw the Void Beast mercenary group suddenly joining in, they felt a little dizzy.
The Void Beast mercenary group was ranked second in the Demon Hunter College, and its strength was even stronger than Amethyst. Its leader, Xiahou Ming, was the son of a diamond-ranked mercenary group leader in East Sea City. His strength was formidable and his talent was terrifying.
Xiahou Ming was a very loyal person, and he had a group of brothers following him. However, why did the Void Beast mercenary group join in?
Could it be that they wanted a hero to support a beauty?
If you want to touch my ex, big brother, you have to go through me first. Why? Does your young master's mercenary group want to be enemies with us Void Beasts as well? Xiahou Ming walked towards Wang Xian and smiled at him. He turned around and stared at Snake Trace as he asked coldly, "You?" Snake Trace's expression changed drastically when he saw Xiahou Ming, who suddenly appeared. He growled in a low voice, "Xiahou Ming, this matter has nothing to do with you."
How could it have nothing to do with me?
The matter of my big brother is my matter. Whoever dares to touch him will become our Void Beast mercenary group's enemy. That's right. Whoever dares to touch our big brother will become our enemy. Behind him, a few members of the Void Beast mercenary group shouted angrily. They were full of loyalty. Oh my God. Why did the Void Beast mercenary group step out to help that freshman? Big brother? How does Xiahou Ming address a freshman as big brother? Could he be a relative? The Amethyst mercenary group was willing to make enemies with Young Master's mercenary group for his sake, and now the Void Beast mercenary group is also doing the same. The Academy's second and third ranked mercenary group is making a move at the same time. Who else would dare to provoke him? Snake Mark's devilish white face began to change color, and his eyes were filled with fury. An Amethyst mercenary group had already made him feel extremely troubled. Now, another Void Beast mercenary group had appeared.
What was the relationship between them and this brat?
How could he make the massive amount mercenary group not hesitate to make an enemy out of them?
Zhang Etienne and the group of Amethyst mercenary group girls looked at Xiahou Ming in astonishment.
Why did he also stand up for Wang Xian? Could it be that they knew each other before? There was a high possibility. The group of girls thought to themselves and smiled. They raised their heads and stared at the group of people from the Young Master's mercenary group with a smile. Wang Xian watched this scene with an indifferent expression. When he saw the group of people who suddenly appeared, he was a little puzzled. Who are they? They didn't seem to know each other. The expressions of the Young Master's mercenary group changed drastically.
Snake Scar stared at the members of the Void Beast mercenary group and the Amethyst mercenary group with a gloomy expression.
If these two mercenary groups really wanted to become enemies with them and protect that new student, he really didn't dare to make a move. The Amethyst and Void Beast's strength was enough to make their Young Master's mercenary group unable to move an inch. But in front of so many people, if they let that kid go, wouldn't it be a huge humiliation in the future?
The surrounding Demon Hunters Academy looked at this scene with their mouths agape. They never would have thought that a freshman would actually be able to make the two large mercenary groups of the Academy act to protect him. With the Amethyst and Void Beast around, who would dare to bully him? Good. Zhang Etienne, Xiahou Ming, you are clearly making our Young Master's mercenary group embarrassed, right? Today's matter, I Snake Mark will remember it.
Snake Mark's face was gloomy as he glared at them with a pair of triangular eyes. This made Zhang Etienne and Xia Homing smile in disdain. Brat, just you wait. Don't think that just because you have the protection of the Amethyst Mercenary Group and the Void Beast Mercenary Group, I can't do anything to you.
Snake Mark saw their expressions and felt even more embarrassed. He stared at Wang Xian and growled. Hee, a bunch of trash. I would like to know what you guys have up your sleeves.
Wang Xian, who had been silent all this while, heard what he said and said in a slightly mocking tone. You.
He didn't expect that he would dare to mock him. His expression changed drastically as he stared at Wang Xian. Just you wait. I, Snake Hen, will not be human until I kill you.
A ferocious growl was heard, causing the hearts of the people around them to turn cold. They looked at Wang Xian with a strange expression.
You said that you were mocking Snake Mark at this moment and making him lose face. Aren't you going to fight to the death with him?
Now that the Amethyst and Void Beast had made a move, could it be that he would be with them every day? Isn't he courting death on purpose? That's right, he is totally provoking Snake Mark. No matter what, Snake Mark is a very famous figure in the Demon Hunters Academy and even the East Sea City. It's too unwise. If he doesn't say such words of provocation, Snake Mark might really not dare to touch him in the future. But now, if Snake Mark doesn't take revenge in the future, he will become the laughingstock of many people. The surrounding students looked at Wang Xian, who didn't seem to care, and shook their heads slowly.
If he didn't seek death, he wouldn't die.
Snake Mark stared at Wang Xian with a face full of killing intent. Snake Mark, had never suffered such humiliation before. After being provoked by a freshman, even if he had 2 large mercenary groups behind him, he wouldn't let it go.
Everyone wanted a face. When the people from Amethyst Mercenary Group and Void Beast Mercenary Group saw Wang Xian's provocation, they smiled slightly.
They knew Wang Xian's strength. So what if he provoked a young master's mercenary group?
The bunch of fellows who came to kill me the last time are already dead. Welcome to send yourselves to your deaths. However, Wang Xian opened his mouth and said something that caused the entire banquet to fall into dead silence. When he finished his sentence with a smile on his face, everyone's breathing stopped.
Even the members of the Amethyst Mercenary Group and the Void Beast Mercenary Group stared at Wang Xian with their eyes wide open in shock. What? Yun Han Hai was killed by you? A ray of light shot out from Snake Scar's eyes as he glared at Wang Xian and roared loudly. Everyone around him was dumbfounded. This? What was this Wang Xian doing? Was he courting death? He actually said that Yun Han Hai and the rest were killed by him. Regardless of whether this matter was true or false, this Wang Xian was definitely doomed. The death of Yun Han Hai not only involved the young master's mercenary group, but also the Yun family. Once the Yun family found out that the future successor of the Yun family was killed by a student, they would definitely take revenge crazily. So what if I killed them? Wang Xian smiled faintly and swept his gaze across the young master's mercenary group. I just killed a bunch of trash.
You.
All right.
Snake Scar didn't know what to say at this moment. He extended his finger and pointed at him. His arm was trembling slightly. You're dead. You're dead. Hee.
Wang Xian smiled faintly at the side and didn't seem to mind. You've said this sentence many times already.
You'll know the consequences very soon. Snake Mark's eyes were a little red. He shouted coldly and walked out with a face full of anger.
Zhang Etienne, Xia Homing, this matter is not something that you guys can participate in anymore. Don't dig your own grave.
Snake Mark's voice was heard, causing the young master's mercenary group and the Void Beast mercenary group to show an embarrassed look. They looked at Wang Xian with a helpless look in their eyes.
Why did you say that you killed Yun Han Hai and his men? They died in the wilderness. Without evidence, the young master's mercenary group wouldn't dare to take revenge on the Amethyst and Void Beast mercenary groups.
Now he directly said that he was the one who killed Yun Han Hai and his men.
Then, this matter wasn't something that they could withstand.
Captain Wang, you?
Zhang Etienne opened his mouth and said helplessly as he looked at Wang Xian. He really didn't know what to say after that. They knew that Wang Xian was very strong. But could he compete with the power behind the young master's mercenary group?
Could he compete with the Yun family?
Big brother, I think you should stay in Donghai City for the time being. Or go to another town.
Xia Homing hesitated for a moment before he said to him. Wang Xian didn't take Snake Scar and the rest to heart. He looked at the group of people who had suddenly appeared and a hint of doubt flashed across his eyes. Thank you for your help earlier. However, do I know you all?
When the students around heard Wang Xian's words, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch as they stared at him with widened eyes. The group of girls from the Amethyst mercenary group also looked over in astonishment. What? They didn't know each other? Xia Homing was also slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that the other party had saved them 2 days ago. They had no idea who they had saved and didn't even remember them. This made him speechless.
It turned out that the other party didn't care about them at all that day.
Big brother, 5 days ago in the thunderstorm area. Oh, I got it. The group of people from Cloud Clam. Wang Xian was enlightened and interrupted him. Yes, I really have to thank you for that day, big brother. Otherwise, we might not have been able to return. Xia Homing nodded his head quickly and said gratefully. It was nothing. Wang Xian shook his head lightly.
Captain Xia, Captain Wang, let's sit down and talk.
Zhang Etian took a look at his surroundings, and the students quickly returned to their seats. Only the members of the Tornado Mercenary Group walked out with a drastic change in expression. The incident just now had a huge impact on him. But this time, even if that kid has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will still be finished. The captain of the Tornado Mercenary Group took a deep breath and thought to himself with a solemn face.
May I know what kind of mission leader Zhang is referring to when he invited me over? The Amethyst Mercenary Group and the Harp Mercenary Group sat down. All of them looked at Wang Xian and didn't know what to say for a moment. They really didn't know how to reply to Wang Xian, who was so powerful and unpredictable. They felt a little awkward.
Wang Xian looked at them with a smile and asked directly. Wang Xian had a good impression of the girls in the Amethyst Mercenary Group.
The seemingly ordinary Xia Homing dared to speak directly and made an enemy out of the young master's mercenary group.
Their actions also made Wang Xian have a good impression of him. Mission. Xia Homing took a look at Zhang Etian and asked, the mission in the Dragon Wind region? Yes.
Zhang Etian nodded and looked at Wang Xian. Commander Wang, the main purpose of this gathering is to discuss the mission of the demon beasts in the Dragon Wind region.
As she spoke, she took out a document and handed it to Wang Xian. There is a race of demon beasts in the Dragon Wind region, the Wind-Wing Savage Fish. This is a very powerful race.
The demon beasts of this race are bloodthirsty by nature. For years ago, they controlled other ferocious beasts and started a monster siege in Donghai City.
At that time, it was fortunate that the city lord of the East Sea City and the other experts discovered it in time. They moved out together and killed all the experts of the wind-winged savage fish. As Zhang Etian spoke, Wang Xian revealed a curious expression on his face. Is the mission related to this wind-winged savage fish? Wang Xian asked curiously.
He had only seen demon beasts once in the wilderness when he came to the extraordinary mainland. They were cunning and intelligent. They were much more difficult to deal with than ferocious beasts. A demon beast race. Just like humans, they have their own territory and their own nest. The same goes for the wind-winged savage fish demon beasts. The Demon Hunters Academy has a file on the wind-winged savage fish.
Back then, after the lords of the Eastern Sea City killed the top-tier demon beasts of the wind-winged savage fish race, they sent people to the nest of the wind-winged savage fish. However, they didn't find anything there. Not even a single wind-winged savage fish.
Later, a mercenary group went to the territory of the wind-winged savage fish with the hope of getting lucky, but they didn't come back.
According to some news in the past few years, some scholars speculated that the demon beast race of the wind-winged savage fish still existed, but there were no more powerful wind-winged savage fish there. Once an expert went to their nest, they would immediately run away, and if they were weak, they would be killed by the wind-winged savage fish.
In order to prevent this cunning demonic beast race from harming Donghai City when they grow up, the mercenary group has always had a 1-star diamond mission to eliminate the wind-winged savage fish.
Zhang Yuntian continued to speak to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded slowly. Looking at the information on the wind-winged savage fish, he asked in puzzlement, is this mission not too different from the other missions?
Commander Wang, the wind-winged savage fish used to be a very powerful demonic beast race. After the top-tier demonic beasts were killed, the remaining ones were all weak. However, all the treasures in the demonic beast race are in the hands of these weak demonic beasts.
As Zhang Etian spoke, his eyes lit up. A race with 4 to 5 extraordinary level 9 demonic beasts must have extremely rich treasures. If we can exterminate the Windwing Savage Fish race, not only will we be able to complete the mission, but we will also be able to obtain a huge treasure.
This mission is not something that other missions can compare to. Xia Homing's eyes lit up as he said,
the mission in the Dragon Wind region was a mission that all the mercenary groups wanted to complete. The treasure trove of a top-tier demonic beast clan was even richer than that of a top-tier clan in Donghai City. Is that so? Wang Xian's heart was moved.
Treasure trove? If he could really obtain a treasure trove, then the members of the Dragon Palace and his abilities would be greatly enhanced.
Yes, the entire East Sea City knows about this mission, but it's very difficult. Once the powerful mercenary groups pass by, the crafty Windwing Savage Fish will quickly escape, and the weak mercenary groups will be destroyed by them. This is also because the level of the demon beasts isn't high, and the mission is diamond level. After some students of our Demon Hunter College checked the information, they found that once an expert above rank 7 extraordinary realm appeared on this mission, the other party would run away, and anyone below rank 7 extraordinary realm would be killed. We are preparing to team up with some powerful mercenary groups from the academy and ask them to find some experts to head to the territory of the Wind-Winged Savage Fish together.
Zhang Yuntian said to Wang Xian,
form a team to complete the mission together? Wang Xian looked at them and asked curiously. It's not a team. We can also split up and act independently. If we split up, we can also split up the strength of the Wind-Winged Savage Fish and reduce the danger. As for who can obtain the treasure, it will depend on our strength and luck. Zhang Etian shook his head. When do we set off? Wang Xian pondered for a moment and asked directly.
Commander Wang, do you agree to do this mission with us? Zhang Etian asked in pleasant surprise.
Although they didn't know Wang Xian's strength, he should be at level 7 of the supernatural realm. They were in need of such an expert. Of course we'll go. Wang Xian nodded his head. Captain Zhang, big brother, why don't we go together? This way, we can take care of each other and distribute the treasures according to our respective strengths.
Xia Homing suggested from the side.
Zhang Etian looked at him and then at Wang Xian. It's up to you guys to decide. I don't care.
Wang Xian said to Zhang Etian. This matter was invited by the Amethyst mercenary group. It wasn't appropriate for him to make his own decision.
It would be much more convenient to go with them. At the very least, he didn't need to look through a lot of information. It would be much more convenient to know from them. Sure, Commander Xiahou. Please send someone to ask the other mercenary groups if they want to go to the territory of the Wind-Winged Savage Fish demon beasts. However, after they get there, they have to act on their own. Zhang Etian nodded and said to Xia Homing, all right, I'll go and ask them immediately.
Xia Homing nodded. He looked at Wang Xian and hesitated for a moment. Brother, are you sure you want to leave the city?
Where is the Yun family? Don't worry. We have agreed on a location outside the city. When the time comes, I'll look for you guys. They won't notice me. Wang Xian smiled.
He told the young master's mercenary group that it was Wang Xian who intentionally said that Yun Han Hai and the rest were killed by him.
Since this young master's mercenary group wanted to kill him, he would let them come over. Coincidentally, he was currently in dire need of spirit stones. If they came to kill him, they would be able to send him a lot of spirit stones. As for the Yun family, which had a transcendent level 9 status, it was also part of his plan. The Yun family was one of the top families in East Sea City. Now that the Dragon Spike had arrived, it was only natural for them to become famous.
He would use the Yun family to increase the reputation of the Dragon Spike.
The Void Beast Mercenary Group and Amethyst Mercenary Group, the 2 second and 3rd ranked mercenary groups of the Demon Hunters Academy, came out to protect him. They could make sure that the young master mercenary group wouldn't dare to offend him in the future. However, Wang Xian still said that Yun Han Hai was killed by him in the end. This was the reason. This time, it wasn't because he was arrogant or arrogant. It was because he had thought it through carefully.
Commander Wang, we will set off directly at noon tomorrow. When the time comes, we will contact each other through the communication stone plate. Please be careful.
When they walked out of the Demon Hunter Manor, Zhang Yitian and Xia Homing reminded Wang Xian. Don't worry. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. Then he walked towards their residence. Zhang Yitian, Xia Homing, and the rest of the two mercenary groups looked at Wang Xian's back with sparkling eyes. Leader Zhu Ho, how did you know Leader Wang? Seeing the figure disappear, Zhang Yitian looked at Xia Homing and asked curiously. He saved the life of our Void Beast mercenary group. If it wasn't for him, I would have died. Xia Homing smiled and looked at the girls beside him. What about you guys? He saved more than 10 of us. Deputy Commander Xiao chimed in from the side. His strength is really abnormal. He might be able to succeed in this mission. However, as Xia Homing spoke, he recalled that he had personally said that he had killed Yun Hanhai and the rest. A hesitant look appeared on his face. He shouldn't. Zhang Yitian and the rest of the girls frowned slightly. A contemplative look appeared on their faces. They were very surprised when Wang Xian said that he had killed Yun Hanhai and the rest. Could it be that this Wang Xian was really courting death? I hope he has his own thoughts. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for us to help him. Xia Homing said helplessly. He shook his head and bade farewell to Zhang Yitian before leaving. Let's go too, Zhang Yitian said to the group of girls behind him. His tall and swaying body walked towards the academy. Is it really that Wang Xian who killed Haier? At this moment, in a manor in the central area of Donghai City, a middle-aged man shouted with a face full of killing intent. Beside him, a table was completely shattered. His eyes were blood-red, causing everyone in the hall to lower their heads and not dare to look into his eyes. Snake Scar, who was standing in front of the middle-aged man, faced the middle-aged man. His face was slightly pale as he said, "It's uncle." He admitted it himself today. Many people present heard it. A new student of the Demon Hunters Academy has the ability to kill me. Haier? The middle-aged man's face was a little ferocious. He clenched his fists tightly, and his whole body was exuding a cold, murderous aura. Whether it's him or not, he must die. All his relatives must die. Uncle I, Snake Mark, will avenge Brother Yun. No matter how big the price is, I will kill that kid. Snake Mark lowered his head and said with a gloomy face, "Get out." The middle-aged man ignored Snake Mark and said coldly, "Yes, uncle." Snake Mark was slightly stunned and walked out with a gloomy face. Wang Xian, you are dead meat. Snake Mark squinted his eyes and a sinister light flashed. Leader. Just as Snake Mark walked out of the Yun family, a group of young masters mercenary group members walked over. Leader. According to the information we received, the Sky Beast and Amethyst will head to the Windwing Rampant Fishes territory in the Dragon Wind region tomorrow to prepare for the Diamond-level mission. A young man carefully looked at the gloomy Snake Mark and said, "Yes." Snake Mark coldly nodded. "We suspect that kid might go." The youth continued. "He still dares to leave the city?" Snake Mark's eyes revealed a vicious light, causing the youth to be startled. "Send someone to personally watch that guy." Snake Mark's expression darkened as he hesitated. "Commander, the Amethyst and Void Beast mercenary group is protecting him now," a youth said hesitantly. "If anyone dares to protect him, the Yun family will exterminate them without US taking action." Snake Mark thought of the Amethyst and the Void Beast. He snorted coldly and walked straight to the front. The young men from the Young Masters mercenary group beside him were slightly stunned and immediately followed behind. At this moment, on the Demon Hunters Academy's forum, the news of Wang Xian killing Yun Hanhai and the rest had spread like wildfire. The incident at the banquet today had also been exposed. When the group of young men from the Demon Hunters Academy found out about this news, they were all shocked. Why would the Amethyst mercenary group and the Void Beast mercenary group protect that Wang Xian? Especially the Amethyst mercenary group. Don't they have a grudge against Wang Xian? Oh my god. Is this Wang Xian reckless? He actually said that he killed Yun Hanhai and the rest. Now, even the Amethyst and Void Beasts can't save him. The Yun family will definitely make a move. Even if this kid has 10 lives, it's still not enough for him to die. This is really unexpected. If he didn't say that he killed Yun Hanhai and the rest, no one would dare to provoke him in the Demon Hunters Academy in the future.
Now he actually said it out stupidly.
With his strength, how could he kill Yun Hanhai and the rest of the powerhouses?
Now that he has said that, regardless of whether he killed them or not, the Yun family will get rid of him.
Everyone in the academy was dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen such a suicidal person.
Even the instructors of the academy knew about this matter. All of them frowned and shook their heads slowly.
Anyone would have to pay a heavy price for killing the future heir of the Yun family in Donghai City.
Wang Xian did not pay attention to the matter in the academy's forum. Instead, he looked at the information that Zhang Etian had given him. I hope I can get a good harvest this time. Wang Xian held the lightning strike wood in his hand as he thought to himself.
The next morning, Wang Xian brought Ao Jian and the rest out of the city. Sensing the gazes behind him, he smiled. After leaving the city, Wang Xian easily shook them off.
Where are they?
5 minutes later, a middle-aged man scanned the surroundings with a sullen face. He took out his communication stone plate and sent a message with an embarrassed expression.
They're here. At the edge of the ocean, which was 30 kilometers away from the East Gate, a group of people stood by the seaside. Their eyes were fixed on Wang Xian and the rest who were flying towards them.
They're half an hour late. In the middle of the amethyst mercenary group, a woman beside the tall Zhang Yuntian said with slight dissatisfaction. The woman's height was comparable to Zhang Ishan's. However, her figure was even more fiery than Zhang Ishan's. Her curvy figure could almost make people explode on the spot. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no plastic surgery on the Transcendence continent, almost everyone would think that she had such a fiery figure after plastic surgery.
The woman's appearance was somewhat similar to Zhang Ishan's, but it was much more familiar. And he is the benefactor of our mercenary group. He is very strong. Don't say anything later. Zhang Ishan looked at the woman and reminded her.
A kid actually has such strength. I want to see what kind of bloodline he has.
The woman crossed her arms and felt like she was holding a huge ball. She looked over curiously. Beside the amethyst mercenary group, there was an old man standing next to Xia Homing.
Elder Zhang, this is our savior. If it wasn't for him last time, we would have died long ago.
Xia Homing introduced to the old man beside him.
Oh? I've never heard of such a monstrous student in the Demon Hunters Academy. The old man looked curiously at the group of people flying towards them. New student, his strength is really abnormal. Back then, he killed more than a dozen cloud clams that were at Transcendent Level 6 in one move. Xia Homing said with a face full of admiration. He's so strong and so young. I wonder which bloodline family's disciple he is from. The old man said slowly. Regardless of whether it was the woman with an explosive figure or the old man, they all believed that Wang Xian had a powerful bloodline. Otherwise, it was impossible for an ordinary person to reach Transcendent Level 7 at this age when they were cultivating. There was no such monster in the entire continent.
It was highly possible for him to have a powerful bloodline.
The prince of the royal family of the Draconid Empire on the continent had the strength of a Transcendent Level 7 or 8 at such a young age. From their point of view, Wang Xian must have a powerful bloodline. I hope he has a powerful background. Otherwise, the Yun family will take revenge.
Xia Homing sighed slightly. I'm sorry everyone, I'm late.
Wang Xian looked at the group of people and said apologetically as he landed on the ground.
He swept his gaze across the group of people and was slightly surprised. There were two extraordinary Level 7 powerhouses, a lady with a terrifying figure and an old man. His eyes subconsciously paused on the lady with a better figure.
The figure of this lady reminded him of the exaggerated figures of the girls in the anime. This was too explosive. I didn't see any embarrassment on your face.
The lady saw Wang Xian's expression and said coldly,
Shall we set off now? Wang Xian smiled and said to Zhang Etian, Xia, and Ho Ming.
Let's go, Captain Wang. This is my aunt, Zhang Fengming. This is Elder Zhang. For this mission, let's go together. Zhang Etian tugged at his aunt's clothes and introduced her to Wang Xian. Hello, my name is Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded. Zhang Fengming sized up Wang Xian as a green light flashed in her eyes.
Transcendent Level 5. There's also a group of Transcendent Level 5 people behind him. Zhang Fengming narrowed her eyes slightly and said to Zhang Etian.
No.
That's impossible. Leader Wang's strength.
Zhang Etian was a little stunned. However, when he saw the green light in his aunt's eyes, he was stunned again.
Aunt, how can Leader Wang's strength be at Transcendent Level 5? When he was seriously injured, he could kill 4 to 5 experts at Transcendent Level 6 with a single move. Deputy Commander Xiao was slightly taken aback and said in disbelief,
"Call me sistering, don't call me old."
Zhang Fengying heard her words and waved her hand. This made Deputy Commander Xiao slightly embarrassed.
This? Sistering, Commander Wang killed more than a dozen ferocious beasts at Transcendent Level 6 with a single move back then. How can he be at Transcendent Level 5?
Xia Homing shook his head in disbelief. Looks like your bloodline is better at concealing your strength. Zhang Fengying glanced at Wang Xian with interest.
This made him slightly stunned. He felt that this woman with an extremely good figure was a little narcissistic. The Amethyst mercenary group had 20 members this time. The weakest among them was at level 5 and there were also 5 at level 6.
The strength of the Void Beast mercenary group was similar to that of the Amethyst mercenary group. The same strength should be used to distribute treasures.
The mission of the Windwing Savage Fish Demon Beast was an official mission of East Sea City. It was not a special mission of the Demon Hunter Academy. This mission allowed 10 mercenary groups to complete it together.
Let's go. When the time comes, everyone listen to my orders. Zhang Fengying looked around like a big sister and said to everyone,
"With Miss Zhang's eye technique, we will naturally listen to your orders."
Elder Zhang, who was at Transcendent Level 7, cupped his hands at Zhang Fengying and agreed.
This made Wang Xian slightly surprised. It seemed that Zhang Fengying, who had a hot figure, had some ability. "How is it, little guy?"
Zhang Fengying looked at Wang Xian and said condescendingly, "Let's go." Wang Xian realized that he was much shorter than Zhang Fengying. His figure was less than 1.8 meters. However, Zhang Fengying was close to 1.9 meters, which was about the same height as Zhang Yitian.
This made him feel a little awkward and he said it directly.
As for Wang Xian saying that he would listen to his commands, Wang Xian didn't agree to it immediately. With Wang Xian's light and dark fire dragon eyes, it was more appropriate for him to command, "HMPH, let's go." Seeing that he didn't reply, Zhang Fengying snorted softly and flew straight into the sky. The rest of them quickly followed behind. "Captain Wang, my aunt is very perceptive. You can listen to her first," Zhang Yitian whispered to Wang Xian.
Wang Xian nodded his head. The rest of them immediately flew towards the region of the Dragon Wind.
The region of the Dragon Wind was 100 kilometers away from Donghai City. The reason why it was called the region of the Dragon Wind was because the wind and waves here were very strong.
Under normal circumstances, the waves could reach a height of 100 meters.
In this region, there were actually tornadoes. Sometimes, there were even blade-splitting storms that could kill a Type 5 or 6 Transcendent. At the bottom of the sea, there was an undersea forest. At the bottom of the sea, there was a type of wind chime tree. This type of tree could make a sound at the bottom of the sea. It was extremely mystical. Along the way, they encountered more than a dozen supernatural level 3 or 4 flying ferocious beasts. They were easily dealt with by them. 2 to 3 hours later, Wang Xian saw the waves in front of him becoming more turbulent. Huge waves came one after another. The wind was also more than 10 times the size of the area around Donghai City. Wang Xian even saw a huge phenomenon of a dragon sucking water. "Let's go down from here."
After Zhang Fengying entered this place, her speed became even faster. A green light flashed in his eyes as he spoke to the people around him before entering the sea.
Wang Xian and the rest immediately followed behind him.
The Windwing Savage Fish Demon Beasts live in the Windbelt Forest at the bottom of the sea. They are digging a cave underground and the cave is in all directions. The Windwing Savage Fish Demon Beasts are controlling a group of ferocious beasts. Among them, the main one is the Jinlin Boa.
Everyone must be careful. If you are suddenly attacked by the Jinlin Boa or the Wind-Winged Savage Fish, no one will be able to save you. After entering the ocean, Zhang Fengying's expression turned serious. He was holding a long whip in his hand and looked like a queen. Wang Xian looked down. The depth of the area was more than 20,000 meters. At a glance, it looked like a huge forest. The wind chime tree was about 30 meters tall. It was located at the bottom of the ocean. A slight touch would cause a sound.
Once a fight broke out here, it would definitely attract the attention of the surrounding people. It was also because of the wind chime tree that a few years ago many powerful mercenary groups were unable to do anything to the wind-wing rampant fish race.
We must land at the bottom of the sea, or else we will be more easily discovered. Zhang Fengying's eyes flickered with a green light as she spoke to them. Everyone understood this place and nodded as they followed behind her. The bottom of the sea in the Dragon Wind region was not completely dark. The wind chimes on the wind chime tree were emitting a green light, and the bottom of the sea was also reflected in a green color.
The surrounding area contained dense water energy and wind energy.
In the wind chime forest, floating in the sky above the forest was simply courting death. In the sky, one could float in the sky within a few thousand meters. The fierce beasts and demon beasts in the wind chime forest were easier to ambush and attack. After entering the underwater forest, they would be able to move more stealthily.
Here, if you encounter a Jinlin boa or a wind-winged savage fish, you must kill them as fast as possible. Don't make too much noise.
Wind and water elemental cultivators must pay attention. Don't let the sound of the wind chimes spread out.
Zhang Fengying looked at the people behind him and warned with a serious face.
Yes. The members of the Amethyst mercenary group were obviously not unfamiliar with Zhang Fengying. They nodded their heads heavily. Xia Homing and the rest also knew of her name and agreed with her. Wang Xian looked at this woman with a hot body. To be able to reach Transcendent Level 7, she must be extraordinary. Let's go.
Zhang Fengying waved her hand. Everyone stared at their surroundings vigilantly.
Wang Xian also looked around, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Eh? Under his gaze, Wang Xian realized that there was a passage under the sea 500 meters in front of him. The passage was extremely huge, but there were no living things in it.
Was this the nest of the wind-winged savage fish?
Wang Xian looked around curiously. The passage led to the front, and it extended in all directions. It was like a huge maze.
No wonder I can't get rid of this wind-winged savage fish. Their lair is so complicated. Even if an expert from the void interpretation realm came, he wouldn't be able to get rid of this wind-winged savage fish.
Wang Xian looked at the bottom of the sea.
Whoosh! 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 At this moment, an urgent sound came from the front. Wang Xian raised his head and looked ahead. He saw that Zhang Fengying, who was walking at the front, was holding a ferocious beast with a green long whip in her hand.
The ferocious beast was 7 to 8 meters long, as thick as a bucket, and had 2 antennae on its head. It looked like a python, but there was a big difference. Bang! Zhang Fengying moved her arm and tightened the whip, and the 7 to 8 meter long embroidered scale BOA was instantly divided into several parts. Too ferocious. Miss Fengying is not only powerful in her ocular arts, but also a group of powerful ones. After all, she is the only one in the Zhang family who has activated her green eyes. Beside them, the group of youths from the Void Beast mercenary group whispered when they saw the powerful Zhang Fengying. Be careful. I discovered him when I was 1,000 meters away. Now that I am 500 meters away, you still haven't seen him.
Zhang Fengying turned her head and looked at the group of people behind her with a displeased expression.
Zhang Etienne felt a little awkward. She was used to this aunt of his. However, Zheng Lao, who was beside Xia Homing, could not help but twitch his lips. He lowered his head slowly and wiped the long saber in his hand, pretending that he did not hear anything.
Zheng Lao is good at fighting. That little fellow, what are you good at?
Zhang Fengying looked at Wang Xian.
As a qualified commander, he had to understand the attributes and abilities of everyone. She did not need to ask about the others. However, he had to understand Wang Xian, who was also an extraordinary level 7 fighter.
I'm good at it? Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm good at scouting. You're good at scouting? Zhang Fengying was slightly stunned when she heard his words. Then, she looked at him with a teasing expression. Little fellow, you're good at scouting. Yes, big sister.
Wang Xian heard him calling her little fellow again and again. He looked at her and replied, Big sister.
When the surrounding people heard Wang Xian's words, they immediately looked over and then looked at Zhang Fengying. This big sister was really well addressed. You! Zhang Fengying glared at Wang Xian. When she saw the anger on his face, She immediately restrained herself. She looked at Wang Xian from head to toe and said, "You're the only one who's good at scouting. Didn't you notice the Jinlin boa that was 500 meters away just now? Is this the scouting that you're good at?"
"I'm indeed good at it."
Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. "All right, then I'd like to see how good your scouting skills are. Come, let's walk at the front. Old Zhang, you stay behind us." Zhang Fengying raised her eyebrows and said to them,
"All right, Miss Zhang. I'm not good at this. I'll leave the scouting to you guys." Old Zhang nodded his head with a smile.
Wang Xian walked over nonchalantly. "Pa, kid, let's have a competition. Next, let's see who will be the first to discover the ferocious beasts lurking around."
Zhang Fengying placed her arm on Wang Xian's shoulder and said plainly. Wang Xian smiled and looked at Zhang Fengying, who was taller than him by half a head. He took 2 steps to the left and said, "All right."
"Hee."
Zhang Fengying smiled when she saw his actions and shouted, "Let's go."
As they continued to walk forward, Zhang Fengying looked at Wang Xian with a smile on her face. Her eyes were flashing with a green glow. He swept his gaze across the surroundings. Green eyes. Wang Xian took a glance at Zhang Fengying and thought to himself, "I wonder what abilities this green eyes have."
He continued walking forward. The wind chime tree was dozens of meters tall and the sea was calm. It was similar to the forest on the ground.
After walking for more than 1,000 meters, Wang Xian scanned his surroundings with a smile on his face. Suddenly, he pointed upward with his arm.
Without him saying a word, a golden swordfish behind him moved and flew directly toward a wind chime tree in front of him.
Buzz. Metal swords pierced through the tree. Bang.
A 7 to 8 meter large corpse fell to the ground.
It was a caracal of extraordinary level 5. The group of people who were walking were stunned. Even Zhang Fengying looked over in astonishment. "There's a caracal on the tree?"
Her expression changed as she looked at Wang Xian. "You discovered it?"
"The strength of your subordinates is not bad."
"Let's go." Wang Xian did not answer her and said plainly, "Who is it?"
"A little cat meeting a dead rat." "How arrogant." Zhang Fengying saw that Wang Xian was ignoring her. She pouted and her expression became serious. A dense green energy gathered in her eyes. When Wang Xian saw her appearance, he retracted his dragon eyes of fire and light.
Now he was only at the periphery. He would leave it to Zhang Fengying, his big sister. This way he was happy to be free.
500 meters to the left, there is a caracal boa wrapped around the tree. It's a level 5 transcendent. Let's go and take care of it. After walking for another 500 to 600 meters, Zhang Fengying's lips curled up slightly as she said softly, "A level 6 transcendent girl from the amethyst flew over immediately and took care of it." "Humph. 1 to 1.
Zhang Fengying raised her head and looked at Wang Xian provocatively.
This made him feel a little amused. He nodded his head lightly. "Continue." She continued to move forward with full of fighting spirit. She looked around vigilantly. 8 to 1.
After driving for an hour, Zhang Fengying waved the long whip in her hand and killed the anaconda. She looked at Wang Xian with a hint of contempt in her eyes.
She had a tall and slender figure to begin with. Now that she raised her head, she looked even more impressive. Sister Zhang's alertness is one of the best in the entire Donghai city.
That's right. There aren't many people in the entire Donghai city who possess ocular skills. Sister Zhang is the best. That's right, that's right.
After walking for an hour, all the dangers were easily resolved by Zhang Fengying. Behind them, the Amethyst Mercenary Group and the Void Beast Mercenary Group also revealed relaxed expressions. All of them said flatteringly, "All right, stop flattering us. Just now, we were only at the outer perimeter. There were some extraordinary level 5 Jinlin boas. Next, we will be approaching the central area of the Windchime Forest. We might encounter the Windwing Savage Fish." Zhang Fengying waved her hand indifferently and looked at Wang Xian. "Little guy, there are still many things that you need to learn."
Wang Xian and Zhang Fengying looked a little smug and felt amused. "Awesome, awesome.
You're still the best, big sister."
"Are you convinced now?"
"You're not allowed to wear those big words. In the future, when you see me, be good and call me big sister. Call me big sister." Zhang Fengying looked at Wang Xian with her chin and said happily,
The corner of Wang Xian's mouth twitched. I think it's better to call you big sister. Just call me whatever I tell you to call me. In the future, don't be arrogant and don't be arrogant in front of me. Be humble and be defeated. Zhang Fengying looked at her and said with a smile on her face. Let's continue. Wang Xian said to her helplessly. Captain Wang, if you want to compete with Sister Zhang in scouting, you have lost. That's right. Sister Zhang's eye technique is too powerful and she has a lot of experience. The two young men behind whispered. When we reach the central area, there might be a group of Jinlin Boa. Everyone, be careful. After walking for more than 10 kilometers, Elder Zhang jumped down from a tree and reminded everyone. A cave has appeared. We have to be prepared to fight at any time. Zhang Fengying looked at the underground cave in the distance and reminded loudly. Entering the cave meant that they had truly entered the territory of the wind-winged savage fish. Around these underwater caves, there might be more than a dozen caracal boas or wind-winged savage fish that would suddenly appear. Once they entered the center, Wang Xian became vigilant. In his vision, there was a cave entrance that was about 2 to 3 meters wide every 100 meters in front of them. Beneath these caves were numerous tunnels that were densely packed together. They were considered to have gone smoothly in the periphery of the windchime forest. However, the central area was the real beginning. Take out the induction stone plate, Old Zheng said to a young man. The induction stone plate could sense the concentration of spiritual energy. The sensing range was 100 meters. The cave of the wind-winged savage fish was complicated, but the depth was less than 100 meters. Using this induction stone plate, if one discovered a spot where the spiritual stones were suddenly higher, it meant that it might be the true cave of the wind-winged savage fish. There might be treasures inside. Wang Xian took a look. To him, this induction stone plate was of no use. With his current strength, he could penetrate 500 to 600 meters of land when he looked underground. After walking for about half an hour, Zhang Fengying took care of the 2 golden-scaled boas that were hiding around. The golden-scaled boas here had reached transcendent level 6. Take the induction plate and go to the cave. Zhang Fengying looked at the surrounding caves and walked over to check them. She pointed at the first cave that she checked. All right, Sister Fengying. The girl nodded her head and immediately ran over with the induction plate. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and looked at the bottom of the cave. Ha! Suddenly Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. Wait! He quickly said to the girl who was walking over. Captain Wang, what's wrong? The girl looked at him curiously. What's wrong? Zhang Fengying also looked at Wang Xian and asked curiously. There's a wind-winged savage fish down there. Wang Xian pointed to a spot beside the cave and said. It was a demonic beast with a pair of wings. Its head and body were similar to that of a shark. It had a thick layer of skin and a fish tail. Just now, Wang Xian took a look at his surroundings. There were no wind-winged savage fish there. Instead, they had just swam over from below. It was as though they were waiting for their arrival. Wang Xian pointed there and said. His gaze swept across his surroundings. More than 1,000 meters ahead, another wind-winged savage fish's head was revealed from the entrance of the cave. His gaze was cold as he looked over. Why are there wind-winged savage fish? I have just checked over there. Little guy, are your eyes playing tricks on you? Zhang Fengying looked at Wang Xian. However, she walked towards the cave that he was pointing at. Her green eyes looked into the cave and tried to sense it again. It's confirmed that it's safe. Little one, you're still not up to it. Zhang Fengying smiled and looked at Wang Xian mockingly. Wang Xian did not look at her. Instead, he looked at the area below. He realized that when Zhang Fengying walked over, the wind-winged savage fish could sense her approaching and moved 3 to 4 meters into the cave. The wind-winged savage fish is a wind attribute demonic beast. They can sense whether or not they are approaching through the flow of water. Wang Xian thought to himself. Come over. Zhang Fengying waved at the girl. The girl immediately walked over. Leader Wang, don't worry about my aunt's investigative methods. Zhang Etienne thought that Wang Xian was unwilling to give up and said to him with a smile. Don't worry, Captain Wang. I still have faith in Sister Fengying. The girl smiled at him and walked to the entrance of the cave. Zhang Fengying continued to look at the cave in front of her. At this moment, the wind-winged savage fish slowly approached from the bottom of the cave. Bang! When Wang Xian saw the scene,
The lightning wood in his hand gently landed on the ground. Boom.
At this moment, a 1-meter-sized fish head suddenly emerged from the hole and attacked the girl.
The girl held the communication stone plate in both hands. When she saw the wind-winged savage fish that had suddenly attacked her, her face revealed a look of horror. The loud sound caused the expressions of everyone around to change drastically. Zhang Fengying turned her head and her face instantly turned ugly. The long whip in her hand wanted to rescue her. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
However, at this moment, thorns emerged from the ground beside them and penetrated the wind-winged savage fish instantly.
Wang Xian pulled his arm gently and pulled the 3-meter-long wind-winged savage fish out. This! Everyone was stunned when they saw that Wang Xian was killed by the wind-winged savage fish before its head even reached half a meter out.
Thank you. The girl thanked Wang Xian in a state of shock. If it wasn't for Wang Xian, she would have died for sure. Yes, be careful.
Wang Xian nodded his head lightly and looked at the supernatural level 5 demon beast, the wind-winged savage fish. Compared to the ferocious beast, there wasn't much difference in intelligence. Wang Xian waved his arm and kept it into his interspatial ring. How did you discover that there was a wind-winged savage fish demon beast there? Zhang Fengying nodded at the girl apologetically. She came to Wang Xian's side and asked in astonishment. With my eyes. Wang Xian smiled faintly.
Who are you lying to?
Zhang Fengying glared at Wang Xian in disbelief.
I didn't see it with my eyes. How could I know where it is?
Let's go, continue.
Wang Xian said in a speechless manner.
Zhang Fengying's expression changed. You saved Xiao Ying's life just now. I'll count it as your win for 10 times. We'll win 13-10, she said to Wang Xian with a dark expression. Wang Xian smiled and looked at the spot in front of him. His eyes were sparkling.
You're so arrogant after winning. Just you wait.
Zhang Fengying waited for Wang Xian. Her face was filled with displeasure as she looked ahead again. Stop!
After walking for a few hundred meters, Wang Xian said to all of them. What's wrong, Captain Wang? Did you notice it again?
There aren't any ferocious beasts 500 meters ahead.
Zhang Fengying's expression changed slightly. She stared at Wang Xian and said.
The people behind also looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. You guys that and that.
Wang Xian did not answer them. He pointed to Aou and the rest who were beside him and said.
Yes, leader. Ao Jian and the rest nodded their heads.
Wang Xian looked ahead and pointed the lightning wood in his hand at the bottom of the sea. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
Rays of light that were accompanied by lightning instantly spread forward at a terrifying speed.
Boom! Boom!
Boom! Zhang Fengying, the Amethyst Mercenary Group, and the Void Beast Mercenary Group all stared at Wang Xian's hand movements closely. At this moment, one by one, the caracal boas were entangled by thorns and crawled out of the cave. At the back of the cave, there was an extraordinary level 6 demon beast, the wind-winged savage fish. Golden Light Spike. Ao Jian and the other Baron Swordfish waved their long swords and rays of golden light instantly penetrated into the heads of the Jinlin Boa and the wind-winged savage fish. Let's go,
Wang Xian said to them and walked straight ahead. Everyone widened their eyes. Zhang Fengying had an incredulous look on her face. She looked at the corpses of the ferocious beasts on the ground and then at Wang Xian. How did you find them?
Zhang Fengying walked to Wang Xian's side and asked while staring at him.
My eyes, big sister.
Wang Xian looked at her and replied truthfully. How is that possible?
How can the eyes see them?
They were clearly in the cave and were hidden so well. How can they see them?
Zhang Fengying got closer with a face full of disbelief. When Wang Xian saw the hot figure right in front of him, the corner of his mouth twitched. Maybe it's because of my good eyesight.
Zhang Fengying's expression changed. She knew that this was his secret and it was impossible for her to tell him. This is considered a truce. Zhang Fengying's face darkened as she looked at Wang Xian and said, Let's keep moving.
Wang Xian looked around and continued to walk towards the center. Zhang Fengying, who was at the side, looked around from time to time. She sized up Wang Xian from time to time. The people from the Amethyst Mercenary Group and the Void Beast Mercenary Group behind him were also stunned. They followed behind him in astonishment. This is too amazing.
They are so far away and they are even hiding in the cave. How did Leader Wang manage to do it? It is quite abnormal. He discovered the ferocious beasts hidden below 500 to 600 meters away. This time, Leader Wang might be able to lead us to the Windwing Savage Fish's treasure. A few young men from the Void Beast mercenary group looked at Wang Xian with admiration and disgust in a low voice. The eyes of the group of girls at the side flickered as well. This was especially so for the girl who had just been rescued by Wang Xian. She didn't believe Wang Xian's words just now. If it weren't for him, she would probably be dead by now. Ha! After walking for 7,000 to 8,000 meters, Wang Xian suddenly discovered a location below them. A windwing savage fish was following them.
However, this windwing savage fish was in a passage under the sea.
Its body was stuck to the soil. It was obvious that it was listening to the sound of Wang Xian's footsteps. These windwing savage fish are really smart. Perhaps they have been fighting with the mercenary group for the past few years. Their intelligence is getting higher and higher. Wang Xian thought to himself and stopped walking. What's wrong, Wang group? Are there more ferocious beasts lying in ambush ahead? Seeing that Wang Xian had stopped, Elder Zhang looked at him in astonishment as well. His gaze was fixed on the underwater caves ahead.
Zhang Fengying's gaze was fixed on those caves. A green glow shot out from her eyes. It was obvious that she had unleashed her ocular arts to the maximum. Bang! The lightning struck what in Wang Xian's hand landed on the ground. He waved his arm forcefully. Bang, bang, bang.
The sound of a violent collision suddenly came from under their feet. This caused their expressions to change drastically. Boom!
The ground split open instantly. An extraordinary level 6 windwing savage fish was tied up by Wang Xian with thorns.
Damn humans! I'm going to kill you all! The windwing savage fish was tied up all over. Its pair of blood-red eyes stared at Wang Xian. Bang! Wang Xian struck the lightning wood in his hand and killed it instantly. This! Elder Zhang was stunned. Zhang Fengying, who was at the side, widened her eyes in disbelief.
You actually discovered the demonic beasts hidden under our feet. How?
How did you do it? This was the first time she felt defeated.
When Wang Xian stopped earlier, she was still looking ahead. However, she did not expect him to discover the wind-winged savage fish underground.
The underground was the cave passage of the wind-winged savage fish. He had also learned about it from the information.
The passage was at least 2 to 3 meters thick from the ground.
It was difficult for the wind-winged savage fish to launch a sneak attack from the ground after 2 to 3 meters. In the end, a wind-winged savage fish was brought up directly from the passage below. How did he do it? Zhang Fengying looked at Wang Xian's feet and wondered if he had eyes on his feet. Let's go, big sister.
Wang Xian looked at Zhang Fengying, who was looking at him expectantly. His face was filled with smiles. Big sister?
She was just a big sister. But now she had become a big sister.
She couldn't leave this big sister behind no matter what.
Zhang Fengying's expression changed. This was a blatant insult. Leader Wang, you are simply too powerful. Not only powerful, you are practically invincible. Even the demonic beasts below us can discover you.
Haha, with Leader Wang, we will definitely be able to return with a full load.
The group of young men from the Void Beast mercenary group said with a fawning expression.
Even some of the girls were staring at Wang Xian's figure with twinkling stars in their eyes.
Be on high alert. Zhang Fengying growled with an embarrassed expression. When everyone saw her sullen face, they shrunk their heads slightly and stopped talking.
Leader Wang, how did you do it? She couldn't help but walk over and ask again.
Call me Big Brother, Wang Xian said faintly. Big Brother. She gritted her teeth.
Are you convinced?
I'm convinced. Wang Xian didn't really care about size. It was fine for an old man to address him as little brother or young man. However, Wang Xian had some objections when a lady called him young man.
Therefore, she could only address him as big sister or big sister.
Even though she was much older than him. Wang Xian looked at Zhang Fengying, who was completely convinced by him. A faint smile appeared on his face. When I lowered my head just now, I saw a demonic beast down there. Hence, I killed it.
Wang Xian looked at her and said to her with a serious expression, "You." Zhang Fengying saw that he still didn't tell her. She looked embarrassed as she gritted her teeth and stared at him. "I've already called you big brother. Why aren't you telling me? It's my duty. You've lost."
Wang Xian said indifferently and looked ahead. "Let's go. Let's continue forward."
All right.
After witnessing Wang Xian's perverse detection technique, the group of people hurriedly followed behind him. "Auntie, let's follow him."
Zhang Yitian walked to her side, pulled her arm and shouted,
"Xiao Tian, are you sure that he is a new student of your Demon Hunters Academy?"
Zhang Fengying asked Zhang Yitian with a solemn face. "Although he hasn't been to the academy many times, he is indeed a student of our academy. Isn't he a pervert?" Zhang Yitian nodded and whispered,
"Do you know what background he has?" Zhang Fengying asked expressionlessly.
"I don't know."
Zhang Yitian shook his head.
Zhang Fengying's eyes flickered as she followed closely behind Wang Xian. Bang, bang, bang.
Wang Xian walked toward the center. With a wave of his arm, Ao Jian and the rest immediately charged toward him. With a tap of the lightning strike wood in his hand, the wind-winged savage fish demon beast was killed. This miraculous technique made the members of the Void Beast Mercenary Group and Amethyst Mercenary Group widen their eyes. Their eyes were filled with shock. Zhang Fengying had been staring at Wang Xian the entire time. She did not see any trace of him.
Could it be that his bloodline level is very high? She thought to herself. Then she looked at the group of golden swordfish and her eyes were filled with astonishment.
His subordinates are so powerful. All of them are at extraordinary level 6. Zhang Yitian and Xia Homing were also looking at Ao Jian and the rest in astonishment. The strength of a transcendent level rank 6 was equivalent to that of a leader or deputy leader in the East Sea City mercenary group. In fact, many of the leaders of the mercenary groups were only at transcendent level rank 6. 11 subordinates who were at transcendent level rank 6 were already quite powerful. They walked for 5 hours without any obstacles. Along the way, they encountered the highest demonic beasts that were at transcendent level 6 as well. All of them were easily killed by Wang Xian and the rest. There's a deep pit in front of us. It used to be the central area of the territory of the winged howler fish.
Old Zheng's voice rang out as everyone looked ahead. There was a huge empty space there. From afar, one could see the caracal boas entrenched there. They were entrenched on the surrounding wind chime trees as though they were guarding the empty space.
"Is that the deep pit of the cave?"
Wang Xian looked over.
The deep pit of the cave was the central area of the wind-winged fish in the past. It was also the place where the top-grade wind-winged fish lived. This was the starting point of the cave. From here, one could enter any part of the cave. Along the way, they did not discover any treasure with the induction stone plate. They could only enter from here and enter the cave. Ever since the top-grade wind-wing savage fish were killed, this place had become an entrance. The wind-wing savage fish entered the main entrance.
According to the information, the wind-wing savage fish's treasure house should be not far from the main entrance.
It seems that we did not cause any commotion along the way. Otherwise, there would not be a brocade scale boa guarding this place. Elder Zhang looked ahead, his face beaming with joy. As long as there was no commotion, it was a good thing. If a powerful transcendent rank 8 expert came here and attracted the attention of the wind-wing savage fish, they would hide in secret. You had no idea where they were hiding or where their treasures were. First, we have to destroy the hundreds of transcendent rank 5 and 6 Caracas, and not allow them to transmit their voices. Elder Zhang looked at the deep pit in the cave and said softly, "We have prepared a soundless formation at transcendent level 7 here. We have set it up in the surroundings, so that we can't transmit our voices out."
Xia Homing took out a formation compass and said to them,
"Let's end this as soon as possible."
Zhang Fengying looked at Wang Xian and said,
"All right, let's end this as soon as possible." A group of people nodded their heads. For wind attribute experts at transcendent level 6 took out the formation and immediately went over to hide.
"Kill!" When Elder Zheng saw that the formation was set up, he let out a soft shout and charged forward.
On the way, Zhang Fengying was initially on guard, and then it was Wang Xian. Now it was finally time for him to show his prowess.
"Charge!"
The members of the Amethyst Mercenary Group and the Void Beast Mercenary Group charged forward immediately. Wang Xian followed closely behind. 11 golden swordfish held golden long swords in their hands and followed behind.
Buzz. At the deep pit of the cave, more than 100 caracal boas noticed their arrival and let out a roar. A few caracal boas swept their tails heavily on the wind chime tree. The wind chimes on the wind chime tree swayed.
However, they did not hear any sound. The soundless formation was an extremely useless wind attribute formation. At this moment, it could bring out a miraculous effect. Roar! 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 Walala! When Wang Xian rushed into the formation, he heard the roar and the sound of wind chimes. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. He held the lightning strike wood in his hand. The wood was emitting green and blue rays of light. Whoosh! 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 He waved his arm, and a thorny vine that was accompanied by lightning struck the dozen or so caracal at the level 6 transcendence in front of him. Bam! Bam! Bam!
However, before his attack could land, a 1,000-meter-long wind whip lashed onto the caracal boas instantly, tearing their skin and flesh.
Humph! A cold snort came from beside his ear. Wang Xian looked over. Zhang Fengying rolled her eyes at him and looked at him provocatively. Let's see who kills the most. Wang Xian found it funny. She wanted to get back at him for her failure in scouting.
Wang Xian smiled and waved his arm. A dense azure dragon aura landed on a chime tree.
Spirit enchantment. He shouted softly. The chime tree seemed to have come to life as it instantly attacked the surrounding brocade-scaled boas.
He leaped onto the tree. With the lightning strike wood in his hand, he swept across the surrounding ferocious beasts. Someone actually arrived before us.
At this moment, a large group of people suddenly arrived not far from them. There were more than 100 people in total. Some of them were students from the Demon Hunter College, while the others were mercenaries from outside the college. When they saw the battle in front of them, their faces revealed a look of surprise. It's the Void Beast Mercenary Group and the Amethyst Mercenary Group. I didn't expect them to arrive here before us.
That's Zhang Fengying from the Zhang family and Xing Qixiang from the Xiahou Mercenary Group. He's a transcendent level 7 powerhouse.
They're almost finished with the Jinlin Boa at the entrance. There were more than 100 people. 2 middle-aged men and 2 old men stood at the front. Beside them were 4 young men.
Obviously, Zhang Etian, Xiahou, and the rest had called Zhang Fengying and Elder Xing over for this mission. The group of them had also called over 4 experts who were at transcendent level 7.
They were a team formed by 7 mercenary groups from the Demon Hunter College. Their abilities far surpassed the Void Beast Mercenary Group and the Amethyst Mercenary Group. When Wang Xian noticed the arrival of the group of people, he had already stopped and looked at their location. 23. Chimich, you seem to only have a dozen of them. After Zhang Fengying had killed 23 Caracas, she looked at Wang Xian with a smug expression.
However, when she saw Wang Xian looking into the distance, she was slightly taken aback. Immediately, she noticed a group of people that was 1,000 meters away.
What sharp eyes! Zhang Fengying mumbled to Wang Xian with an unhappy expression.
It was obvious that he was unhappy when he saw that Wang Xian had discovered that there were people outside before him and that he had lost in the investigation.
He looked at the group of people with displeasure.
Captain Zhang, Captain Xiahou, and 2 seniors. I didn't expect you guys to arrive faster than us. The group of people walked over and spoke to Zhang Etian, Xiahou Ming, and the rest.
What a coincidence! Zhang Fengying clearly brought her emotions to them as she said coldly.
Hee, we're just lucky. Thank you for getting rid of these brocade scale boas.
A middle-aged man at the front said with a smile. Should we work together or go our own ways?
Elder Xing walked over and looked at them. What do you think?
The middle-aged man looked at them and exchanged glances with the 3 transcendent level 7 experts beside him. He smiled. All right. The few people beside them nodded. It was not as if no one had entered the cave of the Windwing Savage Fish before. They either died or returned empty-handed. No one knew how dangerous it was. Most of them were just students. It was fine if they could not get the treasure, but it was not worth it if they lost their lives. At the last banquet, their idea was to join forces. This time, they naturally would not refuse. Commander Zhang, Commander Xiahou, let's make a plan. I have a map of the cave of the wind-winged savage fish. Although it may be detailed, it is better than nothing. A young man held a map in his hand and said to Zhang Etienne and Xia Homing, "All right, it's good that we can complete this mission. Even if we fail, we can treat it as an experience. Our lives are more important." Xia Homing walked over with a smile on his face.
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and walked towards the young man.
Ha! However, when the young man saw Wang Xian walking over, he was slightly stunned. Then, he slowly folded the map in his hand and looked at him with a frown. Wang Xian. Wang Xian. That new student Wang Xian. I didn't expect him to follow the void beast amethyst over.
When they saw the young man calling out the name of Wang Xian, the rest of the people behind looked over at the same time with curious expressions on their faces. Currently, everyone in the Demon Hunters Academy knew the name of Wang Xian.
No one dared to admit that he was the one who killed Yun Hanhai and the rest. However, most people felt that he was foolish and was courting death. Captain Lien, the young master's mercenary group, has said that whoever defends him, regardless of which mercenary group, they will definitely make him pay a heavy price.
Also, on the Yun family's side, a young man walked over and whispered to Captain Lien, who was holding a map in his hand. When the four middle-aged men heard their words, they raised their eyebrows and waved at a young man beside them. "Captain Zhang, Captain Xiaoho, we can work together, but this Wang Xian."
Captain Lien looked at Zhang Etienne and Xiahou Ming and said indifferently, "We can't bring him along. I heard that the Yun family is already preparing to take revenge." Huh? What's going on?
Why can't we bring him along? This fellow is much more useful than you guys.
Zhang Fengying heard Captain Lien's words and said coldly with some surprise,
There are some things that you might not know, senior. Right now, no one dares to get close to this person."
A young man next to him looked at Wang Xian with a mocking expression. "It's not good for a person who is about to die to implicate others." Ha!
Zhang Fengying was stunned. Zhang Etienne and Xia Homing frowned and looked at them. From the looks of it now, our cooperation.
"That's good. You guys can go with them. I'll go alone." Wang Xian didn't pay any attention to the words of the few young men. He said directly to Zhang Etienne, Xia Homing, and the rest,
"Leader Wang, don't worry. We won't." Zhang Etienne was slightly stunned and quickly explained, "I'll go alone. I'll be a burden if I go with you guys."
Wang Xian said with a smile, You really know your limits. You know that you will be a burden." Captain Lien said with a smile when he heard Wang Xian's words,
"Captain Wang won't be a burden. Captain Wang's strength."
"Xiao Hua, don't speak." A girl from the Amethyst mercenary group wanted to refute on Wang Xian's behalf, but Zhang Etienne quickly stopped her. The young master's mercenary group and the Yun family wanted to deal with Wang Xian. However, they didn't know Wang Xian's true strength yet. Once he revealed his true strength, he would be in even more danger. "Stop!" Zhang Etienne quickly shouted. Xia Homing also gestured to his subordinates behind him to stop them from talking. You brat." Zhang Fengying revealed a displeased expression when she heard that he was dragging them down. She knew that he was referring to them. You guys can come along. I'll be leaving first."
Wang Xian was all smiles. He waved his hand at Zhang Fengying and the rest and walked straight into the deep pit.
Speaking of which, he still had to thank these people. Now that he was here, he had already understood everything that he needed to know. Following the Amethyst mercenary group and the Void Beast mercenary group would make him feel restricted.
Wang Xian was more than happy to part with them. Although it was a little like burning the bridge after crossing the river, he would give them some compensation if he could obtain the treasure.
"You bastard! Get lost now." Zhang Fengying became even angrier when she saw Wang Xian's happy face.
Clearly, this fellow was eager to part with them.
It was obvious that he despised them. "Kid, hurry up and leave. The young master's mercenary group and the Yun family might come looking for you soon." It's better to die at the hands of the ferocious beasts than to be tortured to death. "Boss, should we make a move? If we kill this kid, young master's mercenary group and the Yun family will definitely give us a lot of benefits. The Amethyst mercenary group and the Void Beast mercenary group are here. You want to kill him? Shut up." Boss. I don't know why this kid let the Amethyst mercenary group and the Void Beast mercenary group protect him so much.
What's the use of that? Now that he has offended the Yun family, even with the background of their two leaders, they can't protect this kid. After all, Yun Hanhai is the most outstanding disciple of the Yun family. As they watched Wang Xian and his men walking into the deep pit of the cave, everyone looked at their backs and whispered to each other. Leader Lien even mocked them. Only the Amethyst mercenary group and the Void Beast mercenary group had ugly expressions on their faces. They had witnessed Wang Xian's incredible detection ability along the way. Following Wang Xian was definitely more suitable than working together with them. However, Wang Xian found an excuse to separate from them. This made them unhappy. Zhang Yitian and Xia Homing exchanged glances. They walked over helplessly and discussed their next move with the other mercenary groups in the Demon Hunters Academy. Zhang Fengying was the only one who was glaring at Wang Xian's figure with gritted teeth. He wished he could swallow him whole.
There are quite a number of people?
5 minutes later, Zhang Yitian, Xia Homing, and the rest were discussing beside the deep pit in the cave when a group of people flew over.
The group of people looked over and revealed a hint of surprise on their faces. There were 30 people in the group. The weakest among them was at level 6 extraordinary. However, this was not what surprised them. What surprised them was the 8 people at the front.
Rank 7 Transcendent, 8 Rank 7 Transcendent experts. It's Snake Mark. I didn't expect Commander Snake to come personally.
Those 4 middle-aged men are from the Yun family. Hiss, the Yun family actually sent 4 Rank 7 Transcendent experts over. They are. Everyone looked over in astonishment. Even Zhang Fengying and Elder Zhang had solemn expressions on their faces. They knew this group of people and their abilities were not weaker than theirs. Everyone, I heard that Wang Xian is here. Have you seen him? Snake Hen swept his gaze across the group of Amethyst and Void Beast and asked coldly.
Yes,
we have.
Commander Lien looked at Zhang Yitian and Xia Homing, turned around and said, Commander Snake, they entered the deep hole 5 minutes ago.
Oh really? He looked into the deep hole and said, if you see them, please inform the communication stone plate. We will definitely thank you.
Also, I hope no one will protect them.
As he spoke, he looked at Zhang Yitian and Xia Homing. Let me tell you, anyone who dares to protect the person who killed our young master is an enemy of the Yun family. Don't blame us for being ruthless when the time comes. A middle-aged man from the Yun family standing next to Snake Mark warned the members of the Amethyst mercenary group and the Void Beast mercenary group with a murderous look in his eyes. This made Zhang Yitian and Xia Homing extremely embarrassed.
Zhang Fengying and Elder Zhang, who were standing at the side, also had a glint in their eyes.
They did not dare to help Wang Xian openly after the Yun family had made such a harsh statement. Everyone will go in first. Snake Trace took a glance at them and walked straight into the deep pit. A group of experts followed behind him.
We have to hurry over as well. Snake Trace and the Yun family not only want to kill Wang Xian, but they also want to try their luck. Captain Lien said anxiously when he saw them enter. Let's go.
Zhang Yitian, Xiaxia, Homing, and a few level 7 supernatural realm experts nodded their heads and entered the deep pit immediately.
At this moment, Wang Xian had already entered the deep pit.
The deep pit had an area of about 2,000 square meters and was about 5 meters deep. It was surrounded by densely packed caves. There were at least 1,000 caves, some big and some small.
Through these caves, one could enter the cave of the wind-winged savage fish. Wang Xian directly chose a relatively large cave entrance in the middle and walked in.
Once they entered the cave entrance, it was as though they had entered a maze. When they walked for about 100 meters, they encountered a fork in the road. Let's go this way. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. He chose a path and walked straight in. In his vision, there were passages on both the left and right sides. The passages were blocked by the soil 5 to 6 meters away. As they were at the bottom of the sea, which was more than 20,000 meters away, the soil was extremely hard. Without the strength of a level 5 extraordinary, it would be difficult to dig a hole. With the light and dark fire dragon eyes, as long as my luck is not too bad, I will definitely be able to find the treasure of the winged savage fish. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he walked straight ahead. He scanned his surroundings and could see through an area of 500 to 600 meters. There's actually an ambush. Wang Xian walked forward and a corner appeared in front of him. At the corner, there were 2 caracal boas hanging above. If anyone came in, they would definitely be attacked by them. He waved his hand and walked straight ahead. Bang! Bang! Before he could walk over, 2 sounds of falling could be heard. 2 caracal boas that were at Transcendent Level 6 had been killed by the strange demon and the rest. The cave of the wind-winged savage fish was about 5 meters wide. The strange demon would be restricted a little here. However, hunting other ferocious beasts and demonic beasts would be a piece of cake. Continue. With the light dark fire dragon eyes and the strange demon and the rest, Wang Xian's speed was extremely fast. Everything in the surroundings was under control. Once he discovered the demonic beasts and demonic beasts, he would be able to be hunted by the strange demon rapidly. After entering this place, I will completely lose my direction. Even if I have the light dark fire dragon eyes, I don't know where I came from. Wang Xian looked behind him. He had completely lost his direction. If he wanted to leave, he could only make a hole above him and leave. No wonder it has been so long. The species of the wind-winged savage fish and demonic beasts have not been eliminated. Wang Xian continued to walk forward. Suddenly, he stopped and looked to the left. That is the nest. Wang Xian looked to the left with his eyes glowing. In his vision, there was a huge cave behind the 7 passages. It was different from this kind of passage. It was a real cave. In the cave, there were more than 10 wind-winged savage fish. The weakest wind-winged savage fish was at level 4, and the rest were at level 5 or 6 of the supernatural realm. Wang Xian smiled. I finally encountered a cave. I heard that there are treasures in every cave. Demonic beasts were no less intelligent than humans. A cave was equivalent to a small family clan. Within this small family clan, there would be treasures. Wang Xian held the lightning strike wood in his hand and inserted it into the wall of the passageway on the left. He dug out a hole and walked straight over. A group of members from the Dragon Palace followed behind him. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Xian used the lightning strike wood to break through the holes one by one. Then he and the members of the Dragon Palace walked into the cave. Get ready. After breaking through 7 passages, Wang Xian said to Aou and the rest behind him, It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao nodded. He held the lightning strike wood in his hand and placed it gently on the wall of the passage. Buzz. The thick wall cracked open and a 3-meter-wide hole slowly appeared. He looked into the hole and saw a group of wind-winged savage fish. They had already noticed the commotion here and were staring at it intently. Their bodies were lying on the ground and their eyes were filled with vigilance. Bang! Wang Xian pushed his arm and the entire 3-meter-wide hole appeared. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a wind sword that was like an aurora came straight at them. Wang Xian moved his body and a huge earth shield instantly appeared in front of him. Under any state, Wang Xian, who was at Transcendent Level 7, could easily deal with the attacks of a group of people who were at Transcendent Level 6. Kill! The wind sword landed on the earth shield. Wang Xian let out a soft shout and the golden swordfish and strange demon instantly attacked them from behind. Damned humans, I'm going to tear you into pieces. An extraordinary level 6 wind-winged savage fish stared at Wang Xian and the rest viciously and roared loudly. Leave one alive. Pft, pft, pft. Wang Xian said indifferently. Ao Jian and Ao Demon's attacks had already landed on more than 10 wind-winged savage fish. One by one, the wind-winged savage fish were killed easily. Human, you actually killed our family members. You deserve to die. I'm going to kill all of you. The last survivor spoke the language of the humans from the supernatural continent. His expression was extremely ferocious. Soul Catcher. Wang Xian saw the bloodthirsty and hateful expression of the wind-winged savage fish. He frowned slightly and moved his body. He used the supernatural ability Soul Catcher. Soul-absorbing ability. By absorbing the souls of other creatures, one could extract their memories. Wang Xian rarely used this ability. This was because the memories of the other party were too huge and it would deplete his spirit. Buzz. A special energy entered Wang Xian's mind. Instantly, he felt that something was forcefully stuffed into his mind.
A ferocious aura filled Wang Xian's mind. Slowly, he frowned slightly.
They actually relied on the smell and the direction of the wind to walk in the passageway. This is troublesome.
Wang Xian sensed this information and shook his head.
From the memories in his mind, he learned that the wind-winged savage fish was a very greedy demonic beast. They liked to plunder, especially humans. They treated humans as their food. In addition, they liked to plunder all kinds of treasures to increase their strength. What a greedy race!
Wang Xian thought to himself. He looked around and saw that Ao Jian and the rest had kept more than 10 corpses into their interspatial rings.
He looked at the entire cave. The cave that occupied a radius of 2,000 meters was divided into small holes to live in. In the middle of the cave, the hole was the largest. There were some things hidden inside. Wang Xian immediately walked over and entered the cave. He saw many items placed inside.
Weapons.
Transcendent level weapons.
There are so many of them.
There's even an interspatial ring. What is this?
Wang Xian was astonished. These weapons were obviously obtained by the winged howler fish after they hunted humans. Other than these items, there were 3 other items.
Azure Stone. Transcendent Tier 6 material.
Wind Chime Flower. Transcendent Tier 5 material.
Wind Chime Liquid. Transcendent Tier 6 Spirit Liquid. Of the 3 items, Azure Stone was used to refine arrays and weapons. 1 Azure Stone was worth 5,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones, and there were over 1,000 Azure Stones here.
The value of the Wind Chime Flower was relatively low, a few hundred mid-grade Spirit Stones. As for the Wind Chime Liquid, a drop could reach several thousand mid-grade Spirit Stones, and there were at least several thousand drops here.
Excluding some extraordinary level 5 or 6 weapons and armor, the value of these 3 items alone had reached more than 10 million. No wonder the mercenary group from Donghai City would come here one after another. The value of the items from a small family like the wind-wing savage fish is so high. Then, wouldn't the treasures of the entire demonic beast race be worth hundreds of millions or even dozens of medium-grade spirit stones? Wang Xian's eyes were burning with passion.
After putting away all the treasures, Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and said, "Let's go." He moved his body and walked towards the location inside.
The soul catcher didn't get any information. He could only search slowly. As he walked deeper into the cave, he realized that at the fork in the road, he would often encounter the hidden brocade-scaled boa. It seemed to be guarding this place. After driving for another half an hour, Wang Xian had no idea where he was. He swept his gaze around and found another cave.
It was about the same size as the cave earlier. There were less than 10 wind-winged fish in it. Wang Xian opened up the passage and killed them easily. This is the wind-clearing crossbow. It's a special weapon of Transcendent Level 6. After killing all the wind-winged fish in the cave, Wang Xian entered the cave and found more than 10 special weapons.
Wind-clearing crossbow, Transcendent Level 6 weapon.
This weapon was similar to a bow and arrow, but it was completely different from a bow and arrow. It was similar to the Zhuge crossbow. The entire weapon looked very complicated. This was the most complicated weapon that Wang Xian had seen since he came to the Transcendence continent. Even the defensive weapons were not as complicated as this one.
It should be worth a lot of spirit stones. Wang Xian looked at the 1-meter-long wind-clearing crossbows and continued his search. At this moment, in the underground passage of the wind-winged savage fish, the amethyst void beast and the rest of the mercenary groups from the Demon Hunters Academy were carefully groping around in the passage. There were more than 100 people and they looked rather majestic. However, 3 of them died within a short span of 4 to 5 hours. What they didn't know was that one by one, the Jinlin Boa had already passed this news to the demon beast race of the wind-winged savage fish. Compared to Wang Xian, they had only harvested some of the corpses of the ferocious beasts.
Even though they had found the cave, the wind-winged savage fish had already fled before they arrived. Not a single treasure was left behind.
There are level 6 extraordinary wind-winged savage fish in ordinary caves. There must be an even stronger existence in the entire race. Wang Xian kept the corpses of the level 6 extraordinary wind-winged savage fish as he thought to himself.
However, regardless of whether there was a level 7 or level 8 extraordinary, Wang Xian was not worried at all.
With their strength, they could still fight if they encountered a level 9 extraordinary wind-winged savage fish.
Let's continue. Wang Xian thought to himself as he continued to walk forward. The dragon's eyes of light and dark fire scanned the surroundings. In at most a week, Wang Xian would be able to completely search this place.
By then, he didn't know how much he would gain.
Wang Xian led a group of members of the Dragon Palace to hunt unscrupulously in the territory of the wind-winged savage fish.
In just over 10 hours, the various weapons, equipment, and materials were stored in 2 interspatial rings.
According to his calculations, the items in his hands were worth at least 100 million spirit stones.
Whoosh! 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 Just as Wang Xian was continuing his search in the passageway, the sound of wind whistling suddenly came from the passageway.
What is this?
Wang Xian frowned slightly. This kind of wind whistling was known from the memory of the soul-sucking wind-winged savage fish. It was a way to contact the species of the wind-winged savage fish.
Is there something wrong? Or did so many people enter their territory and get discovered by them?
Wang Xian thought to himself as he looked ahead. After walking forward for half an hour, Wang Xian actually encountered more than 20 wind-winged savage fish in the tunnel.
A thoughtful look appeared on his face as he casually destroyed them. After destroying them, Wang Xian continued to move forward.
The wind-winged savage fish actually came out of the cave in this passage. It seems that something must have happened.
Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and saw a group of more than 10 wind-winged savage fish walking forward in a passage at the side. He hesitated for a moment and watched them leave his sight.
Follow them. They should be heading to the largest nest. Wang Xian immediately broke through the walls of the passageway and entered the passageway where the more than a dozen wind-winged savage fish were. Follow behind and don't make any noise, Wang Xian reminded the members of the Dragon Palace. He stared ahead and locked onto the group of wind-winged savage fish. They were traveling at a very fast speed. When they encountered a fork in the road, they would immediately make a choice. Clearly, they were traveling with a purpose.
Wang Xian had been following behind them for 500 meters. Due to the complexity of the passage, the group of wind-winged savage fish did not notice their tracking.
After walking for more than an hour, more than 100 wind-winged savage fish appeared in his line of sight. Among them, there were more than 10 wind-winged savage fish whose bodies were emitting a pure green glow. They were very different from the level 6 extraordinary fish that he had killed.
According to Wang Xian's senses, these were level 7 extraordinary wind-winged savage fish. Why are there so many wind-winged savage fish here?
The group of wind-winged savage fish stopped. Following that, under his astonished gaze, they actually disappeared into the wall beside them.
Strange, very strange. What is that? Is it a formation?
Wang Xian revealed a shocked expression. The light and dark fire dragon eyes could not penetrate that area. Obviously, if it was a formation, its level would definitely not be lower than Transcendent level 8 or even higher.
Ao Yao, go and take a look. Be careful.
Wang Xian withdrew his contempt for the wind-winged savage fish and ordered Ao Yao. It's the Dragon King.
Ao Yao nodded and walked towards the walls of the passageway ahead. His body moved and entered the passageway directly.
It's really a formation. However, Ao Yao, who possesses the shadowless divine ability, can ignore the formation. Wang Xian stood there and waited quietly. In less than 10 seconds, Ao Yao's figure returned to his side. Dragon King, the position in front is a formation. There are still many passageways within the formation. I didn't see the wind-winged savage fish. They should have gone deeper. Ao Yao reported to Wang Xian. Ao Jian, all of you wait here. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and said to Ao Jian. Both he and the strange demon had the talent to ignore the formation. They wouldn't be repelled or sensed by the formation when they entered.
All right, Dragon King.
Ao Jian and the rest nodded and waited on the spot. Wang Xian walked forward. He walked to the wall and walked straight in. Once he entered, there was still a passageway. He immediately looked through the dragon eyes of light and dark fire.
It's really secretive. Apart from the formation, there are 3 more passageways.
Wang Xian was amazed. As expected of a demonic beast that was comparable to humans in terms of intelligence. They hid themselves so that even a void interpretation stage powerhouse wouldn't be able to find them. He walked in carefully.
Before he entered, he saw 400 to 500 wind-winged savage fish walking out. Moreover, there were over 1,000 huge caracal boas around them.
Their faces were filled with violent murderous intent. Damn humans! How dare they step into the territory of our wind-winged savage fish and eat them? There are many more humans than before. Their strength is not to be underestimated. However, they should be able to have a good meal. Roar, roar! Some of the wind-winged savage fish spoke the language of humans with ferocious expressions. Among the group of wind-winged savage fish, there were about 20 pure green demonic beasts. Wang Xian's gaze slowly shifted to the spot where they came out from. A demonic beast of supernatural level 8. That should be the wind-winged savage fish of supernatural level 8. A huge nest appeared in his line of sight. Wang Xian looked at the huge nest. There was a 4-meter-long wind-winged savage fish lying on the high platform in the middle. Beside it was a 14 to 15-meter-long anaconda with a ferocious aura. There were more than 10 pure green wild-winged fish over there.
This cave was extremely huge. It had an area of at least 3 to 4 kilometers.
Each cave looked like a luxurious house. At the back, there was a stone statue. The stone statue was a 10-meter-tall wild-winged fish. This stone statue was covered with a layer of green items.
This should be the lair of the windwing rampaging fish. A hint of excitement flashed across Wang Xian's eyes as he sized up the place. There was a windwing rampaging fish that was at least at transcendent level 8 and 13 windwing pomfret fish that were at transcendent level 7.
There was also a group of powerful brocade scale boas. That's the leader. The treasures of the windwing rampaging fish should be here. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. A few hundred wind-winged savage fish were obviously dealing with some matters. This was the best time to attack. Let's get the treasures first. Wang Xian thought to himself. He waved his hand at Ao Yao and the rest and walked towards the huge nest of the wind-winged savage fish. Prepare for an assassination. In order to prevent further complications, Wang Xian ordered Ao Yao to go in for an assassination. He followed behind and sneaked in carefully. Attack!
Standing in front of the entrance of the nest of the wind-winged savage fish, Wang Xian immediately gave the order. In an instant, the sound of claws entering one's body could be heard from inside.
Roar!
Roar!
Despicable humans! I didn't expect you humans to barge in.
Suddenly, when Ao Yao's attack landed on the leader of the wind-winged savage fish who was lying on a high platform, a green energy instantly formed a protective barrier around it.
The Ao Yao's claws were instantly blocked. Its crocodile-like head swiftly and fiercely attacked the Ao Yao. Humans have entered. Kill them. In addition, a few wind-winged savage fish that had not been attacked roared.
The strange demon that was shrouded in white light was treated as a human by the wind-winged savage fish. The claws of the Ao demon were blocked by the green wind shield and its figure appeared instantly. When Wang Xian saw that the extraordinary level 8 wind-winged savage fish was actually able to block the attack of the Ao demon, he revealed a look of surprise.
Is it another treasure? Wang Xian looked over and moved his body. He walked over from the entrance. Whoosh! 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 The group of strange demons instantly arrived behind Wang Xian. The strange demon also came to his side. Dragon King. This leader of the wind-winged savage fish has a weapon on him to block my attack. Ao Yao stared at the leader of the wind-winged savage fish and said with a solemn expression, Humans, it is indeed you. You bunch of despicable and cunning humans actually barged into our lair.
The 4-meter-long wind-winged savage fish on the central platform lay there, its huge head staring at them coldly.
On its head, a green crown slowly formed.
Its ferocious face only added a bit of dignity. It's that green crown.
Ao Yao stared at the green crown on its head and said with a grave expression.
It was definitely not an ordinary treasure that could withstand his assassination.
Submit to me, otherwise all of you will die. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the entire hall. The leader of the wind-winged savage fish was at level 8 supernatural realm, and the leader of the brocade scale boa was at level 8 supernatural realm. After 15 of the level 7 supernatural realm warriors were killed by the strange demon in an instant, there were only about 10 of them left. This force was not very strong. They could easily destroy it. Surrender?
Die.
The leader of the wind-winged savage fish lay on the high platform with its head stretched out. Its eyes were roaring crazily.
It opened its mouth. The crown on its head was flickering with a dense green wind energy. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
In an instant, wind blades that blotted out the sky and the earth attacked them. With a wave of Wang Xian's arm, the earth shield appeared in front of them instantly.
Bang! Bang!
Bang!
The earth shield collapsed immediately after the collision.
Huh? What a powerful attack! Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. He moved his body and dodged to the side. The group of strange demons behind him dodged in a hurry. Kill them!
Wang Xian ordered Aou and the rest directly.
Yes!
Aou stared at the leader of the wind-winged savage fish and attacked it in an instant.
The group of strange Yao Yao also attacked the wind-winged savage fish and the Jinlin boa in the entire nest. Wang Xian stood there and did not make a move. His gaze swept across the entire nest of the wind-winged savage fish.
Behind him was a 10-meter-long statue of the wind-winged savage fish that was draped in green leather. Behind the statue was a cave.
The cave was emitting a green light. This light blocked his vision. The entire statue and the cave behind it gave him a mysterious feeling. It was like a place of worship for a race. Demonic beasts possessed intelligence that was not inferior to humans. They also had all sorts of strange customs. Bang! Bang!
A violent sound was heard. Wang Xian turned his head and looked at the scene.
More than a dozen wind-winged savage fish and the brocade scale boa that were at Transcendent Level 7 were easily killed by the strange demon. Even the rank 8 extraordinary brocade scale boa was instantly killed by Ao Yao.
Only the rank 8 extraordinary leader, the leader of the race of the wind-winged savage fish, was left.
However, at this moment, his body also slammed heavily into the wall. Damn it! Damn it! We are both demon beasts. Why do you have to listen to the orders of humans?
The wind-winged savage fish lay on the ground with a furious expression. It stared at Aou and roared loudly.
If you don't surrender, die.
Ao Yao's expression did not change. A strange black and white energy flickered slightly and its figure instantly disappeared from the sight of the wind-winged savage fish.
Roar! Damn it! It opened its huge mouth and attacked in front of it. Wind blades covered the front without any difference. Bang!
However, at this moment, a claw landed on the top of its head and heavily hit the green crown.
Wind-winged crown! Sensing Ao Yao attacking the crown on its head, it roared loudly.
Buzz!
The green crown suddenly released a green shadow and flew towards Ao Yao comfortably. No mortal can touch the crown. Die! The green crown shadow instantly bound Ao Yao. The wind-winged savage fish's huge mouth fiercely bit at him.
Light and dark void.
Ao Yao's expression changed. He wanted to break free, but he found that he could not break free from the crown's binding. His body trembled and directly turned into nothingness, avoiding the crown's binding and the wind-winged savage fish leader's attack. Light and dark explosion. Ao Yao's bright claws and sickle-like claws intersected as he gently waved at Ao Yao. Light-dark explosion, another divine ability of the dragon spike.
Light and dark intersected, unleashing the most terrifying attack.
Could be detonated or it could be detonated in an area. Ao Yaoguang waved both of his arms, and a light-dark thread intersected. Boom! The terrifying explosion landed directly on the body of the leader of the wind-winged savage fish. The crown on its head trembled violently, and green wind elemental energy enveloped its body. Hua hua! The terrifying explosion caused the entire nest to tremble slightly. The body of the wind-winged savage fish smashed heavily towards the back, landing directly on the statue.
Roar, 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 invaders, you deserve to die, ah, 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 ah.
The wind-winged savage fish raised its head with great difficulty. Its entire body was bathed in fresh blood as it stared ferociously at Ao Yao. The wind-winged crown on its head was extremely dim. Go to hell!
Ao Yao's figure flashed as he instantly appeared in front of the wind-winged savage fish. Great wind-winged savage fish bloodline, give me strength.
The wind-winged savage fish leader's body suddenly trembled as the blood flowing out of its body seemed to have evaporated.
Ao Yao's black and white pupils constricted. With a wave of her arm, 3 beams of light shot towards the wind-winged savage fish.
Voila! At this moment, the green leather covering the statue suddenly glowed brightly. The green light enveloped the wind-winged savage fish. The 3 attacks were easily blocked.
The green leather directly covered the wind-winged savage fish leader.
Ka. Ha. Ancestors' bloodline. Go to hell.
The body of the leader of the wind-winged savage fish grew rapidly. In just a short second, it turned into a 10-meter-long wind-winged savage fish.
It stared at Ao Yao with a ferocious expression. It's so difficult to deal with. The leader of a demonic beast race actually has such means. Wang Xian revealed a surprised expression. The wind-winged crown, this magical green leather, was more magical than the other. As expected of the leader of a demonic beast race, Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at the level 6 supernatural demon. Let's do it.
It's the Dragon King. A level 8 supernatural demon with wings of the wind was attacking Wang Xian and his 2 most powerful underlings. This demonic beast race was not simple at all.
Wang Xian moved his body and transformed into a divine dragon. The strange demon at the side flashed with light and charged forward.
Spirit enchantment. Wang Xian waved the lightning strike wood in his hand toward the sky. The entire lightning strike would seem to have come to life.
The destructive power of a void interpretation level lightning strike would after spirit enchantment could reach the destructive power of an extraordinary level 9. Bind! Wang Xian transformed into a divine dragon. His huge body instantly appeared in the lair of the wind-winged savage fish. He slammed his dragon claws heavily on the ground.
Whoosh! 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 The dragon energy transformed into thorns and twined around the wind-winged savage fish. Earth burial. Wang Xian did not stop moving. His body was emitting earthy yellow energy. The soil that appeared out of thin air was buried towards the wind-winged savage fish.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
On the left and right sides, the strange demon and Ao demon instantly attacked the wind-winged savage fish.
The 2 attacks landed heavily on the body of the wind-winged savage fish. Crack! Crack! Above his head, the lightning struck the wind-winged savage fish's body. Roar wind domain! The wind-winged savage fish struggled violently, but he could not resist the attacks of Ao Yao, the strange demon, and the lightning-struck wood. Green light bloomed on his body and the entire nest was instantly covered in green. Bang! 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 The powerful attacks of Ao Yao and the rest landed on the body of the wind-winged savage fish, causing it to tremble. However, it did not suffer any injuries. Meanwhile, Wang Xian suddenly felt gusts of wind energy tearing at his body from all directions. The powerful force wanted to tear his body apart. Wang Xian's body moved for a while, and his body was covered in soil. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dragon flames, attacking the wind-winged savage fish directly. Whoosh! However, just as he spat out the dragon flames, a strong gust of wind blew towards him. The wind aided the fire. The flames attacked Wang Xian with an even stronger destructive force. His expression changed slightly. He opened his mouth and swallowed the flames directly. Gold crack void. Wang Xian released his supernatural ability directly and attacked the wind-winged savage fish. Buzz! The skin on the wind-winged savage fish fluttered once again, and the entire space trembled once again. The golden space-splitting supernatural ability was actually blown away. Numerous wind needles were formed in the void. Fuck! How did the strength of this wind-winged savage fish suddenly increase by so much? Wang Xian had a serious expression on his face. He moved his body and said, "Water crisis exploding city. Control the water." He moved his body and the surrounding seawater froze instantly. The speed of the wind needles was reduced completely. Vital points. Wang Xian stared at the few weaknesses of the wind-winged savage fish and shouted at Ao Yao and the strange demon. Kill! Ao Yao and the strange demon attacked the wind-winged savage fish from both sides. The wood world has descended. Wang Xian stared at the lightning-struck wood floating in the sky and roared. With the lightning-struck wood as the center, trees appeared out of thin air. All the trees pressed down on the wind-winged savage fish. In the middle, A tree that was emitting lightning turned into a wooden spike and pierced downwards. Get lost! The dark crown on the wind-winged savage fish's head enlarged and formed a tornado that swept towards all the trees. Light explosion!
Light and darkness.
The strange and Ao Yao seized this opportunity and attacked the two places beside him with their sharp claws. Bang! Bang! Two violent explosions sounded from the body of the wind-winged savage fish. Roar! 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 The wind-winged savage fish let out a rapid roar. Its body was actually shrinking rapidly, and its entire body was covered by green leather. Wang Xian waved his dragon claw and the green layer of skin was torn apart, revealing the severely injured leader of the wind-winged savage fish.
There were two huge wounds on both sides of its body, almost causing it to die.
I surrender. The great leader of the wind-winged savage fish clan surrenders. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The wind-winged savage fish saw Wang Xian staring at it with a strange gaze. Its body trembled as it spoke to him. Wang Xian stretched out his dragon claws and grabbed its body before throwing it into his mouth.
Bang!
Bang!
A green crown fell from the top of its head. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he transformed into his human form.
After swallowing the leader of the wind-winged savage fish, which was at supernatural level 8, he had gained an additional 100,000 dragon crystals. With a move of his arm, the wind-winged crown on the ground appeared in his hand. Wind-winged crown, half-step void interpretation. A crown of the half-step cave level. No wonder it's so powerful. It can actually withstand the Ao Yao's attack and even restrain it. Wang Xian revealed a look of surprise. He wore the crown on his head, but in the end, he awkwardly realized that he couldn't wear it since he didn't possess the wind attribute. Helpless, Wang Xian could only put it away. Following that, Wang Xian walked to the side of the green leather on the ground. It was because of this that the size of the leader of the wind-winged savage fish was increased to 10 meters. The attacks it released were also very powerful. Wind-winged king skin. Half-step void interpretation.
With the activation of the bloodline of the wind-winged pomfret, it could transform into the king of the wind-winged. Another half-step void interpretation treasure. However, only the bloodline of the wind-winged savage fish is useful. I can refine it into a cape or wings.
Wang Xian looked at the 10-meter large leather and kept it with a smile on his face. Looking at the back of the collapsed cave, Wang Xian walked toward it excitedly. Bang! Beside the entrance, a ball of energy blocked his figure. This was not a formation but a pure wind elemental energy.
Wang Xian shook his arm and shattered it.
What a huge space! In an instant, Wang Xian's eyes lit up. Spirit stones, wind chime flower, wind chime liquid, azure stone.
Wang Xian immediately walked to the front of the pile of spirit stones. His eyes were filled with excitement. There were low-grade, middle-grade, and upper-grade spirit stones.
Spirit stones were treasures to any living creature. Even demonic beasts could consume them as food. More than 30 million middle-grade spirit stones. Wang Xian placed all the spirit stones into his interspatial ring. His eyes were filled with excitement. Following that, he came to the side of the azure stone, the wind chime flower, and the wind chime liquid.
Piles and piles.
The wind chime liquid was placed into a pool. Couldn't be described as a drop at all. Could be described as a pool. Wang Xian dared to say without exaggeration that the value of the wind chime liquid in this pool was more than 700 to 800 million middle-grade spirit stones.
I'm rich.
I'm really rich this time. I didn't expect a demonic beast race to be so rich. Wang Xian's face was filled with excitement as he placed all the treasures into his interspatial ring. There's more here. Wang Xian walked forward and discovered all kinds of weapons and armor. Among them, there were many transcendent level 7 weapons and armor.
There were also many interspatial rings. The hundreds of interspatial rings in Wang Xian's hands were all filled with the corpses of ferocious beasts and demonic beasts. There were not many of them left now, and these interspatial rings were in short supply. As he walked deeper into the pool, there were all sorts of miscellaneous items. They should be treasures obtained from the hunting of humans by the wind-winged savage fish. They were worth quite a lot. What is this? However, when Wang Xian walked to the middle of the pool, he found a small pool.
There was a pool of liquid in the pool and his face was filled with curiosity. The liquid was emitting a green glow and looked extremely mystical.
The pool wasn't very big. It was just enough for a person to lie in. Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling. This pool was located in the middle of the entire treasure house. It was definitely not simple. Wang Xian stared at the pool and a message appeared in his mind. The bloodline of the wind-winged savage fish, half-step void interpretation.
Bloodline? It's actually a bloodline? Wang Xian's face was filled with astonishment. Following that, an excited expression appeared on his face. Bloodline, a half-step void interpretation bloodline. This is worth something. That's right. This bloodline was worth something. The bloodline of the wind-winged savage fish was of no use to Wang Xian. It was no different from a puddle of water. However, to humans, this bloodline was a huge treasure trove. Bloodlines were something that demon beasts and vicious beasts were born with. It was a gift from heaven. As long as the demon beasts and vicious beasts with bloodlines didn't die, they would be able to cultivate to the peak of their bloodlines as long as they had enough energy. For example, if they had enough energy and treasures, they would be able to reach the half-step void interpretation realm. 10 years ago, the wind-winged savage fish demon beast clan had been killed by the experts of East Sea City until only a few rank 6 transcendents were left.
Now, only 4 years had passed and under the enormous resources, a strong race had been born. The leader of the wind-winged savage fish had reached rank 8 transcendents. As for humans, they envied the bloodline of the wind-winged savage fish, so they invented a technique. The bloodline extraction technique changed one's bloodline to the bloodlines of demon beasts and vicious beasts. After possessing the bloodlines of vicious beasts and demon beasts, humans could easily cultivate to the peak of bloodlines like these demon beasts. They didn't need to comprehend divine abilities or break through shackles. As long as they had resources, they could break through to the peak of bloodlines. Although it was more difficult and required more resources than demon beasts, it was definitely a huge shortcut. The Draconid Empire was able to establish an empire because they had the dragon bloodline. Bloodlines would definitely cause people to go crazy on the transcendental continent, especially the bloodlines of the wind-winged savage fish. It wasn't easy to extract a demon beast's bloodline just by killing it. The extraction of bloodlines required the consent of the fierce beasts and demon beasts, and the demon beasts had to reach the peak of their bloodlines. There was another harsh condition. The will of the demonic beast had to be stored in the bloodline. The so-called will was the inheritance for the entire bloodline race. Only a demonic beast at its peak was willing to give up all its blood and will. Only then could the bloodline be considered complete. All sorts of conditions made bloodlines extremely rare. In East Sea City, 4 or 5 families had bloodlines. The Yun family had the highest level of bloodlines and they could cultivate to transcendent level 9. The Yun family was ranked 5th in East Sea City. Even Zhang Fengying's bloodline was only at transcendent level 8. Even so, the Zhang family was a huge existence in East Sea City. A half-step void interpretation bloodline would definitely shake the entire city. I'm really rich. Just by relying on this bloodline, I can get a few billion middle-grade spirit stones. Wang Xian's eyes were burning with passion. He took out an interspatial ring and placed the entire pond into it. He wore this interspatial ring on his hand to prevent it from being lost. Perhaps this bloodline had consumed all of Wang Xian's luck. On the other side of the treasury, all of it was the food of the winged howler fish. However, Wang Xian did not care. This bloodline alone was enough for this trip. Wang Xian, Ao Yao, and the rest took a look at their surroundings. After making sure that they did not miss any treasures, they walked out from the nest of the wind-winged savage fish. Destroy it! Wang Xian thought for a moment. With a shake of his arm, he landed on the ground. The wrath of the earth. Boom! 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 The surroundings began to shake, and the top of the nest of the winged savage fish began to crack. Boom! The entire nest collapsed. Wang Xian smiled and headed outside to meet Ao Jian and the rest. Dragon King, are we going back? Having obtained the largest treasure in the entire nest, Ao Jian asked Wang Xian. There's no need to rush back. Wang Xian shook his head. There were at least 7 to 8 caves in the territory of the winged howler fish. The value of the items in each of the caves was not less than 10 million middle-grade spirit stones.
If he was not in a hurry to return now, he could definitely search here. All right, Dragon King.
The members of the Dragon Palace nodded their heads.
Let's go. Wang Xian looked to the right. There were more than 100 winged howler fish heading there. He thought for a moment and headed there. If the group of wind-winged savage fish were really looking for humans, the people from the Amethyst mercenary group and the Void Beast mercenary group would be in trouble. With their strength, they wouldn't be able to deal with them. Wang Xian paused and hesitated for a moment. Then, he took out an interspatial ring. Ao Jian. Consume all the wind-chiming liquid in here to increase your strength.
The foaming liquid was considered as energy. Even if Wang Xian consumed it, he would be able to obtain dragon qi. Ao Jian and the rest could definitely increase their strength after consuming it.
It's the Dragon King.
Ao Jian and the rest nodded and immediately consumed the foaming liquid.
Wang Xian was not in a hurry. He looked at the 11 golden swordfish sitting cross-legged. 3 hours later, a powerful aura erupted from Ao Jian and the rest, causing a smile to appear on his face.
I had to consume almost all of the wind chime liquid worth 700 to 800 million before I could make a breakthrough. It will be too difficult for me to level up in the future.
Wang Xian smiled when he saw the 11 golden swordfish had leveled up to extraordinary level 7. Let's go. It's the Dragon King.
Wang Xian walked forward while scanning his surroundings with the dragon eyes of light and dark fire. After walking for 5 to 6 hours, he found nothing other than an empty cave.
The territory of the wind-winged savage fish was too big. It would take at least a week to walk through it completely.
Quick, everyone, run!
As long as we avoid the pursuit of the wind-winged savage fish, we can only escape by breaking through the soil on top. Just as Wang Xian walked out of the cave, he suddenly heard an anxious voice coming from the front.
Eh?
However, a group of people appeared in his line of sight.
What entered his eyes were the Amethyst mercenary group, the Void Beast mercenary group, and a group of students from the other mercenary groups in the Demon Hunter College.
They ran over with faces full of fear. Among them, there were quite a number of people who were covered in injuries. Their faces were full of fear. Leader Wang, run quickly. We have a group of wind-winged savage fish chasing us. They are a group of wind-winged savage fish. Their strength is very terrifying. The group of people who were running towards them also saw Wang Xian. They were slightly stunned. A female student from the Amethyst mercenary group hurriedly shouted anxiously.
Are they chasing after you? Wang Xian looked at them. It seemed that the group of wind-winged savage fish was chasing after them.
However, what surprised him was that they actually managed to escape from their pursuit. Quick! Captain Wang, run!
There are more than 10 to 20 wind-winged savage fish of supernatural level 7. Run, run! A few young men from the Void Beast mercenary group saw that Wang Xian was still standing there. Their faces were pale as they shouted loudly.
Wang Xian returned to the cave and watched as they ran over.
There were about 100 people in total. It was obviously dozens fewer than when Wang Xian saw them. Judging from the injuries on their bodies, they must have met with some mishap. Captain Wang. A group of people approached. When Zhang Yitian and Xia Homing saw the figures of Wang Xian and the rest, their expressions changed slightly. They quickly walked towards him.
When the Amethyst and Void Beast mercenary group saw their captain walking over, they followed him into the cave. What's wrong?
Let's go quickly. We might be discovered by the wind-winged savage fish again in about 10 minutes. An impatient voice came from behind and said coldly to them.
Leader Wang, run away quickly. Zhang Yitian whispered to Wang Xian as he looked back warily.
Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. He looked at the anxious Zhang Yitian and Xia Homing with a surprised expression.
What's wrong? He looked at them in astonishment.
It's Wang Xian.
It's him. He's actually still alive. I really didn't expect that. I didn't expect to bump into him. Some of the members of the mercenary group behind looked at Wang Xian and said in astonishment. Captain Wang, you should run quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape. Xia Homing heard the discussion behind him and quickly pulled Wang Xian's arm. Eh? Why should I run? Wang Xian asked in surprise. Captain Zhang. Captain Xia Homing. Where can he run to? Just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, a cold voice came from behind.
He was holding a fiery red longsword in his hand. A group of people squeezed through the crowd and walked towards him.
Their eyes swept across the cave and finally landed on Wang Xian.
Snake Mark.
Wang Xian looked at him with a surprised expression on his face. Then, he swept his gaze across the group of people beside him. 7 extraordinary level 7 powerhouses.
Snake Mark, everyone from the Yun family, let's escape quickly. The winged savage fish is about to catch up to us. Zhang Fengying and Elder Zhang also walked in hurriedly. They looked at Wang Xian and said with a bad expression,
"There's no rush." A faint smile appeared on Snake Scar's face. The 4 extraordinary level 7 experts beside him stared at Wang Xian with murderous intent. "You're really anxious. If you don't leave now, those demonic beasts will chase after us. If you don't leave, we will leave," Zhang Fengying said to Snake Scar with a solemn expression. "Miss Zhang, if you want to leave, feel free to leave." A middle-aged man beside Snake Mark glanced at her coldly and said, "All right, Wang Xian, let's go."
Zhang Fengying gestured to Wang Xian and said,
"But he can't leave." A middle-aged man from the Yun family stared at Zhang Fengying with eyes filled with killing intent.
This caused her face to sink instantly.
"Senior Zhang, Wang Xian has killed Yun Hanhai and the rest. It's normal for Captain Snake Mark to kill him now." "That's right, Captain Snake Scar. Kill him quickly. Let's escape quickly. If we are discovered by the wind-winged savage fish, we will be finished." "Captain Snake Scar, do you need our help?"
"That's right. He's just a freshman. Captain Snake Scar, kill him quickly. Let's escape quickly."
At the side, a group of students from the Demon Hunter College's mercenary group looked behind them and shouted worriedly.
They were very worried about the group of wind-winged savage fish behind them.
10 hours ago, they had suddenly encountered a group of wind-winged savage fish and the brocade scale boa, instantly killing more than 30 people.
If not for the help of a few transcendent level rank 7 experts, they would have almost been finished. It was also fortunate that there were a few transcendent level rank 7 experts. Fortunately, only 5 people could stand in a row in the narrow passage. Otherwise, they would have been finished.
Even so, they suffered heavy losses. After running for the next 4 hours, they met Snake Mark and the rest.
Snake Mark and the rest had 8 transcendent level rank 7 experts. With their help, it was much easier. However, during their escape, there was still a transcendent level rank 7 expert who was accidentally killed.
Right now, they were filled with fear. This territory of the winged fish was too dangerous.
They hoped that Snake Mark and the Yun family members could kill this fellow as soon as possible and escape.
"Do it. After we do it, let's leave quickly." Snake Mark looked behind and said to the Yun family's powerhouse beside him, "Okay." A few middle-aged men from the Yun family knew the severity of the situation. They nodded, and a middle-aged man with a long saber instantly slashed at Wang Xian.
Zhang Yitian, Xia Homing, Zhang Fengying, and the members of the Amethyst Void Beast saw the middle-aged man's attack instantly and their expressions changed.
"That kid is going to die. Hurry up and die. You're wasting our time." The people behind them exclaimed excitedly when they saw the transcendent level 7 powerhouse from the Yun family making his move. Bang! The long saber landed. However, what shocked everyone was that a middle-aged man holding a golden long sword directly blocked the long saber beside him. Hee. Wang Xian looked at Snake Mark with a smile on his face. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. A powerhouse at level 7 of the supernatural realm.
Snake Mark was slightly stunned. His face revealed a look of astonishment.
The people behind him were also stunned and filled with astonishment. Even the members of the Amethyst Void Beast and Zhang Fengying and Elder Zhang looked at Ao Jian with astonishment.
Weren't they all at level 6 of Transcendence? Could it be that this middle-aged man was hiding his strength? I didn't expect there to be a level 7 of Transcendence next to him. No wonder he could kill our young master. A hint of surprise flashed across the eyes of the middle-aged man from the Yun family. The killing intent in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. A level 7 of Transcendence? Snake Scar took 2 steps back and stared at Wang Xian. He growled in a low voice. "So what if he is at level 7 of Transcendence? Kill him." Killed at level 7 of Transcendence as well.
"Kid, let me tell you, no matter who you are, you will die if you kill our young master."
Another burly middle-aged man held an axe in his hand and hacked at Wang Xian. HMPH, even a transcendent level 7 powerhouse will die. That's right. There are 7 transcendent level 7 powerhouses beside Captain Snake. But that Wang Xian is really troublesome. That's right. He's wasting our time. It's best if he dies as soon as possible.
When the students at the back saw this scene, their expressions did not look good. The 4 experts of Transcendent Level 7 who were standing in front of them also did not look good.
The longer they stayed here, the more danger they would be in.
Everyone, kill them as soon as possible,
an elder of Transcendent Level 7 said to them.
Wang Xian swept his gaze across the group of people who spoke. A mocking expression appeared on his face.
Die! The old man who was holding a huge axe in his hand raised it up and slashed at Wang Xian heavily.
Bang! The huge axe emitted a thick, earthy yellow glow as it hacked heavily at Wang Xian's body. However, what shocked everyone was that another golden longsword was used to block the huge axe, causing everyone's expression to change slightly.
Another Transcendent Level 7 powerhouse?
Hiss, it can't be.
There are actually 2 Transcendent Level 7 powerhouses guarding him.
The surrounding students of the Demon Hunters Academy looked at this scene in shock. Their faces were also slightly embarrassed. The more powerhouses that appeared beside Wang Xian, the more time they wasted.
Zhang Fengying revealed a surprised expression. Her gaze was fixed on the golden swordfish that was defending against the 2 Transcendent Level 7 powerhouses. Her ocular arts had a very powerful ability to see through a person's strength. She was almost certain that before parting with Wang Xian and the rest, the golden swordfish's combat strength was only at level 6 of the supernatural realm. There might be one that she didn't notice, but now there was another one? How is this possible?
Continue. Wang Xian stared at Snake Mark with a mocking expression and said with a smile. What? Snake Mark's face was filled with astonishment. His expression slowly turned ugly. He stared at Wang Xian coldly and gritted his teeth. Go to hell. How dare you be so arrogant after killing our young master? This time, he didn't have to say anything. The remaining 2 experts from the Yun family, who were at Transcendent Level 7, attacked Wang Xian. The 2 of them, one with a saber and one with a sword, unleashed their best attacks and slashed at Wang Xian.
Bang!
Bang!
At the same time, 2 sounds of collision rang out again. Beside Wang Xian, the 2 golden swordfish once again blocked the attacks of the 2 experts from the Yun family.
Continue. Wang Xian looked at Snake Mark calmly and said to him. Gulp.
Snake Mark couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He had a bad premonition in his heart. The pupils of the 4 experts from the Yun family who were at Transcendent Level 7 contracted slightly.
They didn't expect that there were 4 experts at Transcendent Level 7 beside Wang Xian. This was completely out of their expectations. The students of the Demon Hunters Academy behind him also shut their mouths. Their eyes were wide open and their faces were filled with shock. Their eyes flickered and they didn't speak again. Even the few Level 7 supernatural realm experts from before didn't speak. Continue. Wang Xian spoke to them. Snake Scar looked at the other 3 middle-aged men and the old man beside him. Kill them all. He roared with a slightly ferocious expression. The remaining 3 transcendent level rank 7 powerhouses didn't hesitate at all. They attacked Wang Xian with the weapons in their hands. Bang! 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 This time they were still blocked. They were easily blocked.
You!
How is this possible?
Shihen growled in a low voice. His face was filled with disbelief.
7 underlings. 7 underlings of a level 7 extraordinary. How was this possible?
In the entire Donghai city, there were not many forces that could send out 7 level 7 extraordinary individuals.
Is there more? Wang Xian raised his head slightly and stared at Snake Mark. He asked with a smile on his face. Cough, cough, cough. His eyes flickered as he stared at Wang Xian. He looked at the 4 golden swordfish beside him who had yet to make a move. He had a bad thought in his heart. Could the other 4 be as well?
He didn't dare to imagine it.
The students of the Demon Hunters Academy behind him also realized this. All of them widened their eyes. Obviously, they had realized this as well.
There were still 4 people beside Wang Xian who had yet to make a move. If not, it's my turn,
Wang Xian said with a smile.
Beside him, the longswords in the hands of the other 4 golden swordfish that didn't make a move were emitting a faint golden glow.
Wait, the wind-winged savage fish is coming soon.
Snake Mark sensed the faint threat from the other 4 golden swordfish and shouted in a hurry.
There's no rush. Let's talk after I kill all of you.
Wuxia stared at them mockingly. Boom.
In an instant, all the golden swordfish started to move. With terrifying strength and a powerful level 7 extraordinary strength, they attacked Snake Scar and the rest.
Dodge, dodge. Oh my god, 11 level 7 extraordinary experts this.
It's over, it's over. Who would have thought that there were 11 level 7 extraordinary experts beside this freshman? There are 4 more than Captain Snake and the rest. Behind them, when the students saw the sudden outbreak of battle, they hurriedly dodged to the side.
Their faces were all extremely unsightly.
At this time, if a sudden outbreak of battle occurred, what would happen if the demon beasts and fierce beasts of the winged savage fish and the others chased after them? Everyone's faces revealed anxious expressions.
Commander Zhang, Commander Xiaoho, let's escape first. A young man could not help but say to Zhang Etienne and Xia Homing.
However, the 2 of them did not move at all. They looked at the sudden outbreak of the battle in shock.
This made their faces extremely ugly. They could not leave, nor could they stay here.
With their strength, if they were to leave alone and were discovered by the demonic beasts, they would definitely be killed. Kill, kill.
Snake Mark's face was filled with fear. He roared and the 10 or so rank 6 transcendents behind him braced themselves and charged forward.
Ah!
However, just as one of the rank 6 transcendents charged forward, a golden swordfish pierced through his chest and let out a blood-curdling scream.
Snake Mark could not help but retreat, his eyes looking like they were about to split open. He had never expected that a prey that was like a lab rat in his eyes would burst out with such terrifying strength. Even he might die here. This caused him to be filled with fear. Ah! However, after only 10 seconds, 3 more blood-curdling screams were heard. A level 6 transcendent was no match for a level 7 transcendent. Furthermore, there were 11 level 7 transcendent experts.
Merciless stabbed the heart.
The golden swordfish let out a low growl and instantly cast their divine abilities in unison, attacking Snake Scar and the others.
Axe Shield.
Dark Slash. The 11 level 7 transcendent experts suddenly cast their divine abilities in unison, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. They hurriedly resisted.
A unified divine ability. Could it be that they are cultivating a unified sword Dao inheritance?
Behind them, a rank 7 extraordinary expert revealed a shocked expression when he saw the 11 golden swordfish using the same divine ability. Assassin inheritance, sword Dao inheritance, saber art inheritance. This meant that cultivating a fixed divine ability at every stage was far more difficult for cultivators than ordinary cultivators.
However, once they cultivated a complete inheritance, their strength would be much stronger.
The golden swordfish had the bloodline of the divine dragon and cultivated the golden dragon transformation. The golden dragon transformation was equivalent to a complete inheritance, allowing them to comprehend the unity of the divine dragon. Whether it was attack power or destructive power, they were all at the peak.
This was also one of the conditions for the golden swordfish to be able to fight above its level.
Ah!
Screams rang out once again in the cave. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Looking at the cold faces of the golden swordfish in the cave, they could not help but shiver.
It was too terrifying. Be it combat techniques or divine abilities, they were not something an ordinary rank 7 transcendent could compare to. They were as calm as machines, the golden swords in their hands carrying a special energy. 11 divine abilities in an instant caused all the rank 6 experts to die. Even a rank 7 transcendent was heavily injured, falling to the ground in fear. Seeing this scene, Snake Scar's face was extremely pale. He, who had always been high and mighty, felt the threat of death. He couldn't help but retreat backward. Wuxia glanced at the people in the battle indifferently and looked at Snake Mark.
When their eyes met, Snake Mark's expression changed instantly. His eyes revealed a terrified expression. Stop quickly. I have already passed the news to the Yun family and our family. If you dare to kill us, the Yun family and the Snake family will not let you off. Snake Scar's face was a little pale. There was no trace of his usual arrogance. He pointed at Wang Xian and could not help but retreat backward.
Wang Xian smiled and did not say anything. He just watched the battle quietly. 11 level 7 transcendence against 6 level 7 transcendence. It was almost a 2-on-1 battle. It was a completely crushing battle. Help us and help us deal with them. After we leave safely, the Yun family and the Snake family will definitely give you a huge sum of money to help us. When he saw Wang Xian looking at them with a smile, he shouted at the 4 level 7 supernatural realm experts behind him with a flustered expression. When the 4 level 7 supernatural realm experts heard what he said, their expressions changed slightly. The 4 of them looked at each other and looked at the arena.
There were 6 level 7 supernatural realm experts in the arena. If the 4 of them attacked, it would be 11 against 10. Although they couldn't threaten them, it was enough for them to protect themselves. Moreover, if the 4 of them attacked, Wang Xian might not dare to attack again.
The 4 of them were hesitant and hesitant.
Once they attacked, they would definitely offend that young man. As long as you guys attack, each of you will get a transcendent level 7 weapon and armor.
Snake Mark gritted his teeth and shouted loudly when he saw their hesitation. 7th rank weapon and armor? Their eyes were filled with fervor. 7th rank weapon and armor, these two treasures were worth 40 to 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. With their strength, 80 to 90 million mid-grade spirit stones, close to 100 million, was a huge fortune. Zhang Fengying and Elder Zhang looked at the 4 transcendent 7th rank experts and frowned. All right, Commander Snake, don't forget your promise. The 4 experts gritted their teeth and spoke. Don't worry, I, Snake Hen, am a man of my word. Everyone here can bear witness.
Snake Hen gritted his teeth, his expression ugly as he nodded.
Taking out 8 Type 7 transcendent weapons was not something the Snake Clan could afford to take out in one go.
However, their lives were more important at this moment, not to mention that the Yun family had to share the burden. All right, let's do it. The 4 transcendent level rank 7 powerhouses nodded their heads heavily.
They looked at Wang Xian and said, Everyone, let's stop here. You can't do anything to them if we join in. The 4 of them took a few steps forward and held their weapons tightly as they warned Wang Xian. Hee. When Wang Xian saw the 4 of them walking over with a face full of warning, a hint of mockery appeared on his face. Let's see then. If you don't die today, it will be us who will die. I want to see if I can do anything to you. You. The 4 of them, who were at Transcendent Level 7, had a slight change in expression. They didn't want to make a move either. They wanted to settle this peacefully and obtain their weapons and armor. This was what they wanted to see the most. However, the other party had no intention of stopping at all. Hurry up and make a move. An expert from the Yun family saw that they were still hesitating. With a face full of difficulty, he blocked the attack in front of him and shouted loudly, Make a move! For experts at level 7 of the Extraordinaire gritted their teeth and charged into the battlefield. The addition of 4 experts at level 7 of the Extraordinaire instantly reduced the pressure on the experts from the Yun family. They heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Xian watched with a smile on his face. It was indeed difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time between 11 experts and 10 experts. However, Wang Xian was not in a hurry. Today, Snake Mark and the rest would definitely die. They are fighting. It will take a long time for the victor to be determined. What should we do? There is such a huge commotion coming from here. The wind-winged savage fish and the rest will definitely be able to hear it. If they come, we will be finished. Why is this Wang Xian doing this? It's clearly difficult to determine the victor now. Why is he still fighting? Damn it. The students behind them saw the battle that had erupted completely. They retreated once again towards the passageway. Now that the 4 extraordinary 7th-stage powerhouses on their side had made their move, they didn't dare to escape on their own. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the crowd that was discussing behind him. A cold expression appeared on his face. Zhang Fengying, Zhang Etian, and the rest looked at each other. They were also looking at the passageway behind them warily. Let's stop. We won't be able to determine the victor for a period of time. At this moment, the addition of the 4 transcendents at level 7 did not alleviate the pressure on Snake Mark. he said to Wang Xian with an embarrassed expression. His tone started to soften. You've softened.
Wang Xian stared at Snake Mark mockingly and asked with a face full of mockery.
Snake Mark's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head. Yes, I've softened. But I won't let you off.
Wang Xian's voice turned cold instantly. The lightning strike wood in his hand moved slightly. With a swing, he attacked a level 7 transcendent.
Whoosh!
A sudden sound startled the only transcendent level 7 powerhouse who was struggling to resist the 2 golden swordfish. His body shook and his body was covered in earthy yellow armor.
He wanted to resist Wang Xian's attack head-on. However, when the lightning strike would landed on his body and penetrated his body, he was stunned. He didn't take Wang Xian's attack seriously. In his opinion, such a young man was at most at level 5 extraordinary. However, what he didn't expect was that his casual attack was actually fatal. He lowered his head and stared at the thunderbolt wood on his chest with a face full of fear. His body fell backward heavily. His face was filled with disbelief. He died with his eyes wide open. What? However, Wang Xian's attack shocked everyone around him. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. An expert from the Yun family had been killed. The balance had been broken. How? How is this possible? How did he kill that powerhouse with a single strike? Impossible. This is impossible. When Snake Mark saw this scene, his body couldn't help but tremble as he stared at Wang Xian in shock. That powerhouse must have been careless. The weapon in Wang Xian's hand is very powerful. It should be. The balance has been broken. What's next? The students at the back said in shock. The balance has been broken. Wang Xian had 2 more extraordinary level 7 experts. These 2 experts could join forces and defeat Snake Mark and the rest one by one. Before long, those extraordinary level 7 experts from the Yun family would be finished. Everyone in the Amethyst and Void Beast mercenary group watched this scene with an indifferent expression on their faces. They knew Wang Xian's strength. He was an expert at level 7 of the supernatural realm. In fact, at the beginning, the balance was already out of balance. It was just that Wang Xian didn't make a move. Now that he had made a move, the end of Snake Mark and the rest was coming. Take care of them quickly, Wang Xian said to the group of golden swordfish.
Yes. The group of golden swordfish responded. The 2 golden swordfish that were free instantly attacked an expert from the Yun family.
Ah! The expert was horrified when he saw the 2 golden swordfish attacking him. He was no match for them in a 1-on-3 fight. Go to hell.
Sword extinction.
The 2 golden swordfish snorted coldly, the golden swords in their hands emitting an aura of extinction as they charged towards him.
The trembling golden swordfish's attacks became much more violent.
Ah! The expert from the Yun family did not have the slightest ability to resist, and instantly fell to the sword. Not good. It's over. The expressions of the 4 experts who had just joined changed drastically, and their pupils could not help but shrink.
We are not involved in this matter.
We are not involved either. This has nothing to do with us. The 4 of them were horrified. They shouted loudly and retreated backward. Wang Xian glanced at them coldly and did not order the golden swordfish to stop them. The 4 powerhouses retreated. There were only 4 left in the field. The gap was more than double. Snake Scar's face was extremely pale. His eyes were filled with despair.
When the 4 people who retreated saw that they didn't resist, they heaved a sigh of relief. They stood in front and looked at Wang Xian and the rest with fear.
Awe! In less than 10 seconds, the last 4 experts who were at Transcendent Level 7 were killed. You can't kill me. You guys can't kill me. When Snake Mark saw all the experts he brought with him lying on the ground, he couldn't help but retreat backward. He growled in a low voice with a face full of fear.
Wang Xian looked at Snake Hen and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. He walked over slowly and asked, "Hasn't your young master's mercenary group been trying to kill me?" What happened now? No, we were wrong. Please spare my life.
When Snake Hen saw Wang Xian walking over, he begged for mercy in a low voice with a pale face. Behind him, when the students of the Demon Hunters Academy saw Snake Hen's appearance, a complicated look appeared on their faces. Snake Mark had founded the Demon Hunters Academy's Young Master Mercenary Group, which was ranked at the top. His strength was incomparably powerful in the Demon Hunters Academy.
In the entire academy, no one dared to provoke him. Which student wouldn't give him face if they met him?
However, looking at his now pale face begging, everyone felt a little dazed.
This was still the academy's influential figure, and now he was actually begging for mercy from a new student?
If the students in the academy knew about this, their jaws would drop in shock. Is that possible? Wang Xian waved his hand. A golden swordfish appeared in front of Snake Scar instantly. The long sword in his hand went straight into Snake Scar's chest. Cough, cough, I don't want to die. He widened his eyes and looked at Wang Xian with eyes filled with regret. Because of Wang Xian, because of a freshman, he actually walked towards death. Regret, a strong sense of regret. If he had known this would happen, he would never have provoked this fellow. Bang! Snake Scar's corpse fell to the ground. The sound that was produced rang in everyone's mind. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Everyone's faces were filled with fear.
They looked at the corpses of the strong ones around them. Their foreheads were filled with cold sweat.
Hoo hoo hoo! At this moment, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from the tunnel. Not good.
Everyone's expression changed drastically. Even the expressions of the 4 rank 7 experts also changed drastically.
The wind-winged savage fish demonic beast and the brocade scale BOA are here. Run. Run quickly, or we'll be finished.
Run, seniors, let's run quickly. In an instant, everyone panicked and shouted loudly. Everyone in the Amethyst and Void Beast mercenary group also had a drastic change in expression.
Commander Wang. That group of demonic beasts and ferocious beasts are chasing us. Among them, there are 20 existences at Transcendent Level 7. Let's run quickly.
Zhang Fengying quickly said to Wang Xian.
Follow me, don't worry.
Wang Xian looked behind him. As expected, in his line of sight, more than 100 demonic beasts were rushing over aggressively.
All right. Zhang Fengying took a deep look at the group of golden swordfish beside Wang Xian and nodded her head heavily. Elder Zhang, Xia Homing and the rest also heaved a sigh of relief.
With Wang Xian around, their safety could still be guaranteed. Commander Wang, can we come with you?
A student from the Demon Hunter College heard Wang Xian's words and his expression changed slightly. He quickly asked him. His words made all the students from the Demon Hunter College around him look at Wang Xian with a hopeful expression.
Commander Wang, we are all students from the Demon Hunter College. If we can help our classmates outside, we will help. What do you think? One of the leaders of the mercenary group continued with a smile on his face.
Even the 4 extraordinary level 7 powerhouses were looking at Wang Xian with anticipation. When he saw the group of people looking at him, Wang Xian smiled. His smile was filled with mockery. You guys?
What does it have to do with you guys?
What does your life and death have to do with us? He looked at everyone mockingly.
The faces of the young men from the Demon Hunters Academy changed slightly. They looked extremely embarrassed. Captain Wang Xian, please. Seeing that we are all students from the Demon Hunters Academy, please help us this time.
That's right. We are all students. When we return to the academy in the future, you can come and look for us if you need anything. Captain Wang. If it really doesn't work out, we can take out the spirit stones. I hope that student Wang Xian can help us get through this difficult time.
All the students hurriedly said to Wang Xian.
The people from the Amethyst and Void Beast mercenary group looked at them and turned to Wang Xian in silence. Wang Xian's gaze swept across all of them and followed closely to the passage. The wind-winged savage fish and the Jinlin boa have arrived. I wonder how many of you will be able to survive. The wind-winged savage fish and the Jinlin boa have arrived. I wonder how many of you will be able to survive. When Wang Xian's voice rang out, everyone was stunned. Looking at the wind-winged savage fish and the Jinlin boa that had entered their sight, a strong murderous aura came gushing towards them. Everyone had terrified expressions on their faces. Why didn't you save them?
A young man shouted at Wang Xian with a face full of anger.
Why? When Wang Xian heard his words, a mocking expression appeared on his face. He didn't bother with them at all. He remembered that just now, A group of them mocked Snake Mark and the rest to kill him quickly so that they wouldn't waste any time.
They looked at him in annoyance and wished that he could be killed. In fact, the 4 extraordinary level 7 powerhouses who were with them helped Snake Mark and the rest. For all sorts of reasons, if Wuxia still saved them, he would be too stupid.
When he was in trouble just now, they gloated over his misfortune. Now, they still wanted him to save them. It was unknown if they felt that they were stupid or if they were stupid. Hee, let's go. Wuxia looked at them mockingly and said to the amethyst and void beasts.
With a wave of his hand, he created a huge hole in the sky. With a leap, he leaped up.
Go, go! Zhang Fengying shouted softly. The rest of them followed closely behind and flew up. Ao Jian and the rest packed up the corpses and followed closely behind. Run! We'll follow too.
Hurry up, the demonic beasts are coming.
The students of the Demon Hunters Academy scrambled to follow Wuxia and the rest as they jumped up. Let's go first.
Wuxia sensed that the rest of them were following him. With a mocking smile on his face, he said to Zhang Fengying and the rest. Okay.
Everyone from the Amethyst and Void Beast mercenary group hurriedly followed behind Wuxia.
Hurry up and escape with them.
At the back, the members of the Demon Hunters Academy saw Wuxia and the rest and wanted to follow them immediately. Boom! 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 Ha! If you dare to follow us, die! The 11 golden swordfish who were at the back brandished the long swords in their hands and slashed at the ground in front of them. The huge sword ray instantly covered an area of 1,000 meters. The students who followed behind were shocked and quickly retreated in fear. He actually didn't let us follow behind.
He wants us to become food for demonic beasts and fierce beasts. He's so ruthless. Damn it, we're finished. We actually followed them out of the tunnel.
The students were intimidated by Ao Jian and the others' attacks, and their faces were filled with fear. When they followed them out, the demonic beasts behind them had already chased after them. In the vast area, 20 demonic beasts at transcendent level rank 7 could easily eat all of them. Run quickly.
The 4 transcendent level rank 7 experts' faces were extremely gloomy. At this moment, they completely ignored the students behind them and directly fled into the distance.
Ah, they've come out.
At this moment, a miserable cry was heard. One after another, the wind-winged savage fish and the brocade scale boa drilled out of the cave and rapidly pounced towards the surrounding students. The miserable cry instantly sounded. The strength of their group was completely inferior to that of the demonic beasts and fierce beasts. They could only frantically flee in their surroundings. As for who could escape, it would be their luck. The members of the Amethyst and Void Beast mercenary group who were fleeing in front heard the screams behind them. Their faces turned pale. This time, they were lucky to have met Wuxia. Otherwise, even if they managed to escape in the end, they would have lost quite a number of people.
They had no sympathy for the students of the Demon Hunters Academy.
They had witnessed what had happened just now. It was reasonable that Wuxia did not save them.
However, just as Wuxia and the rest were flying towards the direction of Donghai City, they were in the Windchime Forest. One after another, the wind-winged savage fish and the Jinlin boa were crazily hunting down the Demon Hunters Academy students who were fleeing in all directions, as well as the few extraordinary 6th and 7th stage powerhouses. In the sky above them, 21 strange demons quietly stood in the air and watched this scene. A group of Demon Hunters Academy students were quickly killed.
In less than 10 minutes, out of the 70 to 80 people, only 7 to 8 managed to escape from here. As for whether they could safely return to East Sea City, it was still unknown.
Do it! Ao Yao saw all the wind-winged savage fish and the brocade scale boa gathered together once again and prepared to head into the nest. Ao Yao's order sounded.
In an instant, a miserable cry sounded again. However, unlike the miserable cry just now, this time it was demon beasts and fierce beasts.
A group of strange demons, with Ao Yao who was at transcendent level 9, could hunt more than 100 demon beasts and fierce beasts at an extremely fast speed.
In less than 5 minutes, all the wind-winged savage fish and the brocade scale boa were wiped out.
At this point, the wind-winged savage fish clan was completely wiped out. This was something that all the mercenary groups in East Sea City did not know. Pack up the corpses and let's go back. Ao Yao ordered all the strange demons.
Yes, leader. The strange demons immediately nodded and began to clean up the scene. The corpses of demon beasts, fierce beasts, and humans were all stored in their interspatial rings. Now, there were 500 to 600 corpses in their interspatial rings. If they returned to the Dragon Palace, they could refine a lot of dragon blood. Phew! I didn't expect the territory of the wind-winged savage fish to be so dangerous. There are 20 demonic beasts at Transcendent Level 7. Fuck! These guys are really cunning. On the sea, the members of the Amethyst and Void Beasts flew out from the bottom of the sea. When they came to the sky, Xia Homing looked behind and said with a face full of fear, "It's all thanks to Commander Wang this time. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble just now." Zhang Yitian looked at Wang Xian and thanked him. Zhang Fengying was also looking at Wang Xian and the 11 indifferent golden swordfish behind him with a curious expression. Just now, the 11 golden swordfish had shocked them. 11 underlings of an extraordinary 7th level. Such strength was already very strong in Donghai City. He wondered if he had a powerful background behind him. Wang Xian smiled at the side. This time he had to thank them. If it wasn't for the invitation from the Amethyst mercenary group, he wouldn't have been able to reap such a huge harvest. After this, if all the items were exchanged for resources, Wang Xian's strength and the strength of the group of strange demons would receive another huge boost. After his strength increased further, Wang Xian could consider transferring the Dragon Palace to the Transcendence Continent. With their strength, they could definitely protect the Dragon Palace. When the Dragon Palace descended to the Transcendence Continent, it would be the time for them to improve rapidly.